Ability enhancements and a comprehensive public realm strategy for the core zone of the Heritage Station area to comply with Section 2.5.21 of the LAP. A comprehensive plan would comply with the other policy frameworks addressed in 2.2.11F, public realm design, 2.51 McLeod Trail South urban Main Street area, and 2.5.2 transit station areas. Given the 5 new proposed developments coming to the Heritage Station vicinity, which is LOC 2024-0213, LOC 2024-0149, LOC 2025-004, DP 2024-08825, and DP 2023-08522, with 1,674 residential units and a minimum of 1,557.4 square meters of commercial space. It's the Community Association's goal to ensure public safety and enhance livability given the substantial incoming development. Next slide, please. Heritage LRT station is one of the 5 stations in Calgary with the most crime incidents. Furthermore, the at-grade crossing located in the core zone poses substantial mobility risks, as pedestrians and cyclists must traverse both across the LRT and CPR railway tracks. This concern has been expressed by citizens through City Administration's engagement for the LAP, as well as the Southwest Neighborhoods Bikeway Project. With the Bikeway project underway, now would be the perfect time to incorporate such projects into a greater plan for this area. We'd like to highlight the LAP section 3.2.3 transit station area public spaces plan that reads, and we can go, next slide. Comprehensive station area public spaces planning that it considers both mobility connections and the public realm can identify opportunities to enhance and create safe, welcoming environments in and around transit station areas. B, when there is sufficient near-term opportunity for investment in transit-oriented development at one station or another, a public space plan should be undertaken considering the following. 1, streetscape, improvements such as wider sidewalks, enhanced pedestrian crossings, curb extensions, high-quality paving materials, public art, landscaping, and trees, improved lighting on Heritage Drive South, Haddon Road Southwest, Horton Road Southwest, Sacramento Drive Southwest, Southland Drive Southwest, and Southport Road Southwest. 2, enhance pedestrian and cycling connections that connect adjacent communities, community facilities, and McLeod Trail Urban Main Street to LRT stations. 3, crime prevention through environmental design. 4, wayfinding elements to assist residents and visitors in locating key amenities in the area. And 5, areas for sitting and gathering, as well as drinking fountains and public washrooms. A plan for this core zone would ensure the area is not a tapestry of piecemeal solutions fragmented together over time. We have the opportunity to create a comprehensive plan for an established community to implement an environment that supports not just our newcomer residents, but for existing residents as well. We are actively engaged in discussions with key developers in the core zone, such as Good Farm, Devereux, and Liberty Housing, who align with the Community Association's vision for a holistic plan for the area, and whose official support we hope to receive soon. Thank you for your diligent consideration.
And thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking the time to be here. Let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.1.1? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I will close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I will look for a mover. Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I'm really excited about this development and some of the other conversations we're having around Haysboro. One of the number one things I have heard is about the dead sites on Haysboro and the need to activate them. And in particular, probably another number one question we still get is, what's happening at the old Y site? So no, we have this. I know Liberty's not before us, but those projects working in tandem together are really important. I think one of the greatest investments that we made as a council in our last budget was trying to set aside money for TOD and station plan areas. So to the community, I have expressed this to you in a letter, but we have invested in this and we are looking at bringing those options forward around many stations around the city. There is the 5A network plan that is happening on Haddon Road that we know, and that goes north-south through other communities such as Southwood and Kingsland. And so there are actually lots of public realm investments that are the result of the investments that we have made through budget into established areas and through the local area plan process. So the excitement is here, and I think lots of conversations to happen around what else can be realized in this area, but recognizing as well that the local area plan is that 30-year growth plan. So lots happening. This is a really great application. I continue to encourage the neighbors and the community to work with the applicant. I know there were some concerns around the DP, not a place for a conversation today, but I think some future conversation back and forth about what that means and what that looked like. So happy to move this. Exciting to be seeing housing coming near this. And it's much needed.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner. Right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondeko, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 20D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 20D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 20D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 20D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Councillor Sharp, I believe we have some more guests in the audience.
Yeah, well, let's welcome Bowness High for being here today. I think Miss Sarah Beach, you're the teacher, and I think last year I got a lot of heat for wearing a Trojan shirt to this because I'm a Brown. And so I just wanted to say thank you for coming in. And the big question from the group is, how can we create connections between schools and communities in order to make Calgary a better city for everyone? That's a great question. And there are a lot of programs out there for youth to get involved in how to make communities better and for the city to be a better place. You can get involved in the youth council. There's youth volunteering. The mayor's youth council actually has spots for people to get involved in. And there's also something happening during the election where teens and young adults can get involved in the youth can vote, and they can actually host a mayoral debate. So that's exciting. And something to talk about during Women's Week is She Governs. So those are really great examples of how you guys can get involved. And we get you to stand up so we can welcome you into Chamber today.
Thanks, Councillor Sharp, and thank you everyone for being here. It's great to see Bowness represented in Chambers today. Let's go to our next item. It is 7.2.9. Ms. Stengel, I'm on the right one this time.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 7.2.9 is a land use amendment to allow for multi-residential housing near an LRT station. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 47D 2025 for the redesignation of 8306 Horton Road Southwest from a direct control district to the multi-residential high-density medium-rise MH2 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Haysboro with frontages along Heritage Drive, Horton Road, and McLeod Trail, which is classified as an urban main Eye Water Park. Next slide, please. Surrounding development includes a variety of commercial, residential, and mixed-use sites, providing amenities to residents and users in the area. The subject site is currently designated as a direct control district, labeled 89Z 2006 here. This DC is based on the C4 General Commercial District of the previous Land Use Bylaw 2P80. The district allows up to 46 meters in height, requires 25% of the gross floor area of a building to be dedicated to commercial uses, and requires development of an above-grade pedestrian connection into the LRT station. This direct control district was approved prior to the pedestrian overpass being constructed just south of the site. Next slide, please. The application proposes the multi-residential, high-density, medium-rise MH2 district, which allows for development up to 50 meters in height. The MH2 district includes a floor area ratio of 5.0 and requires a minimum density of 150 units per hectare. Support commercial uses are allowed in the district, but unlike the current direct control, there is no requirement to provide a minimum amount of commercial space. Next slide, please. The application is in alignment with the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan, which anticipates greater height and density near the LRT station. The LAP categorizes the site as being part of the neighborhood flex category with a maximum height of 26 stories. Next slide, please. This application aligns with the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan and would allow for increased density near an LRT station. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. Karen Arndt, you are first up. Actually, hang on. You're second up. Yeah, we are at Jennifer Duff from B&A Studios. Apologies for that.
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Jennifer Duff and I'm with B&A Studios. I'm the applicant and speaking in favor of this land use amendment application. Today I'm here with Kathy Oberg with B&A as well as Samir Remtula with Devereaux Developments. Next slide, please. The site is ideally located in the southwest community of Haysboro in close proximity to the LRT station, commercial amenities, and the McLeod Trail corridor. Future residents will have easy access to the Heritage LRT station through either pedestrian overpass located just to the south or the sidewalks located along Heritage Drive. Next slide, please. The vision for the site is a pedestrian-friendly and transit-oriented development that will provide for much-needed housing in an established community and aid with Calgary's housing strategy. Next slide, please. The existing direct control district that was approved in 2006 is based on the C4 General Commercial District, which requires a minimum of 25% commercial. The DC also requires an above-grade pedestrian connection over Horton Road. In 2014, a pedestrian overpass was built just south of the site, and administration has determined that the above-grade connection from this site is no longer required. A market study was also conducted which concluded that commercial was not viable at this time due to the significant amount of commercial uses in close proximity to the site. These limiting factors do not allow the site to be developed under the current land use. The proposed multi-residential, high-rise, medium-rise MH2 district will allow for a development that aligns with policies in the Municipal Development Plan and Heritage Communities Local Area Plan. Devereaux Developments has already submitted a development permit and intends to commence construction this summer to bring housing to market as soon as possible. The proposed multi-residential development will allow Devereaux to maximize density on the site in an efficient manner. The proposed development will exceed the minimum density requirements for the site. Additionally, significant high-rise sites are existing at London Towers, with additional high-rise sites planned across McLeod Trail at Heritage Place and London Towers Phase 2. Providing a wood frame option will allow the developer to provide an alternate, more cost-effective option to the community in a much faster time. Having a variety of built forms will ensure affordability and housing choice in the community. Next slide, please. Our engagement for this application consisted of community outreach through sharing information, gathering feedback, and responding to questions and comments. It consisted of a meeting with the Haysboro Community Association, a virtual information session, and an online survey. 10 people from the Planning Committee and the community attended the in-person meeting at the Haysboro Community Association, and 15 people attended the virtual information session. Overall, attendees were generally curious about the project with questions related to details of the building format, number of stories and units, parking and amenities. More detailed feedback received can be found in the engagement summary that is attached to the council report. And next slide, please. In summary, the proposed land use will allow for more housing to be provided in an established community close to primary transit and amenities. We are asking Council to approve and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw to allow for redesignation of this site. And we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I'm not seeing any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Now we're on to Karen Arndt.
Hello again. Karen Arndt, Planning Director, Volunteer Planning Director for the Haysboro Community Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once again today. I'm here on behalf of the Haysboro Community Association as the Planning Director, and we'd like to express our support for this proposal and to highlight the importance of integrating commercial space, pedestrian accessibility, and public realm improvements into the proposal. We've seen a DP for this, which serves to be only residential units, but we'd like to state the Community Association would prefer if Devereux would incorporate a few commercial units along Heritage Drive in their proposal. We understand there are a few logistical issues when adding commercial to this building due to the site, hence why the main floor is unusually all residential units. However, we see a great benefit for a compromise to be found to add in a few commercial units on the main floor. Right now, residents in Haysboro, particularly those living along Haddon Road and down to Southland Drive, have very limited access to nearby commercial amenities within walking distance. While this site is close to existing businesses along McLeod Trail, Heritage Plaza is set to be demolished and redeveloped, rendering it inaccessible for a couple of years, further reducing local options. For residents not living in this proposal development, including future residents of Good Form and Liberty Housing's projects, as well as the existing community, the alternative is to cross the train tracks and climb a steep hill to London Towers Plaza, which isn't ideal for walkability. By adding commercial frontage along Heritage Drive, this development could provide convenient, accessible amenities that serve both new and longtime residents, strengthen the community's livability, and reducing reliance on vehicle trips, especially at the train station hub. We believe this is a great opportunity to enhance walkability and local access in the area that has experienced significant residential growth. We appreciate the consideration of these elements in the final design and look forward to seeing a well-integrated development that benefits the broader community. In addition, we would like to emphasize key policies in the Heritage Community's local area plan that should guide this development. 2.2.1.1F, public realm and pedestrian routes. The LAP calls for continuous unobstructed pedestrian routes with high-quality landscaping. We ask that this development be coordinated with the Southwest Neighborhood Bikeway Project, ensuring alignment with ongoing improvements and integrating community feedback. 2.5.1, McLeod Trail South Urban Main Street Area. This development should be designed in accordance with McLeod Trail South Urban Main Street policy, supporting a pedestrian-friendly environment and active street frontage. 2.5.2 transit station areas. Given the site's proximity to the Heritage LRT station, it should have a high-quality public realm, promoting safety, accessibility, and a welcoming streetscape. 2.5.2.1 Heritage LRT station area and 5A mobility enhancements. Development in this core zone should prioritize mobility connections to Heritage Station, including improved pedestrian and cycling accesses along Heritage Drive South, Haddon Road Southwest, Horton Road Southwest, and Bonaventure Drive Southeast. Additionally, projects between the freight rail corridor, LRT right-of-way, and McLeod Trail South should enhance the Horton Road interface through public realm improvements, wider sidewalks, and landscaping. By ensuring that this development aligns with these policies frameworks, we can create a functional, connected, and vibrant space that benefits both new and existing residents. We appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective and look forward to seeing a project that will enhance walkability, accessibility, and community integration. Thank you.
Thank you again for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for joining us. And let's have Jennifer Baldwin, please.
Hello. So I'm not going to reread what I just read to you guys for good forms. It also applies for this application as well. And so, in reference to Courtney Penner's comments, we appreciate that the area is on the city's radar already. We'd just like to highlight, and again, we request that the city prioritizes this location, as we will see these 5 projects built in the next couple of years. So we just really want to ensure that we get it all integrated and that there is immediacy to the issue. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you. Thanks for being here today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.9? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so over to you, Councillor Penner, to move.
Yeah, happy to move this item. I've been through many iterations of what this site could potentially be, and I think we have landed in a really good spot of what this could be. I will just note that there is actually nothing in the land use that prevents commercial, but I think commercial in a potentially saturated area, we need to be careful that we don't oversaturate the market and then end up having kind of like a dead frontage. So that's always the balance that we're trying to strike when we think about mixed use in the market and when we think about building out entire areas. My only thing is, I always say there's a lot of memories around Bonsai Waterslide site here, and if there's any way the developer can incorporate that in, that's my only request. Just want to make sure that's on the record. But no, really, truly encouraged by all the things that are happening around Heritage LRT Station, and I know that there'll be lots of conversations ongoing around how we do ensure that public realm and definitely that east-west connection. I know it was something that we focused on and highlighted in the local area plan, definitely as part of that Main Street corridor along McLeod Trail, that the east-west is really where people are moving, not necessarily north-south. So we've been having these conversations for years. It's great to see things coming online, and I think it's really going to lend to the vibrancy of the area. Moved.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. Councillor Carra, over to you.
Yeah, just to throw in a debate, long before I became a city councillor, my design firm did a TOD plan for the Heritage Station, and it looked like it was going to be like imminently developed. The operations center for Calgary Transit, which now sits over top of the Westbrook Station, was originally planned to go there. And the transit people were told, you can't build an office building for your transit operations unless you do it in the context of this new thing we're talking about, TOD. And so we put together a pretty cool plan. The plan talks about everything that the community has talked about, and we did a pretty deep consultation with the community doing that. That was like in 2005, 2006, so like literally 20 years ago. Now that all this density is going into the neighborhood, it is critically important that rather than just have the ingredients on the table, the block of cheese, the bowl of tomatoes, the bag of flour, we got to bake it into a pizza pie that's like really nice to live in and really nice to enjoy. There's no reason why we won't, and there's no reason why we shouldn't. I'm just making the debate that it's critically important that we do. Approving this is part of that process, but doing the important work to create a great interconnected public realm that enhances the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood's connection to this mini downtown that's emerging around this transit station is critically important. Happy to support this and really interested in making sure that we get all of the other stuff right.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure I'm going to call it a mini downtown. It's a little small for that. But I do think that, this is the market leading where we need to be with TOD. And I do think that, there is an onus on the city to respond. And again, I will go back to, we've been having these conversations, as a group and how we invest in it. So I hope that those investments can continue as we proceed through budgets over the next coming years to ensure that we can realize the public realm that the community is so desperately seeking. So with that, closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondeko votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 47D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 47D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 47D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 47D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. That takes us to the next item, which is 7.2.14. Ms. Ganser.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. I'm Lindsay Ganzar, a senior planner with community planning. I'll be presenting the second half of the agenda today, but this is one of my items that got bumped up, so I'm jumping in quickly here. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for a range of land uses to support the development of a new community. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 45D 2025 for the redesignation of 10011 68th Street Northeast and 6221 Country Hills Boulevard Northeast to various land use districts which meet the intent of an approved outline plan. Next slide, please. The subject site spans 2 parcels and is located in the northeast community of Cornerstone. Country Hills Boulevard is located to the north, 68th Street to the east, Airport Trail to the south beyond the adjacent parcel, and 60th Street to the west. Next slide, please. This map shows portions of the land within the outline plan area that are being considered for redesignation today, which measure approximately 52 hectares. There is a large wetland on the site that is protected as environmental reserve in the center west portion of the site. Next slide, please. The subject site is surrounded by actively developing lands within the communities of Cornerstone, Cityscape, and Skyview Ranch, and surrounding land uses consist of a mix of low-density residential and multi-residential development. Open spaces in the form of wetlands, storm ponds, and parks are all within close proximity to the site. These parcels currently have an approved outline plan and land use designations. These land uses generally include low-density residential, multi-residential, parks, and city services, as shown on this map. Next slide, please. The proposed land use pattern for the site would establish the regulations needed to implement the neighborhood structure of the approved outline plan. This application proposes a redesign and expansion of the previously approved outline plan to revise wetland and stormwater pond areas to provide an enhanced amenity space that integrates with the surrounding parks and open space. The amended land use pattern would also result in the following. 1, multi-residential land uses within the transit station planning area in the northwest corner of the site and beside parks and open space. 2, residential low-density mixed housing or RGM district along Cornerstone Boulevard, which is intended for row homes, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings. 3, transitions in density through use of laned and laneless low-density residential. 4, a mix of uses within the Neighborhood Activity Center located within the Special Purpose School Park and Community Reserve or SSPR district on the east edge of this plan, including the future Community Association site. And 5, a redesigned southern portion of the lands due to retaining the ATCO pipeline. This land use pattern matches that found in the outline plan, which supports a complete neighborhood design. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcels. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to the let's open the public hearing on this item. Let's go to David Symes, please.
Good morning, members of council. My name is David Symes from Stantec. I'm joined by Brady Morris from Anthem Properties as the applicant for this application. As administration outlined, we are in front of council today with an amendment to the Cornerstone Outline Plan originally approved in 2016. The amendment has been driven by and is focused around three key aspects, which are refinements to housing diversity and density by providing a greater variety and distribution of housing options and densities to better respond to housing and market needs, an improved approach to wetland preservation, integration and stormwater management by transforming these components into an integrated and naturalised wetland and stormwater feature that provides a gateway, entrance and amenity for the community, and incorporation and retention of a natural gas pipeline right-of-way that was not contemplated with the original outline plan. We would like to thank administration for their collaboration and efforts on this particular amendment, and we're happy to take any questions from council.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have one question from Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this presentation. I only have two questions. The first one is, I see the housing units have gone up. We have gained units through the change in the outline plan. My second question is, why did we have to modify the wetlands and the environmental reserve, like the orientation?
I can do the wetland. Okay, I'll respond to the wetland and then pass it to Brady regarding the housing. In terms of the wetland, the current approved outline plan includes a conventional pond that is disconnected from the wetland, and the wetland was left as is. The wetland has deteriorated over the last 20 to 30 years. It's characterised by being dry for the majority of the year and is weed infested. The wetland will not improve if the current approved wetland concept within the existing OP moves forward, and that would result in a visual and operational challenge for the community and the city. The proposed wetland and storm concept creates an integrated and naturalised wetland and stormwater feature that provides a gateway entrance and has been designed in a naturalised manner to integrate with the wetland. The wetland will be restored to a Class 4 in accordance with provincial guidelines, and we did work closely with both the province and city parks to prepare the concept. And I'll hand it over to Brady for the housing.
I think that's sufficient. And this is for Brady. Brady, thank you for the tour yesterday. You guys are doing amazing work. Just my other questions, what have you learned from other phases, 17, 18, 19, 20, that we are putting into phase 22, just the demand from the residents, the amenities they want to see?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Dhaliwal. It's a great question, and yeah, thanks for your time yesterday. I think for Cornerstone in Pacific, I was there. Some of other people in the room were there from day one. When we first did the outline plan, it was coming up on 10 years ago, and the city's a different place now. Things have changed. So speaking about the wetland, like that's lessons learned. We have, over 120 acres of retained wetlands in Cornerstone, and some look the way we want, others don't. Some function well, some provide amenities. We've learned. And so the same thing with the wetland is for the park spaces and the open spaces. You set out with this outline plan. At the time, it was the largest outline plan. It's over 1,200 acres. It's massive. It's a 20-year build-out. You don't get everything right back 10 years ago. You do the first few phases, you learn who your resident demographic is, what needs they want. There was a time school fields were baseball diamonds and soccer fields, and now they're field hockey and cricket, and we've adapted and we've learned. And so we come in with these outline plans with those lessons learned and their improvements. So our open spaces now are much more catered to what the buyer wants out in Cornerstone and what the existing residents are asking for. Things like tennis courts and basketball, as opposed to, you always have your jungle gyms, you'll always have your kid-oriented thing, but what are the other amenities we can provide that are lacking in the Northeast? So your office has been great helping us bridge that gap between residents and local people, and this plan, as it's not sitting on the screen right now, but it reflects that, and it's an improvement.
Thank you so much for answering that, and thank you for this great outline plan on land use. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you. Let me just see if there's anybody else. No one else in the queue with any questions for you. Thanks very much for taking the time to join us today. Let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.14? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to questions of administration. Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is on the outline plan. There is this commercial on 60th Street along 60th Street, and then right adjacent to it is the single-family homes. I don't see any transition. I don't see any transition happening between commercial and residential. It's right next to each other. Was that by purpose, or I'm just trying to understand?
Clerks, could I have you pull up slide 16 of the presentation? It just gives a great visual of the existing approved outline plan and the proposed. So the commercial area being referred to is along the west boundary in about the middle, just south of the wetland area. And Councillor Dhaliwal, there's a small portion of RG that is adjacent. That would be the yellow and the internal site. It's simply side yards that would be adjacent to it. There is multifamily located across the street to the east. So I'm not too sure whether that was intentional or not from the applicant. That'd be a better question for them. But through the development permit processes, we would be able to mitigate any relationship there between the two uses.
I think you answered it. It's at the DP stage maybe because sometimes there's that fencing or something, some barrier in place. Okay, great. My other question is just on the mobility. It says that there will be no access to 60th Street from Cornerstone Way. I think it's in the conditions. I just want to understand what does that actually mean? It's condition 40th, no direct vehicular access shall be permitted to 60th Street from adjacent lands.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Dhaliwal. That condition is to let the developer know that a major arterial roadway like that shall not be permitted to have driveways to the roadway. You'll have to go through a signalized intersection.
Okay, that's good for clarification. My other one is, last one is for the, it's a second last, 60th Street, northeast between 128 and Airport Trail, gotta be 4 paved lanes, 2 and 2. What is the status on that?
Shane LeBoot, State Development Engineering, are you talking about south of Airport Trail?
Between
Country Hills Boulevard?
And
right, 120th on this plan, yes. Thank you for the question. We are currently going through detailed design with the developer groups in this area. We should have the ultimate design ready in weeks, a couple months sort of thing. There might have to be an interim design as well to deal with local constraints, but we're expecting to have those designs completed this year and construction starting shortly after. It is at the developer's time frame. That said, we're all very interested in getting this connection open and then relieving any issues with 68th Street further to the east.
Okay, no, great. My other last question is, when we look at Cornerstone outline plan land use on the north, when I drive there, Cornerstone Boulevard, Cornerstone Avenue, they're so wide. They're considered more urban boulevards, right? 36 meters. And it's just natural for people to speed and go around each other. It creates safety issues. In this one, what lessons have we learned to minimize that in this outline plan? I see most of the designation has gone down.
Right, so what we've learned over the years, and planning is an evolving process. So what we have learned over the years is narrower travel lanes, narrower parking lanes, is narrowing the overall roadway width, putting in physical geometrical elements such as roundabout, curb extensions to help to both see and be seen for drivers and vulnerable users, our pedestrians and walking and wheeling users and cars to be able to all see each other and to indicate to vehicles that they need to slow down. And then also we have some other physical elements such as rapid flashing beacons and signals which are timed for the speed limit out there.
Yeah, because on the north we saw lots of issues, and this was, in my opinion, I could be wrong, wasted real estate that we could have used towards housing, green space, and so on and so on. One last question on the outline plan. There's one big issue that lately have come to our attention, where we are putting multi-residential right next to at the property line, sharing the property line with single detached with balconies overlooking people's backyards. How are we mitigating that moving forward? Because those are big concerns that we are hearing. in this outline plan, I see there's lots of lane distinction, like a boundary between that kind of housing and the single detached. Is that how we're going to be doing moving forward in newer communities? Make sure that that is captured.
Sorry, Councillor Dhaliwal, I missed the beginning of
So-
that question.
Maybe this is a DP one, but I just wanted to brought it up here that what we are seeing in some of our communities, newer communities, where multifamily M1 is sharing property line with single family. Often the balcony is built towards the backyard of the single family. And residents, when they move in, they don't realize that. But once they see these balconies, they're freaking out in a way because they don't want their privacy lost. So I just want to make sure that's captured moving forward in our outline plans or DPs. That we pick that out and make sure that it's not happening.
Thank you. Hi, Councillor. So first of all, yes, that will be looked at the development permit stage on what the adjacencies between those. Those are RG. So it does allow for a series of different forms there, some of which may, have up to 3 stories row house in those areas. So I don't think it's necessarily just the overlook that we would be looking at that phase.
All right, I don't see any other questions in the queue. I'll turn to you to move the item, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thank you. Yeah, I would love to move this. This one is, like we heard from applicant, we had lots of discussions. They're very receptive to our ideas. They always listen. They listen to the residents. And honestly, they have done an amazing job in other phases. They have provided amenities that residents really need. Because in my opinion, these are not the houses. These are the dreams that they're buying. And kudos to them on this phase 22. If you look at the community association's site, it has 2 basketball courts, 2 tennis courts, it has a gazebo and so on. So very excited, looking forward to working with them to make these communities even a better place. And what I meant to say was that yes, people are not against density, but their only concern is when someone can stand in the balcony and look into their living room, or they don't know who's going to move there. So that was my only concern. So with that, I'm happy to move.
Thank you. It's being seconded by Councillor Chabot. Anything to add, Councillor? No? Okay. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so over to you to close, Councillor Dhaliwal.
I'm close. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 45D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 45D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 45D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 45D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go back in the order and go to item 7.2.1. Ms. Stengel, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 7.2.1 is a land use amendment to allow for grade-oriented housing. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 40D 2025 for the redesignation of 4515 17th Avenue Southwest from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to the housing grade-oriented HGO district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Glendale along 17th Avenue. The site is well served by public transit as it is a 3-minute walk from the 45th Street Blue Line LRT station, and a variety of bus routes are running along 17th Avenue here as well. Next slide, please. The subject site is located mid-block along 17th Avenue and has 2 lanes, one running along the western property line and another running along the southern rear property line. It is currently developed with a single detached home with an attached garage accessed from 17th Avenue. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by a mix of low-density single detached and row house style homes along 17th Avenue with parcels designated as the mixed-use general MU1 district, allowing additional height and support commercial uses. The subject site is currently designated as the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density, grade-oriented building forms. The maximum height in the district is 11 meters and allows for a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, or 5 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The proposed housing grade-oriented HGO district would allow for a variety of building forms that are attached, stacked, or clustered. It allows for a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5. Next slide, please. The proposal is within the Westbrook Community's local area plan, which identifies the site as being within the Neighborhood Flex Urban Form category, with a building scale modifier of low up to 6 stories. This meets the location criteria within the HGO district and is in alignment with the local area plan. Next slide, please. The proposed HGO district allows for an increase of housing near an LRT station in alignment with the local area plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw 40D 2025. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.1. Let's go to Lee Wang, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Lei Yuan from Horizon Land Development and Consulting, Inc. This proposal fully aligns with Westbrook Community's local area plan. In fact, with the closeness of the site to CTN Station, the planning policy support up to 6 stories. Unfortunately, there's no more land we can acquire in this area. So with this owning this lot, I think grade-oriented development is the proper use of the land. With that, I open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Let me ask if there's anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.1. Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I am also not seeing any questions of administration, so I will look for a mover for this item. Councillor Walcott, please go ahead.
Apologies. I'm happy to move. I forgot which side of Ward 6 it was on. My bad. That's me. This is my side of Ward 6. This, just bluntly, really straightforward. You saw the proximity to the 45th train station. That's the key. The reason why we're only here again, it's the same question I've asked many times, but I won't ask it, is just this is an area that could be higher. But it's just that there's actually been a stream of new developments on this street, and so the opportunity for land consolidation is not there for the traditional 6 stories that you might expect this close to a station on the edge of a main street. And in the meantime, the second alternative is the flexibility that HGO offers, so happy to move.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this? Councillor Sharp, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 40D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 40D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 40D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 40D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Stengel, we're on to 7.2.2.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 2 is a land use amendment to allow for a basement suite. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 41D 2025 for the redesignation of 2608 31st Street Southwest from a direct control DC district to the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southwest community of Killarney-Glengarry. 17th Avenue and Westbrook Mall is located to the north, Richmond Road to the south, and 37th Street is to the west, which is part of the Max Teal route. Next slide, please. The subject site is located 1 parcel from 25th Avenue along 31st Street Southwest and is currently developed with a single detached home and detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is low-density residential homes along 31st Street with a TELUS utility building located across the street to the west. Multi-residential developments are located to the northeast, and commercial developments are located along 26th Avenue to the south. The subject site is designated as a direct control district labeled as 28Z91 here. The DC district is based on the R2 residential low-density district of the previous 2P80 land use bylaw. It allows for the additional use of studio suites, which is similar to the backyard suite in the current land use bylaw 1P 2007. Secondary suites within the main dwelling unit, such as basement suites, were not part of the 2P80 land use bylaw and are not currently an option for the site within this direct control district. Next slide, please. The proposed residential grade-oriented infill RCG district allows for a variety of low-density grade-oriented building forms and allows for both secondary suites within a home or a backyard suite. This district would allow for the development of a secondary suite within the existing home or a new home. Next slide, please. The proposed RCG district is in alignment with the Westbrook Community's local area plan and would allow for the development of a secondary suite within the existing home. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.2. Do we have Tony Gregov? All right. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.2? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone on this item. I will close the public hearing on this. I also don't see any questions of administration, so let's go to Councillor Walcott to move, please.
Thank you. Just as we've done this before a lot actually in this area, there's a significant number of secondary suites underneath this DC in Killarney, and this is just rezoning to legalize this suite. And I think we should always support those. So thank you.
Do we have a seconder, Councillor Sharp? I don't see anybody in the queue with questions, so I'll go back to you to close. Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Penner, your vote, please. Thank you, Mayor Gondek. All votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 41D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 41D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 41D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 41D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Stengel, 7.2.3.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 3 is a land use amendment to allow for mixed-use development along a neighborhood main street. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 49D 2025 for the redesignation of 121 17th Avenue Southeast from a direct control district to the mixed-use active frontage MU2 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Mission on the south side of 17th Avenue, which is a neighborhood main street as per the municipal development plan. The site is within 300 meters of the Victoria Park Stampede LRT station and is within walking distance to many amenities, including commercial businesses along 17th Avenue, MNP Community and Sports Center, and the Elbow River Pathway System. Next slide, please. The site is located mid-block between Center Street and 1st Street Northeast and fronts onto both 17th and 18th Avenues. The parcel is currently developed with a 1-story commercial building on the northwest corner with a parking lot on the remainder of the site. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is a mix of multi-residential, commercial, and institutional uses. Buildings immediately adjacent to the site range from about 3 to 6 stories in height. Directly south of the site is the St. Mary's High School and athletic field. The subject site is currently designated with a direct control DC district based on the RM7 residential high-density multi-dwelling district of the previous 2P80 land use bylaw. This DC was intended to allow for a mixed-use development with commercial frontages along 17th Avenue and a residential frontage along 18th Avenue. The maximum floor area ratio is 4.4 with a maximum height of 40 meters or about 10 stories. The DC contains specific rules for the location of uses, landscaping, and amenity spaces. Next slide, please. The application proposes the mixed-use active frontage MU2 district to provide additional flexibility on the site. The MU2 district allows for a mixed-use development and requires commercial uses along the commercial street, which would be 17th Avenue in this case. The proposal includes a maximum floor area ratio of 4.0 and a maximum height of 24 meters, which would be about 6 stories. The proposed MU2 district includes requirements for street walls, step backs, building orientation, and building separation that provides appropriate transition to adjacent developments while allowing for additional flexibility to develop this site. Next slide, please. This application allows for a mixed-use development along a neighborhood main street in alignment with the Mission Area Redevelopment Plan and Municipal Development Plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.3. Do we have Hayden Keogh?
Hello, Mayor Gondak and members of council. My name is Hayden Keogh. I'm an urban planner with O2 Planning and Design. I'm also joined by Vanessa DeVelter from O2 and Richard Berman on behalf of the property owner, Port Communities. Today, we're seeking your support for a land use redesignation at 121 17th Avenue Southeast in the community of Mission. Next slide. The site is located just west of McLeod Trail Southeast between Center Street and First Street Southeast along the 17th Avenue neighborhood Main Street. The site currently has a vacant commercial building fronting 17th Avenue with a surface parking lot to the south. The surrounding area includes a mix of medium and high-density residential and mixed-use buildings, as well as commercial shops along 17th Avenue. The site benefits from excellent transportation connections, including the Victoria Park LRT station, multiple bus routes along First Street Southeast and McLeod Trail Southeast, and nearby on-street cycling routes on 14th and 15th Avenue. Next slide. The site is currently guided by the Mission Area Redevelopment Plan. The ARP designates the northern portion of the site as 17th Avenue Commercial, encouraging mixed-use developments with active retail frontage and ensuring sunlight access on the north sidewalks. The southern portion is designated for medium-density residential, supporting apartment buildings with pedestrian-friendly streetscapes. The site also falls within the 17th Avenue neighborhood Main Street as identified by the Municipal Development Plan, which supports a mix of residential, retail, and employment uses at a greater intensity. Next slide. The development vision for the site is to transform it to a 6-story mixed-use development with active commercial uses at grade along 17th Avenue. The project will increase housing options near key amenities and employment areas, leverage existing transit and active transportation infrastructure, and activate the site with a built form that contributes to the vibrancy of 17th Avenue. Notably, the vision aligns with both the Mission ARP and the neighborhood Main Street policies. Next slide. The site is currently designated as a direct control based on the previous land use bylaws RM7 district, allowing for a 40-meter height and a floor area ratio of 4.4. To enable the proposed development, we're requesting a redesignation to a mixed-use active frontage MU2 with a maximum building height of 24 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 4. This redesignation addresses outdated and restrictive built form requirements under the current DC and likely explains why development has not occurred within the existing land use framework. Additionally, the proposed MU2 designation and building modifiers will ensure a contextually appropriate development with at-grade commercial. Next slide.
So in summary, this land use application proposes an appropriate scale of development for the site and context, supports transit-oriented development, aligns with the mission ARP, introduces the MU2 designation, which best supports the development vision and contributes to the activation along 17th Avenue. Next slide. As part of our engagement process, our team met with the Cliff Bungalow Mission Community Association, hosted a virtual public open house, sent postcards to adjacent residents advertising the project and the virtual open house, and installed the city-required on-site signage. In terms of timeline, this application was submitted in August and received unanimous support from Calgary Planning Commission in January. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here. Is Vanessa DeVelter speaking as well, or
no,
just for support? Okay, perfect, thank you. Do we have Ken Bradley?
Good morning, Mayor Gondek and councillors. My name is Ken Bradley. I'm the board secretary for Lindsay Park Place condominium.
Hang on a second, we've got a problem with your mic. Nope. Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, well, I'll go to the left. As a procedural matter, I just want to confirm that the submission that we sent to the city was deemed to be a late submission, but I think from what I understood from earlier today, there was a motion that would read into the public record the late submissions, but I just want to confirm that the submission will be part of the public record.
Let's just pause your timer for a moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Madam Clerk, what you're referring to was a different item, so I'm just going to make sure that we have this one.
Yes, Mayor, we do have it, and we'll have it ready.
Okay.
Distributed right away.
Perfect, you're good to go.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think it's really interesting that nowhere in the city presentation to council, nor in the presentation from Mr. Keogh, that there was a reference to our building. We are immediately next door, and our building is the former House of Israel. In 5 years, we will be celebrating the 100th anniversary of that building. In our submission, and I would like, what I'm going to do, I would ask you to please carefully read the submission because we have only 5 minutes. And what I would like to do is to talk a little bit about who we are as a community, then talk a little bit about the historical significance of our building. And I note that Councillor Chabot, it was so interesting to me that at the start of the proceedings today, you referenced honoring Rouleauville. And of course, we are located in Rouleauville. We have 10 owners. We are a bare land condominium. It was converted to residences in 1998. And all of our owners at the time and currently are exceedingly proud to be living in what is absolutely a unique building in the city of Calgary. There is no other residence that occupies a former sacred space. In this case, it was a synagogue. And in Porte's presentation this morning, they referenced the community outreach. And what they did not say is that it was only by accident that we even found out that this redevelopment was going forward. And I will be very quick to say that they absolutely adhere to the requirements of the city in terms of reaching out and communicating with the public. In our submission, we indicate that our first concern is the inadequacy of the consultation. It should not happen that a building that is immediately affected by a development should not be required to be formally contacted. We found out because we found a postcard in a bush, and it was the same day that the public hearing, the virtual meeting occurred. I was the only registrant for that. And that is actually reflected in the documentation that you will have in front of you, the applicant outreach summary. So to say that there has been community support, I was told in the virtual meeting there was broad community support. When I asked for the details, there were no details given to us. It turned out that they did consult with the Inglewood Mission Community Association. No one from that association contacted us about this rezoning. They have no involvement with our building and nor our street. So we are concerned about that. So we have 4 concerns that we outlined in our submission. The first is the inadequacy of the consultation. But the second one is the uncertainty that's been created by Porte communities regarding the future of our building. During the virtual meeting, we were told that our building was an old building and they were designing their building with the idea that our building was going to be demolished. So I am dumbfounded that an architectural firm designing a building would not have actually researched the building immediately next to it to understand the significance of our building. So we are concerned about that. The third area are some of the very specifics of...
Mr. Bradley, I'm so glad you put it into writing. We will definitely have a look at it, but your time is up. So thank you for taking the time to be here today. I don't see any questions for you in the queue. We appreciate your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.3? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. Not seeing any questions of administration either, so I will go to Councillor Walcott to move this.
Thank you. One of the questions that I had previously with this particular file was mostly actually around what I amount to the shifting heights of the building and the potential for downzoning. Right. The DC in itself had roughly the same FAR, but had more height, so it would have produced a taller, skinnier building if anyone were to ever build there, but that didn't really make a lot of sense for what we wanted to see in the final product in the early application. So I was always really curious. I was curious when I first looked at this as to, well, you know, lowering the height, maintaining the DC, it changes the shape, maintaining the kind of FAR, it changes the shape of the building and what we can expect. I always push for more flexibility than not, so that we can make some necessary adjustments to some of the neighboring units, especially as Mr. Bradley spoke about, because there's kind of people on both sides. It's a lot that backs onto 2 streets, so there's really requires some degree of flexibility in it. Knowing that, looking at the future of this site to actually make sure that it is something that's not just going to be an empty lot. The flexibility that's in this application is way more than the DC to actually see something get built. But that also means that there's a lot of flexibility in the development permit to make sure that it is very thoughtful, because it is aside 3 separate residential buildings. With that in mind, I'm happy to move to see some of the opportunity be realized as close to our train stations and on 17th.
Thank you. Who will be seconding this one? Councillor Penner, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Walcott.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wyness, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 49D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 49D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 49D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 49D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Stengel, let's go to 7.2.4.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 4 is a land use and policy amendment to help facilitate a land exchange between a private owner and the City of Calgary to enable the development of low-density residential homes and acquire natural lands under public ownership. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 23P 2025 for amendments to the Ramsey Area Redevelopment Plan and to proposed bylaw 42D 2025 for the redesignation of a portion of 2109 6th Street Southeast from a direct control DC district to the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Ramsey, east of the Stampede grounds and the Elbow River, and is located along 6th Street Southeast. Next slide, please. The proposed redesignation area is approximately 0.02 hectares in size and is approximately 5 meters wide by 36 meters deep. The area is currently owned by the City of Calgary and is used by the privately owned parcel to the north as part of their driveway access. The rear portion of the residential parcels along this block are steep, naturalized areas that connect with the pathway to the west. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized primarily by low-density residential buildings in the form of single and semi-detached homes. Ramsey School, playfields, playground, tennis courts, and other amenities are located to the east, shown in green on this map. The Stampede grounds are to the west across the river and are designated as a direct control district. The subject site and the lands to the south are designated specifically as Site 4 within this direct control district, which is intended to accommodate natural areas, parks, and recreational amenities as part of the long-term development of Stampede Park. This site has historically not been used as part of the Stampede Park grounds or natural areas and has been used by the parcel to the north for driveway access. Next slide, please. The application proposes the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density grade-oriented building forms and is in alignment with the surrounding residential homes. This district would allow for consolidation with the parcel to the north and would ultimately allow the subdivision of 2 parcels, each with room for a single detached home. Subdivision and development permits for these are currently under review. Next slide, please. In addition to the land use redesignation, amendments are proposed to the Ramsey Area Redevelopment Plan. Map amendments would recategorize the redesignation area as low-density residential in alignment with the parcel to the north and would aid in the consolidation and redevelopment of this site. Map amendments are also proposed to facilitate the recategorization of the naturalized areas at the rear of the northern parcel, categorizing them as open space, park, school, or community facility. This would aid in the land exchange by aligning their use with the Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. Similar amendments would occur on Map 4 of the ARP as well to categorize the redesignation area as part of the residential sub-areas and remove the naturalized area at the rear of the adjacent lot from the residential sub-areas. Next slide, please. The proposed redesignation and policy amendments would align the use of the subject lands with the Area Redevelopment Plan categories, allowing for redevelopment of a residential site. Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. Let's go to Lee Wang, please.
Thanks, you, Mayor. Again, Lee Wang from Horizon Land Development and Consulting Inc. This land use application is part of the land swap deal we negotiate for a long time with City. On that land swap deal, we get this 0.02 hectares of land. In return, City get about double the size of the land, or 0.04 hectares. Among these 0.04 hectares City get, part of that is steep land with steep elevation change, but majority part of that are land along the river with beautiful pathway. Currently, this 0.02 hectares land is already used by the homeowner as their driveway for many years. I need to stress that this is not part of the parkland nearby, as some people claim to be. This piece of land is outside of the fence of the park and already being used by homeowner as their driveway. For the very long time, the beautiful pathway along the river has been used by many Calgarians, but without any easement, lease, or any mechanism to protect that. This land swap and rezoning will help resolve the issue in a mutual benefit manner. With that, I'm happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for joining us. Appreciate your presentation. And let's see if there's anybody else wishing to speak to 7.2.4. I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration. Councillor Kra, will you be moving this?
Yeah, I'm happy to move this. As Mr. Huang said, it has been a long time in the making, but this is a piece of land that we are swapping for the land directly to the east of it. Basically, what we discovered was that the original property lines in this old part of the city went all the way down the escarpment in what seems to be public parkland and across the public path on the Elbow River and to the edge of the Elbow River. And so what we are doing is we're taking what is functioning as parkland and turning it into parkland, and in return, the owner is getting a smaller flat piece of land that can actually be turned into housing, next to housing in the community. It's just a very thoughtful and good swap. It's a good resolution to the fact that public parkland is under private ownership right now, and part of the deal is that we do the zoning that allows this to be amalgamated into the adjacent property. If there's any questions about this, I'm happy to address it in my close. Just makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. You're going to second this? Don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Kra.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 23P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 23P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 23P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 23P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 42D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 42D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 42D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 42D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Stengel, let's go to 7.2.5.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 5 is a land use amendment to allow for grade-oriented housing. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 48D 2025 for the redesignation of 1511 8th Avenue Southeast from the residential grade-oriented infill RCG district to the housing grade-oriented HCO district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Inglewood on 8th Avenue Southeast between 14th and 15th Street and is separated from the 9th Avenue neighborhood Main Street by a lane in Mills Park. The site is well served by Calgary Transit with bus stops located along 9th Avenue and the Max Purple route within 550 meters from the site. Next slide, please. The subject site is located mid-block along 8th Avenue Southeast and has rear lane access. As the site was originally 2 parcels that were consolidated, there are currently 2 single detached dwellings with rear garages on the site. The consolidated parcel backs onto Mills Park and the 9th Avenue neighborhood Main Street. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by a mix of commercial and multi-residential developments along 9th Avenue, with low-density housing beyond the commercial Main Street frontage. A variety of community park spaces can be seen in green as well. The subject site is currently designated as the Residential Grade-Oriented Infill RCG District, which allows for a variety of low-density, grade-oriented building forms. The maximum height in the district is 11 meters, and it allows for a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, or 5 dwelling units here. Next slide, please. The proposed housing grade-oriented HGO district would allow for a variety of building forms that are attached, stacked, or clustered. It allows for a maximum building height of 12 meters and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5. The site is within the 9th Avenue Main Street area, meeting the location criteria of the district. Next slide, please. The proposal falls within the Inglewood Area Redevelopment Plan, which notes that development in the range of 12 to 30 units per acre with a 3-story maximum is encouraged in certain locations, particularly when the site is on the edge of a lower density area, such as this site, which backs onto Mills Park and the neighborhood Main Street. The proposed HGO district aligns with the Inglewood Area Redevelopment Plan. Next slide, please. The proposal allows for grade-oriented housing near transit, a Main Street and park space, and is also in alignment with the local area redevelopment plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.5, and we've got Lee Wang with us again.
Again, Lee Wang from Horizon Land Development and Consulting, Inc. There are a few things I want to point out for this project. First of all, when city first come out with HGO zoning, it sets very strict criteria. One of the criteria is within 200 meters of the main street. This definition means from the edge of the main street polygon. This lot is not only meeting this criteria, but also this lot is actually within the main street polygon. Secondly, our planning policy usually says higher density along Main Street due to its convenient transit, many social and commercial establishments. For this area, it's even more true. There are many great restaurants and recreational places that a lot of people enjoy. And then the density gradually drops to low density when it goes further away from Main Street. This proposed grade-oriented development represent the sound planning policy. In addition, the original proposal is for 6 units with 6 basement suites. After many feedbacks we heard, we are switching to 5 units with 5 basement suites. And we also committed concurrent DP application to provide community with clarity. It's worth mentioning that the current RCG zoning already allowed 5 units with 5 basement suites. We want to apply HGO because the additional 1 meter height HGO can give us. Most importantly is because this lot is right north of the park space. We want the rear building to have a better configuration to better interact with the park space. The HGO will give us the flexibility to do that. Last but not least, I also want to mention we also acquired the second lot to our west, which is between the corner lot with the multifamily under construction and our lot. Our lot is third lot, so we acquired a second lot because we don't want to, because the feedbacks we heard, especially from the specific homeowner, for the shadowing effects and other effects to their lot. So I think the current proposal represents a balanced approach to use this land, which is in a very primary location, and then we make significant compromise and listening to the residents. So I hope councillors can support this project. With that, I'm open for any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You have a question from Councillor Kra.
Mr. Wang, pardon me. Mr. Wang, I agree with all of your analysis as to the suitability of this site for HGO. I will note that you are not adjacent or across the alley from the main street, you're across the alley from Mills Park. And the Guide for Local Area Planning, which informs our LAP process and local planning, has extensive policy surrounding how you address park-adjacent parcels, whether directly attached or across an alley. And I see HGO as being a more flexible land use in which to take into consideration and meet that very exciting interface you have with the park. An RCG would typically put units in the front, units in the back, and then a garage. HGO allows for units above the garage facing the park. Where are you in your planning for the development, and are you planning to use HGO to take advantage of that flexibility to meet the policy objectives and the opportunity of being park adjacent?
From Mayor to Councillor, I agree with you. With this location of this lot directly north of the park space is really worth exploring how we can better interact with this park space to come out with the product, especially for the second building. That's the main reason why we want to apply for HGO, because after we review the original RCG policy, we feel there's really a restriction for what we can do on that front. So we have come out with a preliminary development permit and submitted to the city. And then I believe is under circulation. And then we will continue work with your office and the city administration in order to better design that second building to take advantage of the park space for future people who live here can better enjoy the park space with convenient, with the convenience it provides. So with that, that's why we're mentioning that's the main reason we want to pursue HGO instead of RCG. The number of units, we're not increasing the number of units. We merely we really like the flexibility HGO can provide. Thank you.
That's a great answer. Thank you very much.
I don't see any other questions for you in the queue. Thanks so much for joining us today. And let me see if there's anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.5. Not seeing or hearing anyone else.
Mayor Gondek, Glenn Kerr with the Inglewood Community Association here.
Oh, hi. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Glenn Kerr, Volunteer Planning Chair for the Inglewood Community Association. I'm here to present our opposition to the proposed land use change and associated development permit. This is based on contravention to the MDP, our ARP, and the required amendment we see coming to the ARP. I'll be referring to a recent subdivision appeal board decision if we could pull up that file, it's 24 Calgary Subdivision Appeal Board number 60. Which ruled on an RCG approval that had no relaxations attached to it. They concluded on page 15, if we can pull up that file.
It's up on the screen.
Oh, sorry, back up a step. Okay, that is the 2024 DP. If we could go to the last page of that presentation, please.
There's a bit of a time lag too, sir, so.
Okay.
Yeah. We're in the last page
right.
now.
Sorry, in the DP file, 2024-07430, when you're on the last page, is a streetscape looking south from 8th Avenue. And here you see, I hope you can see it, that the subject development, in fact, towers above the bungalows on either side. And in fact, a recent two-story development to the east and those recent buildings to the east in the White Barn building. So remembering that streetscape, I'll be referring to a Subdivision Appeal Board Decision 2424, Calgary Subdivision Appeal File 60, which ruled on a mid-block RCG approval that had no relaxations. They concluded on page 15.72 that although the density meets the requirement under the land use district, the board finds that a mid-block development permit, the proposed development is just too large for the parcel and is not sensitive to and is not compatible with the existing housing on the block. They specifically referred to the MDP on page 16.75 that in conclusion, the board finds that a mid-block development in an established area consisting of duplex and single attached dwellings, the proposed development does not take into consideration section 2.3.2 of the NDP, specifically 2.3.2C. The board finds that the proposed development does not complement the established character of the area and creates a dramatic contrast in physical development patterns as to what is found in the area. The board also finds that the intensification of the proposed mid-block development compared with the neighborhood is insensitive to the surrounding area, non-compliant with section of 2.2.5 of the MDP. When we then look at the ARP, the Inglewood ARP talks further about density and its location. In section 2.3.2, it states that new residential development should respect the surrounding housing and contribute to an attractive streetscape. Section 2.3.6 talks about increasing density at sites, and those sites are generally not to be surrounded by existing development, which may accommodate higher density. In section 2.4.6, it addresses redesignation of parcels, and the conditions are that it's not completely surrounded by lower density housing, as we saw in the streetscape. Generally, the sites on edges of lower density areas are most appropriate for this type of redesignation. The board concludes on page 16 and 17.77 and 78 that they encourage redevelopment in existing neighborhoods to provide a broader range of housing choices. However, in the board's view, redevelopment in existing areas must be evaluated with consideration given to the impact on existing development. Based on the evidence and having regard to sound planning principles, the board finds that the applicant failed to provide compelling evidence to convince the board that the proposed mid-block development is compatible with adjacent dwellings or the neighborhood as a whole. And in point 78, for those reasons, the board found that the proposed discretionary development does not meet the following subsection of section 35 of the bylaw. The point C being the appropriateness of the location.
Mr. Kerr,
yes?
You're at time.
Okay.
So thank you very much for your presentation. Let me just look and see if anyone has any questions for you. I don't see any, so thanks very much for joining us today. I appreciate your presentation.
Okay.
Okay. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.5? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration, so I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Craw.
Yeah, I will. I'm intrigued by that conversation of SDAB's ruling on a development permit, which is not before us right now. I also saw a picture of a DP that I believe is a different project down the street, which is currently under development permit in response to the RCG land use that exists there. And that sort of development permit created the condition that I specifically discussed with Lei Wang that HCO is looking to alleviate. On your typical mid-block RCG, you will have a building in front, you will have a very small courtyard, a building in the rear, and then a walkway, and then a garage. And that does not take advantage of the unique circumstance of these lots on 8th Avenue, which front onto 8th Avenue and then back onto the alleyway which is across from Mills Park, and the opportunity to put units above the garages overlooking the park creates a much better unit. It also creates a much better surveillance and SEPTED environment within Mills Park. We want to have eyes on our parks. That's, the policy that exists in the Guide for Local Area Planning was a direct response to 2 notices of motion that I brought, basically both called No More Blank Walls on Public Spaces. And so the question that's before us with this land use is that it has an RCG land use, regardless of whether the DP gets approved or appealed at SDAB. RCG will not produce a outcome that is, from an urban design perspective and from a policy perspective, as good as what HGO will produce. HGO creates a lot more flexibility to put units over the street. As Mr. Wang suggested, this is not seeking any change in density that's already allowed. It's just creating a little bit more opportunity to deploy that density in a way that better meets our collective policy agreements. I look forward to seeing how the DP comes out, but right now the question that's before us is very similar to the one that was just to the north of here. It was the RCG to HGO land use that was supported by this council pretty significantly on New Street and Santa Monica Avenue. And the argument's the same. Basically the same amount of density, better form with HGO. Please support HGO. I'll address any questions in my close.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Craw.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wyness, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 7-5 with Councillors McLean, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. First reading of bylaw 48D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Wong, Chu, Sharp, Chabot, and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 48D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 48D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 48D 2025. Anyone opposed? Same division of councillors are opposed, and that is carried. Ms. Stengel, I think we're on to your last item, 7.2.6.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Item 6 is my last item to date, and it is a land use amendment to allow for the future expansion of a wastewater treatment plant. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 46D 2025 for the redesignation of a portion of 4321 15th Street Southeast from the industrial heavy IH district to the special purpose city and regional infrastructure SCRI district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the southeast community of Alif Bonnybrook, adjacent to the CN rail line and north of Deerfoot Trail. The Bonnybrook wastewater treatment plant is adjacent to the site on the east. Next slide, please. The subject site is currently used primarily for industrial storage and is accessed from the south from 15th Street Southeast. Next slide, please. Surrounding development is characterized by a mix of industrial and infrastructure uses along the rail line, which is shown in purple. The subject site is currently designated as the industrial heavy IH district, which is intended for industrial uses that may have significant nuisance effects that may impact their land and neighboring parcels. Next slide, please. The proposed special purpose city and regional infrastructure SCRI district is intended for infrastructure and utility facilities operated by various levels of government and is in alignment with the current designation of the Bonnybrook wastewater treatment plant. This would allow for the future consolidation and expansion of the plant. Next slide, please. The proposal allows for the expansion of needed municipal utilities and is in alignment with the municipal development plan. Calgary Planning Commission supports the application and recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.6, and we have Bela Sayal.
Mayor Gondek, members of council, my name is Bela Sayal with Situated Consulting. We are the planning consultant on the project for real estate and development services, City of Calgary. I'm here in support of the proposed land use redesignation from IH to SCRI. The subject 1.39 hectare lands constitute the southernmost triangle for of ICO Industries operation in Bonnybrook. City of Calgary has an agreement with ICO Industries to acquire the land and consolidate it with the adjacent Bonnybrook wastewater treatment plant. The proposed land use redesignation and associated acquisition is a step towards land consolidation by the City of Calgary for future expansion of the treatment plant operations to support Calgary's continued growth. The proposal was supported unanimously by Calgary Planning Commission on January 23rd, and we request council support for the proposal and 3 readings of the bylaw today. Our team, which includes representatives from REDS, we are all here to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.6? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration. Councillor Craw, you're moving?
Yeah, I mean, this is essential work. This is critical infrastructure. Bonnybrook has been under a long term upgrade. I think they've been upgrading it the entire time I've been a city councilor. This is, as I said, incredibly important work to accommodate the growing city that we are. There's been a lot of good outcomes to this work. Besides just providing world-class sewage treatment, the riverfront has opened up, which with the Great Trail. But this is just ongoing work in our world-class sewage treatment processes. Please support it.
Thank you. This is being seconded by Councillor Chabot. All right. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Craw.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 46D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 46D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 46D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 46D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go on to item 7.2.7, Ms. Ganser.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to enable a multi-residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 38D 2025 for the redesignation of 6105 16A Avenue Southeast from the multi-residential contextual medium profile or MC2 district to the multi-residential high-density low-rise or MH1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Red Carpet and sits at the northeast corner of 17th Avenue and 60th Street Southeast. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.45 hectares in size and is currently undeveloped. Next slide, please. Surrounding land uses consist primarily of multi-residential development, shown in brown, with industrial uses located to the southwest, shown in gray. Elliston Park is located directly across 17th Avenue to the south, which is home to an annual fireworks competition and contains a pond, walking paths, playgrounds, and picnic areas. A commercial area is located 1 block to the east and contains a gas station, restaurant, and retail stores. The subject parcel is currently designated as the MC2 district, which is primarily intended for multi-residential development of medium height and medium density, where intensity is measured by floor area ratio, or FAR, to provide flexibility in building form and dwelling unit size and number. The maximum building height in the MC2 district is 16 meters. Next slide, please. This application proposes to redesignate the parcel to the MH1 district with an FAR modifier of 2. This district is primarily for high-density multi-residential developments and is intended to be located at community or transportation nodes and along transit corridors. The maximum building height in the MH1 district is 26 meters, which represents an increase of 10 meters or 3 stories from the existing district. Next slide, please. For these reasons, and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of this parcel. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.7. Do we have Mike Belitsky?
No, Mike is our architect, but I am one of the owners of the property.
Are you Rod Osborne?
Yes.
Okay, please come on up.
Hi, my name is Rod Osborne, and I am one of the owners and the project manager for the proposed development. We have previously had development permits on this property for a 4-story multifamily project that was studio and 1-bedroom units, but because of the economic times and falling real estate values in 2008/9 and 2015/16, we did not proceed with those market rental projects. We have done a lot of research since, and we are now proposing to do a seniors housing property, and it would accommodate approximately the same number of residents, but we need the additional 2 floors to make our project feasible, because we'll have over 6,000 square feet of amenity spaces within the project to have activities and programming for independent seniors in the building. So it's that's the what's driving our request for rezoning, is to get enough density and allow for the activities that the seniors need. The area of the city doesn't have any affordable seniors independent housing projects, and we feel this will be a definite benefit to the community as a whole, and residents all the way from Marlborough East to the freeway, and from Dover all the way north to Highway 1 will all have independent housing available in their neighborhoods, so they can continue to live in the areas where they have raised their families and do their shopping and have their services. That's all, unless there are questions.
Thanks very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you, Mr. Osborne. Thanks for taking the time to be here. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.7? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. Let's go to Councillor Chabot with a question for admin.
Okay, this question isn't exclusive to this particular one, but on this one specifically, administration's presentation today. It's not part of our agenda. I'm just curious as to why this one or any others of the presentations aren't included as part of our agenda. When I print it, there's so much detail in the presentation that isn't included in our regular agenda. Just curious as to why that doesn't form part of our agenda.
I'll take a stab at that answer. Administration has direction to make a short presentation to council to allow for more time for the public to speak and more interaction between council and those who are speaking for or against it. We do include a lot of that information in case questions come up, and we have graphics that we can refer to. So we rely on any of the topics that come up from the discussion that happens after our presentation.
I'll be more specific about my question. Some of the maps that I've seen in some of the presentations were color-coded that shows single-family, duplex, different colors for different types of developments. From a contextual perspective, it certainly, paints a different picture than a black and white picture.
with strictly a land use. So it would be certainly beneficial from my perspective. So that's only my question as to why this isn't part of the agenda and how do we make it?
Can I just ask, do you mean the presentation that's being shown? It's in your package.
Your Worship, I print my agenda, which many members of council do. If you print your agenda, that does not print.
You should find a color printer, sir.
No, it's nothing to do with that. The actual presentation is not part of the agenda that you download. You can actually look at it separately, but when you download the agenda, the presentation isn't part of it. I've been printing it a long time. I've never seen it as part of my agenda. I always have to look at it separately on the day of.
I have no idea what to say. I mean, I've got the full presentation. It's in color. I'm not understanding your question, but you know what? Why don't we take it offline?
If you download the agenda, you'll see what I mean.
I can generally open it and then print it as needed. So I don't need to download the agenda. I don't print my agenda because I've used electronic. It doesn't matter. Our personal preferences aside.
You obviously don't know what I'm talking about. So
Councillor Chabot,
I'll leave it at that.
As an aside, I would love it if you could talk to administration to get your needs met. With that, can I get general consent to just finish this item, please? Anyone opposed to that? Okay, thank you. I'm looking for a mover. Okay, Councillor Penner. Okay, Councillor Carra, I'm looking for a mover.
Go ahead, Councillor Carra. You can move it. I'll second it.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it. This is along our urban corridor. We are spending significant money to increase primary transit all the way out to Chestermere, and development at this scale along this corridor is exactly what we're looking for. Please support.
Thank you, Councillor Penner, to second it. Okay, I don't see anybody in the queue with questions. Over to you to close, Councillor Carra.
Before I close, can I talk about printing out my agenda? No, I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 11-1 with Councillor McLean voting against. First reading of bylaw 38D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor McLean's opposed, and that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 38D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor McLean is opposed, and that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 38D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 38D 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillor McLean is opposed, and that is carried. When we come back, we will be on to item 7.2.8. everybody. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Spencer? Councillor Walcott?
Here.
Councillor Wong?
Here.
Councillor Wyness? Councillor Carra?
Here.
Councillor Chabot? Councillor Chu? Councillor Demong? Councillor Dhaliwal? Councillor McLean?
Here.
Councillor Meehan?
Here.
Councillor Penner? Councillor Sharp?
I'm here.
Mayor Gondek?
I'm here.
Thank you. We do have a quorum.
I should point out, too, that there are members of council that are traveling because there's an Alberta Municipalities meeting coming up tomorrow. So it's council business that some people are away for right now. With that, let's go to Ms. Ganzar, 7.2.8.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda today is a land use redesignation application to allow for 2 secondary suites within an existing house. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 44D 2025 for the redesignation of 140 Temple Mount Circle Northeast from the residential grade-oriented infill or RCG district to a direct control or DC district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of Temple on the south side of Templeton Circle, or Templemont Circle, which is found in the northwesternmost corner of the community. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.05 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling with a front attached garage accessed from the street and 2 existing basement suites. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single and semi-detached houses shown in yellow and orange and multi-residential developments shown in brown. A place of worship is located east of the site, and a large park with playground is located 1 block to the southeast. The site is currently designated as the RCG district, which allows for a variety of low-density housing forms, including row houses and townhouses. The maximum building height is 11 meters, and the maximum density is 75 units per hectare. The district allows for only 1 secondary suite and 1 backyard suite per parcel. Next slide, please. The proposed direct control district is based on the RCG district, but allows for 2 secondary suites in the existing house where there is no backyard suite. There are no other changes to the base district rules. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.8. Do we have Christine Joy Tubig? Do we have Jamal Ahmed? All right, do we have anyone that's interested in speaking to item 7.2.8? All right, not seeing or hearing anyone, I will close the public hearing on this item. We have a question to admin from Councillor Chabot.
So, well, it doesn't specify. It does make reference to the rules in section 6 or something. Does that require then this parcel to have 1 parking stall per unit, i.e. 1 for each secondary suite plus 1 for the main dwelling on site?
Yes, Councillor Chabot, that is correct. And they're able to provide that with their front attached garage and the driveway in the front yard. There's also access off of the rear lane.
Okay, so not a tandem parking stall.
No, tandem parking stalls don't count as 2.
I'm aware, just making sure.
Yeah.
All right, so being as there's no one else to speak, I'll just jump right into moving this item, albeit I wouldn't typically move something like this because I think it sets a bad precedent. However, because it's in an existing built form, there is a housing shortage right now. Far be it for me to have them have to kick folks out of their secondary suites because obviously under RCG you would be allowed to build a lot more units on this site than what is currently being recommended or requested. So because of the site situation here and because it doesn't alter the existing built form and they can accommodate the parking requirements on site, specifically 3 parking stalls, I'm going to move to approve and 3 readings of the bylaw.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Sharp? I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 44D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 44D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 44D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 44D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are on to item 7.2.10. Ms. Ganzar.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for a secondary suite. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 37D 2025 for the redesignation of 15192 Prestwick Boulevard Southeast from a direct control or DC district to the residential low density mixed housing or RG district. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is located in the community of Mackenzie Town on the east side of Prestwick Boulevard, just north of Prestwick Circle. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.03 hectares in size and is currently developed with a single detached dwelling and a detached garage accessed from the rear lane. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single detached houses on land designated as direct control district to the north and south, and the RG district to the east and west. Several parks with playgrounds are located within a few blocks of the subject parcel, and an elementary and junior high school is located approximately 4 blocks to the east, shown at the top right corner of this map. The Mackenzie Town Residents Association facilities are located 2 blocks to the south. The subject parcel is currently designated as a DC district based on the previous land use bylaw 2P80. The intent of the district is to accommodate low-density residential development in the form of single-detached, semi-detached, and duplex dwellings. Secondary suites are not allowed in the DC district as they were not a listed use in bylaw 2P80. Next slide, please. The proposed RG district allows for a variety of housing forms, including single and semi-detached dwellings and row houses. The maximum building height is 12 meters, and secondary suites are an allowed use. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.10. Do we have Corinne Nichols?
I am available, but I have nothing to add. I'll answer questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking in the queue and I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.10? Okay, not seeing or hearing anyone else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I also don't see any questions of administration, so I'll look for a mover on this. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Pretty straightforward. Was a property that was missed in, now is out of alignment with all of her neighbors because of the DC designation. So this is needed for her to be able to add a secondary suite. Hope council can support.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Chabot. I don't see anybody in the queue with questions. Back to you to close, Councillor Spencer.
Closed.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 37D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 37D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 37D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 37D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Let's go to 7.2.11.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. Before I begin, I'd like to mention that there is an additional submission for this item from one of the CPC commissioners, which clerks will distribute, if they haven't already, to you for consideration. And it's just commission member comments. This item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for multi-residential development. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 39D 2025 for the redesignation of 16720 24th Street Southwest from the residential low-density mixed housing or RG district to the multi-residential low profile or M1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Bridlewood at the southeast corner of Bridle Ridge Heights Southwest and 24th Street Southwest. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 0.29 hectares in size and is developed with a single detached dwelling and attached garage accessed from 24th Street. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of single and semi-detached houses. Glenmore Christian Academy and a place of worship are located to the north. A large park with sports fields is located to the west, and the Bridlewood Center commercial area is located 1 block to the south, which provides retail services, personal and medical services, restaurants, and a daycare. The subject parcel is currently designated as the RG district, which allows for a variety of low-density housing forms, including row houses, along with secondary suites. The maximum building height is 12 meters, and only 1 main residential building is allowed per parcel. Density is measured by requiring a minimum of 150 square meters of parcel area per dwelling unit. Next slide, please. The proposed M1 district allows for multi-residential developments in a variety of forms, which are intended to be in close proximity to or adjacent to low-density residential developments, with a maximum building height of 14 meters. The district requires a minimum density of 50 units per hectare and a maximum density of 148 units per hectare. Based on parcel area, this would allow from 14 to 43 units on the site. Next slide, please. For these reasons and the reasons in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.11. Do we have Dino Kasparis?
I am here.
Hi, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Mayor and City Council. My name is Dino Kasparis. I am the applicant representing the owner and developer of this land use amendment in Bridlewood, speaking in support of the application that is before you. The main objective for submitting this land use amendment is to redevelop the site to accommodate a new multi-residential building, as it is currently not allowed in the current RG district. The future building will have a mixed residential tenures. Project team completed both an engagement strategy that informed residents within 250 meters of the site and notifying both the Bridlewood Somerset Community Association and the Ward 13 offices. We ask Council to support this redesignation today for the following reasons. The proposal will ultimately introduce more housing options into the community that aligns with NDP policies, and the owner is committed to developing a new residential build that will interface well and comply with all the unit counts, height, and parking rules of the proposed M1 district. The proposed redesignation to the M1 district will build the framework from which the future development permit application will be reviewed against. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking the time and consideration and providing me with the platform to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a question for you from Councillor McLean.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Kasparis, for those comments. Yes, we did meet several months ago on this proposed development. Do you recall I said maybe let's chat sooner when it became closer to council, but that hasn't happened, right?
I believe that when we were speaking, you had some concerns about parking and garbage collection. Is that correct?
No, I think with our meeting, yeah, there were some concerns, but again, we can probably talk after this. I would have preferred that I've been trying to reach out to your office for the last little bit and wanted to talk closer before it came to council, but I just wanted to bring that up before we get into debate. And regardless of the outcome of this vote, I recommend we just chat further when we get to before development permit.
Oh, absolutely, for sure.
Okay, thank you again.
All right, I don't see any other questions for you in the queue, so thanks very much for joining us, Mr. Kasparis.
Thank you.
All right, do we have Daphne Santillis?
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Daphne Santillis. I'm speaking as a resident on this issue. And just from years of observation and just reasons herein, this district appears to hold some serious concerns and inability in terms of being able to support this proposed development. And I'd like to give quickly a background as to why that is so. There are two schools close in proximity, both intersecting at the ends of Bridle Ridge Heights. There have been ongoing parking issues for many years surrounding GCA School, which is across the street from the proposed development. Despite complaints and a petition being submitted to the school over years by residents regarding parking violations, drivers connected to GCA who have and are still violating parking bylaws by blocking access to residents' driveways, moving residents' disposal bins on pickup days to park and block in front of driveways, as well as parking within that 150-meter bylaw of driveways across the street from the school. Other issues directly related: vehicles speeding through the 30-kilometer zone, near crashes and congestion, residents being unable to enter and exit their driveways in a timely manner due to these issues, vehicles tramping out onto the street, as well as occasional road rage issues, and residents being harassed with respect to parking bylaw violations. In addition, the impact of parking issues occurring weekday mornings and afternoons, overloaded parking issues have also impacted residents by year-round school events at GCA. So this development could result in more This development could result in more foreseen and unforeseen issues and further strain congestion, exacerbating the already high-risk parking and other issues mentioned. The community of Bridlewood and this area is also at density capacity. Proposed development such as these are better suited to zoning in areas which can accommodate the proper space they require and those areas which can sustain them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. Do we have Anna Georgescu? Hi, please come on up. Over there, yeah. Let's try that again.
Can you hear me? No?
One more time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, councillors. I'm here on behalf of my daughter, Anna Georgescu, who is a resident of Bridlewood. And I'm just going to read her email that she wrote actually on October 7 about this issue without any reply up to today.
So you're not Anna Georgescu?
I'm not. I'm her mom.
Can you state your name?
Yeah, I'm Ina Georgescu.
INA or Ian?
INA.
INA, thank you very much. Okay.
Yep. May I continue? So what she said in her email is that I am strongly opposed to this application as a community member, homeowner, and Calgarian. While I truly understand the need for affordable housing as an immigrant to Canada myself, I do not believe this project to be in the best interest of this community for several reasons. Nor do I believe it to be aligned with the scope of affordable housing being solely non-market rental housing development. I also believe that due to this nature, it would not be a stable and safe addition to the community due to the potentially high turnover of residents and the highly volatile nature of the rental situation. The space that exists would not be able to house such a large project and would have very negative effects on the surrounding residences as well as other aspects of the community, such as the school next door. The lot is also right next to a highly populated school and church and green space, which is mainly populated by children who would also be experiencing negative effects on their quality of life. I also do not see how there is enough capacity for the infrastructure of the neighborhood to accommodate the large number of people and vehicles that would then need this space. I also believe it would increase the risk of potential accidents and drastically lower the safety of the school, as well as the green space, due to the large number of children in the area using the crosswalks and playing in the park. On a personal note, I do not believe the City of Calgary to be in favor of approving such a development at the cost of the current residents of the community, which this project would affect by lowering property values, decreasing the quality of life of its residents, and overall not being the scope of a neighborhood that is made up of family homes as per the current land use agreement. I greatly appreciate your time and attention to this matter, and I truly hope the City of Calgary is looking out for us, the local Calgarians, who have invested our livelihood in the purchase of a home in a neighborhood such as Bridlewood.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to join us today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Now, is there anyone else wishing to speak to 7.2.11? Okay, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I don't see any questions of administration. I'm looking for a mover, please. Councillor Spencer, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to move this application. A lot of the pieces that were raised by the community in terms of an opposition and concerns also count as merits for this project. Its accessibility to education and to high quality amenity. There's an awful lot of green space surrounding this area. And it is, when you look kind of further south, it is one housing form. You don't have to go that far, though, to see multifamily housing on the other side of all of that amenity in the schools. So I don't believe this represents the concerns that have been shared today. I believe this is more homes for Calgarians, so I'm happy to move this.
Thank you. Councillor Penner, I'm going to get you to second it because you just weighed in just slightly after to move it. So I'll get you seconding. I'll recognize you in debate in a minute. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And thanks for the presenters, administration, and everybody to hear this item. So I knocked every door in this neighborhood on the weekend, and all but one were severely opposed to it. So I won't talk so much into the part about the parking because we're not need to talk about that. But their biggest concern was that they're okay with the density. We all are. If you look to the north, like Councillor Spencer put out, there's several multifamily units up there. There's a Calgary Housing Corporation to the other side. This used to be a single-family home, albeit on a very large lot. The residents understand we should have more density, but maybe something more like an RCG or an RG would be good. Put some townhouses, but a 40 to 50 unit complex on a corner where we do have on the place of worship in the school a huge amount of traffic. The one thing I kept hearing from the residents was not only is it not safe, and they've had many, many accidents with children involved. One almost died not long ago, but they said everybody seems angry, and I think this seems to be kind of a common theme. They say all the road rage, and there's so many people are angry on the roads. And the one resident said, you know what I think it is because they're just trying to squish us in. He says everywhere we go, they're just tightening in. There's less room to travel, so much density. Slow down a bit. And I think that's just my argument here. This isn't close to transit. It's very much densified already. There are safety concerns. And what I would like to do is appeal to everybody to, let's just put a pause on this. Let me talk back with the developer and see if there's maybe a compromise that could be made. But right now, just in this area, for multiple reasons, and again, I've got to listen to my residents. I mean, they live there. We know the area well. It's not safe. And it's way too much in that area. It doesn't fit. Other forms do fit. So I don't think sometimes we should look at the maximum amount of density we can squeeze onto a piece of land. There are some compromises to be made here. So again, I urge you maybe just put a pause on this one, and then we can relook at it further down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. So I'll support this. The applicant actually breaks down why this land use works really well on this site. And when you look at the number of doors that are proposed, it is actually comparable to RG. So RG would allow 44 doors on the site. And this is looking somewhere in that 40 to 50 range too. When I think about the built form, in this land use, so when you think about a built form under the M1 district, you can actually minimize traffic impacts and ingress and egress because you can have a single point of entry to a single parkade versus RG, where you're actually more likely to potentially have more driveways and more access points. So when we actually think about safety, there's some real opportunities with this built form to increase safety in and around this intersection and the ingress and egress that you might not actually get in RG. So those are actually really good points to why this might make better sense on this corner parcel. So happy to be supporting this. I think that again, when we talk about the densities are absolutely comparable between the two land uses, and it's really just about how the built form serves the community. So with that, happy to support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Well, I'm going to take a different approach. Whilst I appreciate that similar type numbers could be achieved, at least technically from a land use perspective, I don't think that physically you could actually achieve those kind of numbers if you tried to put some RCG units on this site. I don't find that this is contextually sensitive at all to the adjacent neighboring communities. And the one thing about RCG is it's a residential, contextual, grade-oriented development. This is not contextual. I think this is an inappropriate location to put such a large structure in close proximity to single-family residential. It's not RCG. RCG envisions something significantly different in built form. This is not something that I can support, and I don't think the community wants it either. So I will be voting against.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back over to you, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll just go back to, I really believe that Calgary, every neighborhood needs to have a variety of housing types. I just think of the neighborhood that I live in, the thoughtful coalescence of various housing types, and you do end up with interesting interfaces, but I mean, there are some folks that are going to have this development potentially looking over their backyard out a back window. That happens in suburban developments all across our city right now. So to say that this can't move forward because there's a possibility of that, that's a precedent we are not currently keeping in outline plans that we're approving every day across the city. So this neighborhood needs this. It needs a different housing form. It's, again, close to amenity, and I would encourage you to support it.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Motion is defeated 5-6 with Councillors McLean, Whitus, Wong, Chu, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. That takes us to item 7.2.12.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application and policy amendment to allow for a range of land uses to support the development of a new community. Next slide, please. The recommendation before Council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 24P 2025 for amendments to the West McLeod Area Structure Plan and to proposed bylaw 50D 2025 for the redesignation of 19515 Sheriff King Street Southwest to various land use districts which meet the intent of an approved outline plan. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the developing southwest community of Yorkville. The parcel is yet to be subdivided and occupies the majority of a quarter section located at the northwest corner of 210th Avenue Southwest and Sheriff King Street. Next slide, please. This map shows the extent of the outline plan that was recently approved by Calgary Planning Commission. The subject parcel is approximately 56 hectares in size and forms part of the larger original outline plan for Yorkville that was approved in 2016. At that time, this area was allocated land uses, as is typical of the outline plan process. Next slide, please. This map shows those portions of land within the outline plan area that are being considered for redesignation today, which measure approximately 26 hectares of the outline plan area. Next slide, please. The subject site is surrounded by actively developing lands within the communities of Yorkville, Belmont, and Creekside. Surrounding land uses consist of a mix of low-density residential and multi-residential development, as well as a direct control site directly east of Sheriff King Street that provides direction for a mixed-use commercial development. Open spaces in the form of a wetland, storm ponds, and a community association site are located directly to the north of the plan area. As mentioned, this parcel currently has an approved outline plan and land use designations. These land uses generally include low-density residential, multi-residential, commercial, parks, and city services, as shown on this map. Next slide, please. The proposed land use pattern for the site would establish the regulations needed to implement the neighborhood structure of the approved outline plan. The proposed land uses include a mix of residential, commercial, mixed use, and public use districts, as well as a large reconstructed wetland to be used for stormwater management. The amended land use pattern would result in the following. 1, replacing 2 sites identified as DC Site 3 with the residential low-density mixed housing, or RG district, and the multi-residential high-density low-rise, or MH1 district. 2, replacing the commercial corridor 3 district with the multi-residential low profile, or M1 district, based on a market analysis of the commercial uses that are existing and proposed within the vicinity. 3, adding a new direct control district that is similar in nature to the existing DC district on the site, but allows for live-work units and modified base district rules. 4, reconfiguring some park spaces designated as the Special Purpose School Park and Community Reserve, or SSPR district. And 5, other various adjustments to land use boundaries within the plan area. Next slide, please. In addition to the land use amendment, this application also includes a policy amendment to the West McLeod Area Structure Plan, or ASP. First, map 4 of the ASP currently shows the future fire hall site at the north boundary of the policy area along 194th Avenue. An amendment to the map would see the fire hall relocated to the subject parcel to enable better emergency response times within the ASP area. Secondly, the west portion of the mixed-use commercial node, shown in red, is proposed to shift to the east side of Sheriff King Street and would no longer be within the subject parcel. Medium-density land uses are still proposed for this location, while the commercial element would be removed and accounted for on the property to the east. Lastly, several other map and text amendments are required to ensure that these proposed changes are consistent throughout the policy document. Next slide, please. For the reasons identified today and in the report before you, Calgary Planning Commission recommends that Council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws for the redesignation of the subject sites and for the amendments to the West McLeod Area Structure Plan. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.12. Do we have Oliver Perchich?
Good morning, or good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. I'm Oliver Perchich with B&A Studios, and here with me today I have Kathy Oberg, and the applicant on behalf, we are the applicant on behalf of Mattamy Homes and Ron Moore, and they're also in the crowd if necessary. So we're going to be speaking in support of the land use amendment in Yorkville. Can I go to slide 2? As stated in the administration's presentation, Yorkville is located in Ward 13 in South Calgary and will be an extension of the existing Yorkville community. A site redesign was required due to the updated home offering by Mattamy, along with the residential market evolution from the previous 2016 approval. Next slide, please. The new plan maintains a similar road layout with a variety of home types found throughout the community. So Yorkville now will include a firehouse site, which is going to be relocated from Belmont, which improves the fire response times throughout the area. The second point you can see on the screen is that there's going to be an upgraded pedestrian experience with a linear park connecting the preserved wetland to Sheriff King Street, which further connects to the east to an additional school and the Belmont TOD, all through a new pathway. The third point on the map you can see is that there's a variety of home types fronting and backing onto parks, which include detached and multifamily throughout the new community. Finally, in the southeast area of the plan, we have removed the mixed-use commercial site to residential. Further work, a market study, has been undertaken to confirm the commercial site was not viable. The study didn't support an additional commercial site in the area, especially on the west side of Sheriff King. The Anthem site across the street in Belmont would satisfy the commercial for the area. So next slide, please. In summary, Yorkville will contain 4 community parks with a variety of proposed activities along with a future school site. Pedestrian access to the school was enabled through thoughtful walkway integration on the north and west sides of the school. And community is transit ready and has been designated to accommodate bus routes through the main corridors along Yorkville Boulevard and Yorkville Way. We hope to receive your support on this land use amendment to enable the continued success of Yorkville. If you have any questions, myself or Kathy would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Jeffrey Rydell? All right, do we have anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.2.12? Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else. Let's close the public hearing on this item. I don't see any questions of administration, so I'll go to you, Councillor McLean, to move this.
Thanks, Mayor. Happy to move this. It looks like it's just a bunch of land use redesignations to complete this community, one of the fastest growing and most desirable areas of the city. And we're going to get fire hall, schools, density. It's built right in. And again, that's why I like some of our growth areas. There's always this misconception that, call it sprawl, some would say, and they're not enough density, but it's the exact opposite nowadays. When we plan these communities, they have more density built in than anywhere. They're thoughtful. They put everything, I think, in the right places. This is making sure that things do go in the right place. Just some, again, some redesignation. So happy to support.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on this, please? Councillor Walcott, thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor McLeod.
Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote.
Councillor Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 24P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 24P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 24P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 24P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 50D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 50D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 50D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 50D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Ms. Ganzar, I think this is your last one, 7.2.13.
That's correct. The next item on the agenda is a land use redesignation application to allow for commercial development, including a supermarket. Next slide, please. The recommendation before council is to give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 43D 2025 for the redesignation of 6600 4th Street Northeast from the Commercial Neighborhood 2 or CN2 district to the Commercial Community 1 or CC1 district. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in the community of Huntington Hills. It is one of 4 parcels that form the Hunter Horn Plaza shopping area located at the northeast intersection of 64th Avenue and 4th Street Northeast. Next slide, please. The subject site is approximately 0.4 hectares in area. The building located on the subject site contains 3 retail units and makes up a portion of an attached commercial strip mall located on the parcel directly north. Next slide, please. Surrounding development consists primarily of commercial uses on the north side of 64th Avenue, shown in red, and multi-residential developments on the south side of 64th Avenue, shown in brown. An elementary school is located across 4th Street to the west. The site is currently designated as the CN2 district, which is intended for small-scale commercial developments on areas of land smaller than 1.2 hectares. The maximum building height is 10 meters and the maximum floor area ratio is 1. Next slide, please. The proposed CC1 district is intended for small to medium-scaled commercial developments and allows for a larger variety of uses than the current CN2 district. The maximum floor area ratio and building height remain the same as the current district. Next slide, please. For these reasons and in the report before you, the Calgary Planning Commission recommends that council give 3 readings to the proposed bylaw for the redesignation of the subject parcel. Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.2.13. And now we'll see if we have Jeffrey Rydell.
Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions.
Perfect, thank you. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks for taking the time to be with us today. Is there anyone else that's wishing to speak to item 7.2.13? All right, seeing and hearing no one else, I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration, so I'll look for a mover.
Sean Chu move it with 3 readings.
Seconded by Councillor Chabot. No one else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Chu.
Closed.
Okay, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 43D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 43D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 43D 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 43D, 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are now on to item 7.3.1, and I think Mr. Rockley's coming up.
Hello, Mayor Gondek, members of council. I'm Matt Rockley, a senior planner with Community Planning North. I'm here today to present proposed amendments to the Municipal Development Plan and Northeast Industrial Area Structure Plan. Next slide, please. The recommendation is for approval of amendments to the Municipal Development Plan and Area Structure Plan. Next slide, please. On January 28th, a notice of motion was approved directing administration to prepare Municipal Development Plan and Area Structure Plan amendments to enable residential development in Stonegate Landing. Next slide, please. The subject lands are located in the northeast community of Stonegate Landing. Redstone and Skyview Ranch communities are located east of the subject site. The Calgary International Airport and Stoney Industrial Area are located to the south and west. Next slide, please. When the Municipal Development Plan and Area Structure Plan were approved, the Calgary Airport Vicinity Protection Area Regulation prohibited residential development on the subject lands due to noise from airport operations. Prior to 2021, the subject site was mainly within the noise exposure forecast 30 area where residential development was prohibited. Next slide, please. In August 2021, the noise exposure forecast contours of the Calgary Airport Vicinity Protection Area Regulation were updated to reflect reduced noise from modern airplanes. With this update, residential development was no longer prohibited in a northeast portion of the subject lands. Next slide, please. Map amendments to the Municipal Development Plan are proposed to change a standard industrial area to residential, where residential is no longer prohibited by the airport regulations. Next slide, please. A comprehensive planning overlay is proposed for the Northeast Industrial Area Structure Plan. The comprehensive planning overlay identifies additional planning work that needs to be completed to introduce residential uses in the plan area. Subsequent amendments to add residential land use policies will be brought forward with the land use amendments coming forward for approval in March 2026. Next slide, please. The proposed Municipal Development Plan and Area Structure Plan amendments will allow development of housing in a variety of forms adjacent to existing residential communities of Redstone and Skyview Ranch. The inclusion of residential development within Stonegate Landing will create a greater mix of uses in the area, bringing housing within walking distance to employment and commercial uses. Allowing development of a mix of land uses in Stonegate Landing will utilize existing infrastructure and vacant industrial land. The recommendation is for approval. I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.1. Do we have Thilo Kaufman?
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting old. I have to use these now. Turned at 50. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Thilo Kaufman from Qualico Communities, and I'm here to express my support for this fast-growing and highly sought-after neighborhood in Stonegate to support the proposed amendments before you today. I would like to sincerely thank administration for their collaborative efforts in advancing this project. The initiative presents an important opportunity to address the decreasing supply of housing in the Northeast by delivering a complete community that integrates residential, commercial, and industrial uses. We have dedicated significant resources to this project and remain fully committed to its success, and we look forward to the continued collaboration with administration. And they say to hire smarter, so I am going to turn this over to Jennifer Duff of BNA, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, so we'll Yeah, because I see that you're kind of a joint presentation, so we'll hold questions until both of you have spoken. All right,
Sounds good.
Please go ahead.
Perfect. All right, good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Jennifer Duff, and I'm with BNA Studios. I'm the applicant and speaking in favor of the amendments. Today, I'm here with Thilo Kaufman, who you just met, and Ben Mercer with Qualico, who's sitting in the stands, Kathy Oberg with BNA, as well as Kathy Agar with CASA Developments. We appreciate administration's willingness to collaborate with us to find an innovative solution to facilitate the advancement of these lands. Next slide, please. The Stonegate lands are ideally located in Northeast Calgary, adjacent to a future Blue Line LRT station, the Rotary Mattamy Greenway, and in close proximity to commercial amenities, schools, and parks. The lands are located to the west of the existing residential communities of Redstone and Skyview Ranch. Future residents will have easy access to the major activity center to the east on Country Hills Boulevard, a future regional athletic park to the south, the Calgary International Airport, and Cross Iron Shopping Center. Next slide, please. The vision for these lands is to create a comprehensively designed, complete community with a balanced mix of residential, retail, commercial, and light industrial uses, and increase housing supply in one of Calgary's fastest growing sectors. The lands have remained underutilized despite having received planning approvals in 2007 and significant infrastructure investments that were made by the city. The changes to the NEF contours provide an opportunity for Stonegate to realize a new vision. This vision will address immediate needs of the community by providing for additional residential housing supply in the northeast sector, while still maintaining commercial and industrial uses in high demand locations. Enabling the development of a complete community where residents can live, work, and play will catalyze the activation of adjacent industrial lands, support the future LRT station, unlock the city's significant infrastructure investment, and deliver immediate tax revenues. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments to the Municipal Development Plan and Area Structure Plan, as outlined by administration, will support the vision of these lands by providing the high-level direction needed to complete additional ASP amendments through the comprehensive outline plan and land use amendment application process, and will also provide Qualico the confidence to proceed. Outline plan and land use applications were submitted in June of 2024 and are currently being reviewed by administration. The project timeline is projected to conclude with council consideration early next year, which would enable development to proceed in 2026. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposed amendments will allow for the development of a complete community and for more housing to be provided in an area already rich with amenities. We are asking council to approve and give 3 readings to the proposed bylaws and are happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thanks very much for your presentations. I don't see any questions for you in the queue, so thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And let me ask, is there anyone else wishing to speak to item 7.3.1? I'm not seeing or hearing anyone else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. I'm also not seeing any questions of administration. Councillor Meehan, over to you to move the item.
Yeah, I'm happy to move it in Councillor Dollywell's absence. Most of you are pretty familiar with this file because he brought the notice of motion, and the applicants did a great job of explaining why it's a good application to support with its proximity to a future transit line. So, and the AVPA contour changes. So with that, I'm open.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Chabot. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I know that we've, because the AVPA regulation changed in the permission around 25 to 30 NEF contours to allow residential has provided significant opportunities throughout the city for making some changes to what was previously viewed as what could be allowed. This permits some additional residential, so happy to support this and to surround Councillor Dollywell because he's not here.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you to close, Councillor Meehan.
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondek, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. First reading of bylaw 27P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 27P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 27P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 27P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. First reading of bylaw 28P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Second reading of bylaw 28P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 28P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 28P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are now moving on to item 7.3.2. I believe Mr. McLeod is giving us this presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Fraser McLeod, senior planner here with the city, and I'm the project lead on the Riley Communities Local Area Plan. Joining me today are several colleagues from our core planning team. From the project team, we have Huey Dang, project planner, Fazil Elahi, coordinator on the local area planning team. Stephanie Lake is our engaged planner. Emily Sebo is our mobility engineer. Lastly, in the gallery and online, we have an extended team of dedicated city staff from various business units. We are excited to present the plan to council today. Now, before we shift gears to the rest of our presentation, there has been a revision to the recommendations in your package. We ask that City Council allow the recommendations to be submitted for circulation from clerks. Approval of the Calgary Metropolitan Board is no longer required, as the ministerial order for the growth plan and the regional evaluation framework have been rescinded. As a result, our recommendations have a housekeeping amendment to keep it as clear as possible and remove any reference from the Calgary Metropolitan Regional Board. Next slide, please. We're here to ask that council move the recommendation and approve the proposed Riley Communities Local Area Plan. Please note that these recommendations are the revised recommendations for council that were developed after IPC, again to address that housekeeping amendment with the regional board being rescinded on February 18th, 2025. I will now pass it on to my colleague, Mr. Dang, to provide an overview of key details into the plan, the process, and highlight administration's approach to addressing council's referral motion from last October. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Starting with an overview, the Riley Communities Plan area is located just north of downtown in the Bow River, within the city's northwest quadrant as shown within the top left key map. The plan area contains 4 communities. From right to left, we have Sunnyside, Hillhurst, Hounsfield Heights, Briar Hill, and West Hillhurst. Next slide, please. Over the course of this project spanning back to 2022, administration actively engaged with the community over a period of 2.5 years, spanning 4 phases. During these phases, we met multiple times with the community associations, held working group sessions, and in total had 38 engagement events. We had several focus sessions with industry members to walk through concerns and ideas, participated in walking tours led by community associations, and regularly met with citizens throughout all phases. The team undertook a proactive, relationship-building approach aimed to build trust and further enhance understanding of the planning continuum. Next slide, please. Through this engagement, we heard about what people in the Riley communities valued, what they hoped for, what their concerns were, and how they wanted to see change happen in their communities. As part of the LEP process, we actively balance what we've heard through public input received, along with the neighborhood context, professional expertise, city policies, and equity. We not only plan for current generations, but also future generations, and the 30-year plan before you illustrates this robust, multi-phase approach to get to this final proposed local area plan. A summary of our engagement process can also be found under attachment 4. Next slide, please. On October 29th, 2024, Council supported the Infrastructure and Planning Committee's initial referral motion, which asks administration to 1, prioritize greater density around TOD sites, 2, improve community connections and multimodal opportunities with more integrated commercial and residential uses, and 3, report back to IPC again by Q2 of 2025. Administration responded to Council's direction, and an updated proposed plan was successfully brought forward to IPC on January 8th of this year. Next slide, please. Through Council's referral motion, an internal team of technical experts was assembled to reassess transit station area boundaries, resulting in changes to the urban form and building scale maps, as well as updates to corresponding policies. This technical work was undertaken throughout November and December of 2024, leading up to IPC, comprising of several internal workshops and meetings. These updates were also shared with the public in December 2024 through our conversation series, along with a video and additional supporting materials. As part of this assessment, the project team carefully mined through years of public feedback data received through all prior phases of community engagement, spanning the entire duration of this project. I'll now pass it back to Mr. McLeod to go over key highlights of the plan, including key changes from this referral motion. Next slide, please.
So as part of this referral motion, several key final changes were made to the plan. First, we expanded the core and transition zone within the Lions Park and Sunnyside LRT station areas to ensure a range of connected housing options and mixed-use built forms near transit. Second, we added a third station area and modifications to urban form categories and building scales south and west of the SAIT AU Arts Jubilee Station. Third, we updated urban form categories and building scales within Lions Park and Sunnyside station areas to better align to TOD best practices and principles. And lastly, we integrated new policies and improvement options that aimed really to focus on enhancing access to station areas, creating walkable, connected communities, promoting high-quality urban design outcomes, and lastly, supporting a mix of uses near transit to meet Calgarians' changing needs. An overview of these changes to the Riley Community's local area plan can be found in attachment 8 of your report. Next slide, please. So here's the initial urban form map that was presented to IPC in October 2024. The urban form map categories identify the purpose and the general function of different parts of a community in terms of the use of land. When developing maps, the project team takes a long-term approach with a 30-year redevelopment horizon into how lands might be developed. In some cases, certain areas of a plan may experience moderate growth and change relatively sooner than elsewhere in the plan. Next slide, please. And here are the proposed plans urban form map presented to IPC in January 2025. This finalized proposed urban form map reflects an iterative process and multiple changes that emerge from various inputs across multiple phases of engagement, including context and trends, equity, professional expertise, and technical analysis, and Council's approved policies. Additionally, in the context of this specific local area plan, the urban form map reflects Council's referral motion to prioritize greater density around transit station areas and focus on multimodal connections and improvement to and from these station areas. The greatest proportion of future growth in the plan area is concentrated within transit station areas along 3 neighborhood main streets, Kensington Road, 10th Street, and 14th Street, along Memorial Drive, and lastly along 19th Street. If we move to the next slide, we'll highlight some of the recent changes in the referral motion. Notable changes that we want to highlight to you as part of this discussion from October to January 2025 are highlighted in black. So let's start in the northwest and the highest corner along 16th Avenue. Additional neighborhood connector was added to enable a range of built forms and housing choice near 2 LRT stations, a BRT station, and a main street. Moving east to the corner of 19th Street and 16th Avenue, the two commercial sites were changed from neighborhood flex, orange on the previous map, to neighborhood commercial red to enable opportunities not only for commercial but mixed-use development over the next 30 years. This change, like other changes to the urban forms, respond directly to Council's referral motion, specifically item 2, for integrated commercial and residential uses for all ages and abilities in station areas. Lastly, additional neighborhood connector was added east of 16th Street and south of 13th Avenue Northwest, as this area uniquely overlaps two station areas in an inner city context and can enable a range of housing forms to support the evolution of 14th Street into the main street it truly is, and better connect across the neighborhood to the adjacent LRT station at SAIT. Next slide, please. Here's our initial building scale map that was presented in October 2024. The building scale map shows the maximum height and size buildings can be in a specific area. Scale categories contain additional policies regarding height, as well as design considerations, such as step backs. It's important to remember when looking at this map that although a proposed building scale map may allow for a certain maximum height, future development could also be in less stories in these areas. Next slide, please. And here are the proposed changes to the updated building scale map that came forward in January 2025. The updated scales complement the proposed urban form approach by accommodating the highest building heights and the most significant growth and change in transit-oriented development areas, such as Sunnyside, Lions Park, SAIT AU Arts Jubilee, LRT transit station areas. The North Hill Mall and the Riley Park Village comprehensive planning sites represent the two significant areas of growth that can accommodate a range of housing forms with multimodal connections to transit and have the highest heights in the entire plan area. Additional key areas of growth include main streets, important corridors such as 19th Street, and commercial areas throughout the community. Next slide, please. And briefly, we'd like to touch on some of the notable changes tied to the recent referral motion. Beginning in the northwest hatched area of the plan along 16th Avenue, additional areas of 6, which then transitioned to 4 stories, were added south of 16th Avenue. Moving southbound, scales of 6 stories were largely added to 19th Street, an identified community corridor in the plan area. In the next hatch area to the right, parcels directly south of Lions Park LRT station. After our analysis, there remained largely 6 stories, with the exception of 12 stories at the corner of 13th Avenue and 19th Street. Areas of up to 4 stories were extended only 1 block south to 13th Avenue Northwest. One of the most significant changes was the addition of the building scale of up to 12 stories along the upper end of 14th Street to support opportunities for unique slope-adaptive built forms directly across from a major educational institution. In the 2 hatched areas below SAIT, along 14th Street, height modifiers were removed and the Riley Park Village now enables up to 26 stories. Lastly, in the hatched area furthest to the right along your screen, along 10th Street in the Kensington area, several TOD changes were made to reflect the context of this vibrant station area. The highest heights of up to 26 stories were proposed for the Safeway site just east of the station along 10th Street and on the Triangle site. And as you move away from these sites, the height transitions lower and lower, following best practices when it comes to TOD. These building scales represent our best professional planning recommendations and reflect numerous hours of assessment, deliberation, and debate amongst a team of multidisciplinary city building leaders. Additionally, to address the referral motion of council and bring forward this proposed plan, we mined and reevaluated multiple years of engagement data to ground these amendments and new ideas in the engagement and conversations to date. An overview of these map changes can be found in attachment 9 of the report. Next slide, please. To conclude, administration took the necessary time to develop the Riley Community's local area plan, and we believe the proposed plan before you includes specific changes tied to council's unanimous referral motion. These key ideas of the proposed plan include increasing housing choice and affordability, improving pedestrian and cycling pathways, enhancing local parks and open spaces, incentivizing heritage retention in the Riley communities, and finally, the plan really focuses on fostering vibrant transit station areas. Simply put, the proposed plan allows for greater alignment to the vision and core values of the plan and a stronger outcome not only for the Riley communities, but for Calgary. Next slide, please. We're here to ask that Council recommend approval of the proposed Riley Communities Local Area Plan. This plan enables a range of housing options and mixed uses in inner city communities with great access to transit, major employment centers, and significant amenities along the Bow River over the next 30 years. This thoughtful approach benefits individuals both from an affordable housing and affordable mobility lens, allowing more individuals to call these communities home and have easy access to reliable transit. These are the amended recommendations as stated in the updated cover report. Thank you. Administration is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.2. Just to let everyone know, we've got 5 panels. I will let you know who's in panel 1 and panel 2 so that people can get ready. Our first speaker is going to be Jessica Carpat, followed by Ruben Vandermeulen, then Brian Horton, then Cole Richardson, and then Christy Page. So for any of you that are in person, you can take a seat behind the presenters table and be ready to go. Our second panel will be Rick Grohl, Beth Atkinson, Allison Shaw, Anila Samji, and James Sterling. So when it's time for you to come up, I will call you again. And with the panels, what we do is hear from each speaker, and then council can ask any questions of any of the panelists. So with that, let's start with Jessica Carpat.
Good afternoon, members of council and fellow mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jessica Carpat. I am the Principal of Planning at Quantum Place Developments. We spoke at the October 16th IPC meeting identifying our concerns regarding the previously modified building scale on the east side of 10th Street. We are very pleased that administration has listened to our concerns and removed this modified building scale in the plan area before you today. This is one of the most active areas in the city, and it is a hub of activity where many people choose to live, work, and play. It is imperative that the LAP is adopted before the municipal election, as the entire area is currently in limbo between planning regimes. We have an active land use application at the former Oak Tree site, where we have been unable to progress due to the uncertainty regarding Riley LAP. Although the current application aligns with the proposed Riley LAP, we'd be required to do a number of different things in order to align with the existing planning regime. So we're asking that council pass this clear direction and planning vision as a vital part of Calgary, and we're urging council to support and adopt the Riley LAP today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you grab a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you. Let's go to Ruben Vandermeulen, please. Do we have Ruben Vandermeulen with us? All right, let's go to Brian Horton.
What's going on?
Oh. Hi, is this Ruben?
Yep.
What's going on as you're on?
Okay, perfect. I already started, but I'll start again, I guess. My name is Ruben Vandermeulen, and I'm a resident of Sunnyside in Ward 7. I'm a member of the Hillhurst Sunnyside Planning Committee, as well as the Mobility Subcommittee. I'm only speaking on behalf of myself today. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my opinions regarding the Riley Communities Local Area Plan. The Riley Communities Local Area Plan lacks ambition and does too much to placate people who oppose change. A city is an ecosystem that evolves over time to meet the needs of its residents. And the excess amount of restriction and prescription that this plan comprises severely limits the function of this area. Much of the Riley area is a short bike ride from downtown, walking distance from major transit stations, and on the doorstep of one of Calgary's most vibrant mixed-use areas. Excessive height restrictions in these areas prevent construction of the housing and businesses that Calgarians need now, let alone the people that will live in this city in 30 years. This plan applies the principles of exclusionary land use and abuses heritage protections. It prevents or restricts redevelopment of the single-family homes in areas where they no longer make any sense. It will limit the amount of housing that can be built near transit stops, active transportation routes, and near recreational areas. This ensures that these communities will never improve. At best, they will stagnate and more likely decay. People who oppose densification care more about room for cars than for people, and feel entitled to control the property of others will never be satiated. This local area plan has made endless concessions to appease these people, and they still bring forward complaints about the few opportunities being offered for these communities to meet the needs of the city's residents. The needs of the people in the city are far more important than the desires of those who already have their needs met. The dynamics of community engagement and contribution lean heavily in favor of those who have an excess of time and resources. A small number of people represent the vast majority of public consultation, and they only represent a narrow sample of Calgarian and Riley area demographics. This plan largely reflects the preferences of a few existing inhabitants of the area. There is no voice for the thousands of people who will not be able to live in the Riley area over the next 30 years and beyond due to the apartment units that will never be built, the old houses that cannot be redeveloped, and the more efficient housing that will never be allowed to exist. This is due to parking minimums, height restrictions, setback requirements, roof slope requirements, and a litany of other forms of red tape that this plan uses to restrict, slow, and block redevelopment. The focus of the city should be on infrastructure and services needed to support growth in communities, but we see little ambition in this regard. Calgarians need affordable, efficient housing with access to a multitude of transportation options. There is no plan to correct the status quo of our streets, prioritizing suburban commuters over the convenience and safety of pedestrians, cyclists, transit users, or local motorists. There are no plans to reduce traffic or add wheeling lanes along the active frontage areas that should never have been used as motorist through routes. As the city continues to favor sprawl and to restrict redevelopment in the Riley area and many others like it, this will inevitably worsen. The city's approach to development continues to be one of repeated self-sabotage, rapidly increasing our maintenance liabilities while disallowing or disincentivizing the developments that produce a tax base capable of sustaining itself. I'm disappointed, but very far from surprised. Any backsliding or further restriction of development would be disastrous. Further height restrictions or application of heritage protections would serve to exacerbate the most significant flaws in this plan. Please vote in favor of this local area plan, but only because this city lacks the ambition to do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Please stay on the line in case there's questions for you. Now let's go to Brian Horton.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Horton. I'm a principal at O2 Planning and Design. I'm here today to speak in favor of the Riley Local Area Plan and urge you to support this plan and approve it today. Over the past 10 years, O2 has been very active with applicants, as an applicant and working with clients in progressing applications in the Riley Local Area Plan area. And we continue to do so. We have several major applications that are influenced by this plan and are active. And we require the plan to be approved so that these developments can happen and the investment can be made. I'd like to thank administration and commend them on the collaboration and the engagement that happened with us and other members of industry and our clients during the plan preparation, and especially after the referral motion, where we worked with them on some of the site-specific amendments. And I believe that the plan has now come to a point where we are very supportive of it and happy for it to move ahead. So just in conclusion, we're asking for your support today, and I'm also happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Cole Richardson.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. My name is Cole Richardson, and I'm the managing principal at Bankside Properties. We are a Calgary-based urban regeneration and development company. Alongside Summits Property Group, we recently purchased the Riley Park Village site, which is the former Grace Hospital, with the intent to deliver a pedestrian-focused, mixed-use urban village. Our proposed development will be a vibrant, master-planned neighborhood comprised of community-focused commercial uses, diverse housing options, and a network of human-scaled streetscapes and public open spaces. The delivery of this vision depends on the approval of the Riley Community's Local Area Plan. We want to thank City Administration for their tireless efforts in creating and amending this plan into something that works for the majority of stakeholders. A delay to the approval would compromise the development vision, stagnate investment, and restrict the building of much-needed housing for Calgarians. Bankside and our partners support the Riley Community's LAP as proposed and request that Council move forward with an approval after over 2 years of thoughtful consultation and engagement. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's go to Christy Page, please.
My name is Christy Page. I'm a resident of Sunnyside and was a member of the Riley LAP working group appointed by my CA. I am also a member of the Hillhurst Sunnyside Community Association Planning Committee, the Hillhurst Sunnyside Community Association Mobility Group, and the Sunnyside Brightening Committee. I'm speaking here today as an individual, not representing any of these groups. I'm an individual with the privilege of time. This is my third time speaking on this issue. I spoke at IPC first on October 16th because I had a number of concerns about the Riley LAP as it was presented. I was happy to hear that it was sent back to the Riley team to address one of my issues. Seeing the changes made to the Riley plan, I then spoke to support the plan on January 8th because at some point consultation does have to end. This is a working document. As time goes by and more pressures are put on our inner city communities, we will see where it holds up and where it needs to be adjusted. The Riley plan will have to pivot as the housing challenges of future generations become more evident. After over 3 years of consultations, I think it's time to approve the plan. This does not mean I love the Riley plan. I see room for medium density to be spread across a large area, but prolonging approval and continuing to debate it with those of us who still have energy and time to do so doesn't seem like the best use of city resources. Most importantly, approval of the Riley LAP comes with LEAF funding for the area. My pitch continues to be that the piece of infrastructure that would do the most to bring three different communities together under the Riley name is a safe east-west active transportation corridor along 5th and 6th Avenue. Children, seniors, and all abilities from 28th Street to 3rd Street should have a protected wheeling lane that would allow independents to get to school, community associations, shopping districts, and friends' houses. Connections and community building is everything. Let's release this money and start investing in connecting the Riley communities. I would now like to share a video created with help of many Riley community members. Thank you.
When kids can ride to school, it gives them freedom and independence. It instills confidence and allows space for both physical and mental health. Riding to school teaches traffic safety and builds social connection.
When parents don't have to drive kids to school, it keeps cars off the road, which reduces traffic congestion.
Creating a community that allows residents to age in place means not having to drive everywhere.
Increasing density in our community means we need to invest in alternate modes of transportation.
Lower income households need options other than driving to safely navigate our city.
5th and 6th Avenue, between 10th and 19th Street Northwest, has painted bike lanes, but is mostly used by confident riders and the occasional delivery van.
Paint is not protection.
You wouldn't feel safe walking beside a painted line, so why would we bike by one?
We need a physical barrier to help women, seniors, and children be safe wheeling to their destination.
5th and 6th Avenue directly connects 3 shopping streets,
An LRT,
a major grocery store,
2 community centers,
3 schools,
the neighborhood pool,
and Riley Park.
Curb stops and flexi posts would be a cheap and inexpensive way to implement a safe solution.
What can you do right now to help get a safe, separated lane for wheeling in our community?
To change everything, we need everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for your presentation. So please stay on the line in case there's questions for you. I do have a couple of counselors in the queue. Let's start with Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, my question's for Ms. Carpat. You said something in your presentation about the CMRB and the need to have this approved right away. I don't think you were here for the beginning, but did you hear administration make reference to the CMRB?
I did not. I didn't say anything to the CMRB because I saw that administration was recommending the 3 readings, so I am satisfied.
I thought you said something about approving it right away more so I thought that was in reference to the CMRB.
Oh, okay. If they're not approving it right away, then I would have questions about that.
No, they made reference to the fact that the CMRB in reference to it was taken out of all of the references. So insofar as I know, once we sign it, it says right here in the bylaw that it comes into effect on the day it's signed. So I guess we'll have to see how that goes.
That's perfect. Thank you.
I had no other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Carpat. I think your answer to Councillor Chabot is related. When you said voted passed before the election, was that related to the CMRB?
It was related to the need to be able to make sure that the Riley LAP is passed before the election and not delayed. It wasn't really related to the CMRB, but in general, I would like to see Riley approved. I think it's a good plan. I think administration worked hard on it with industry and other stakeholders, did significant amount of engagement, and really tried to deliver something that facilitates both the housing crisis, housing supply, and kind of a great balance between development potential and the ability to create that development.
Okay. Second question I've got is, when the referral motion was put forward in October and approved by council in December, and administration went away, during that, when they went away to come up with these recommendations, were you consulted at that time before they present them to the public?
As a stakeholder, I was consulted, and my team was consulted on the removal of the heritage. I would say the heritage restriction on the east side of 10th Street. So yes, we were.
Okay. And do you know if any other property owners, either on 10th Street or 9A or 11, anywhere there, were consulted?
I am not aware.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Horton, please. Mr. Horton, you've done other development along 10th Street, Jump property particularly. Again, when administration went away in that December timeframe, December timeframe, were you consulted on the changes that were recommended?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Wong. When the referral motion was made, we, as we were actively working on several sites that where the referral motion was directed to, we reached out to administration to have discussions with administration specific to those sites. So we did have, several discussions with them through that period, and due to our reaching out to them.
Okay. In addition to 10th Street, all the other areas of improvement, whether it be over in Hounslow Heights, Briar Hill, along Riley Park, along Fifth Avenue, all that, were you asked for any thoughts on those areas?
Not specifically. No, we were, and we offered our, I guess what I suggest is that we offered our suggestions or our opinions on certain projects that we're working on, and as we weren't actively working in those areas, we weren't engaged on those areas.
Okay. Do you know if the public were asked to engage?
I believe so. I believe that there were several public engagement events over that course, but I think that's probably a better question for administration.
Okay. More specifically, before the informed session, specifically around the November timeframe.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Pleasure.
That's it.
Thank you. Okay, I have no more questions for this panel, so thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. If you're on the line, you can hang up and follow along on the live feed. Thank you for those who joined us in person. Panel 2 is going to be Rick Grohl, Beth Atkinson, Allison Shaw, Anila Samji, and Jim Sterling. So if you're here in person, you can grab a seat behind the podium. The panel after this is comprised of 2 people. It'll be Chris Bell and then Calvin French. So let's get started with Rick Grohl, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I have a presentation. I've sent it in to the clerk this morning. I'm an agent and represent CLD Development, who owns 5 parcels on 7th Street and 1st Avenue in Sunnyside. Please, next slide. Here are the locations of these properties. They are included in the heritage designation. Next slide, please. Again, you see this is the map what shows the heritage designation associated with the land use bylaw maps. Next slide, please. These are the map 5. It shows the heritage guideline areas. Next slide, please. This shows you the urban form of neighborhood local, what limits the height of the development to a certain extent. Next slide, please. These are a few pictures what I quickly like you to show. My client owns 5 properties. They're all contiguous. They bought the property for investment purposes in 2018. They are not an experienced developer. They bought this for an investment. And they only became aware of this inclusion in the heritage area guidelines when they received a notice of the administration for this public hearing. So that was very unfortunate. But so their only remedy is now to request from you to have the inclusion of the heritage guidelines area to be amended to exclude their 5 properties. And we would also respectfully request that the properties being included in the urban scale and building form to be allowed to be built up to 6 stories rather than to only 3 stories. Because effectively, as you can see, please, next slide, please. You see, these are the homes, 2 lots on First Avenue. 2 of the 5 properties are in really bad shape. I did some investigation in the reports and online. The administration seems to be determining whether a property should be included in the heritage guideline based on what they call a windshield survey. So that means just driving by, not even doing a site inspection. So next slide, please. This shows you the other properties. There's 4 other properties on the same block, but also have the heritage guideline designation. Next slides, please. These shows at the west end of the block, of the 800 block, an apartment building. It's probably built in the 60s. As you can see, it's 4 stories. Next slide, please. These is a multi-unit redevelopment that probably in the last 5 years has been redeveloped. Multifamily units. It is compatible, but it is redevelopment. Next slide, please. Again, you see another 2 apartment buildings. So almost 30% of this block has been apartment buildings. And my client effectively, because they're included in the heritage guidelines, this property has been downzoned. Because under the MCG district or the current land use bylaw and the current ARP, they're allowed to build to up to 4 stories. So we respectfully request that the heritage designation be deleted for these 5 properties, that also the maps for the building scale at the neighborhood local being amended to allow my client to build up to at least 4 stories in according with the current land use bylaw designation. To me, this doesn't make sense because this is a TOD area. And what you're basically doing is downzoning my client's property. And I believe this is not in accordance with the housing strategy. So with that in mind, it's my understanding that the administration is of the opinion that the request that I'm making potentially could require re-advertisement because of the changes that I'm requesting to the local area plan. However, I disagree because the local area plan is a policy document. It is not a regulatory document. And I believe only if I would be seeking an upzoning under the land use bylaw district, this would be require a re-advertisement. But I'm open for any questions and comments from the city solicitor in that regard. So that I will conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's questions. Let's go to Beth Atkinson, please.
Hello, my name is Beth Atkinson, and I represent the Hounsville Heights Briar Hill Community Association as Director of Land Use on the board. Our community has been engaging in the Riley Local Area Plan process in good faith for well over 2 years now, explaining what we love about our community and our ideas for reasonable compromise and good mitigations to add density whilst maintaining our community character and cohesion. We have not lobbied for no change, but rather respectful planning following the municipal development plan and transit-oriented development principles. For example, the MDP says, quote, ensure infill development complements the established character of the area and does not create dramatic contrasts in the physical development pattern. And the TOD says, quote, each station exists in a particular community context. Development should complement the existing development and help to enhance the local character. Our emphasis at the October IPC hearing was that areas of 6 stories beside the core areas of our community was too much contrast. Rather than listen to the strong majority of our community residents, Council had administration add even more density. These dramatic changes were drawn up without further engagement, only an informed session. They greatly expand 6- and 4-story apartments and HGO areas over half of our community and allow 12 stories in areas of poor egress and topographic and contamination challenges. This lack of consultation makes a mockery of the previous engagement. The feedback of the residents of Hounsville Heights, Briar Hill have not been heard. Basically, we've now got to the map the city and developers want. There's no incorporation of the feedback of citizens actually affected, who should matter the most. So what were the last couple of years even for? Further, we have throughout the process suggested some simple but important ideas to mitigate the effects of the plan in our community, and they've been ignored. For example, indoor access to shopping is a very important amenity for seniors and disabled people living in the Renaissance Towers. We were able to get a reference to ensuring convenient pedestrian movement between buildings during all seasons, but we can't get to the needed indoor. Why not? Our second idea is that in the common case of a developer wanting to put 2 narrower dwellings where there's now 1, we strongly prefer well-designed semi-detached built forms. They can be designed to blend in with the existing homes, whereas narrow infills stand out and significantly detract from community character. But our idea has been dismissed. This local area plan has very little for the local residents affected. 0% for us and 100% for developer flexibility. City administration has told us these ideas are, quote, not in scope, and that we can discuss them at development permit. But they know as well as we do that these ideas must be in the statute or we'll have no means to insist on them being followed by developers, file managers, or SDAB. The resulting Riley Local Area Plan now proposed does not follow the MDP and TOD statute context whatsoever. At January's IPC, and just now, developers gave speeches on how they were pleased with the plan and admitted the city had consulted with them, yet we in the community associations were not consulted. Happy developers and activists contrasting with residents who were even more unhappy was described as balanced. It was falsely suggested that nothing would make us happy when we had been clearly asking only for compromise, with emphasis on 6 stories being the thing that was too much. This plan is not balanced. Back in October, developers and activists thought it didn't go far enough, and we thought it went too far. That's more balanced. Until recently, we were told, recently we were told that the city professionals also thought the October IPC version was balanced between interests. So we are asking again for compromise and balance by asking Council to pass the version of the Riley LAP that was presented at the October 2024 IPC. We are also asking for amendments that address our mitigation ideas. We are asking Council to follow the policies and principles of the NDP, TOD, and Guide for Local Area Planning. That is, acknowledge context, respect for existing character, shadowing and massing impacts, acknowledge the needs of the people who have already committed much of their lives to this community, as well as to future residents who will appreciate our unique community. We cannot get in a time machine and pick a different community into which to invest our hearts and hard work. We are here and we matter too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Allison Shaw.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Allison Shaw, and I'm the owner of a home on 18A Street Northwest in West Hillhurst. Next slide, please. Today, I'll be presenting my request for 2 amendments to the Riley Park LAP to address a specific stretch of 19th Street Northwest between 2nd and 6th Avenue. Currently, the plan proposes that this stretch be defined as a neighborhood connector, allowing for low modified buildings up to 4 stories. And in my opinion, this is inappropriate as this specific stretch does not have a back lane. Next slide. This specific stretch of 19th Street, the east side, has already been identified in previous conversations as a unique spot that requires additional scale transition policy, but this issue has not yet been addressed in this LAP. Next slide. I'll be showing you 3 images coming up that demonstrate that all the other areas identified as neighborhood connectors with low modified scale have a back lane for access. Our stretch of street is the only one classified in this way that does not have a back lane. So in this map from the draft, you can see the striped zones are identified as low modified up to 4 stories, and the red square that I've outlined is our specific little stretch of 19th Street Northwest. Unfortunately, this map does not show laneways. So next slide, I went to Google Maps and I zoomed in to show you where the lanes are and where the houses are. And as you can clearly see, all the green is laneways, and our red zone is the only one that has no back lane, and it directly backs onto our rear fence. Next slide. Just to make sure I wasn't missing anything, I then zoomed out more, and you can see from Crowchild to 12th Street Northwest, our stretch of street, which is in red, is the only one that does not have a back lane that is classified as low modified. This clearly shows that our unique spot should be considered much differently when talking about scale and building restrictions. Next slide. Some other things that need to be considered are that these lots are actually shallower than typical lots, and there's a lot of pedestrian and cyclist activity accessing Queen Elizabeth School, the community center, the fields, the outdoor pool, the off-leash dog park, and of course the businesses on 19th Street. There's also a cherished walking path called Dairy Lane that is very well used. Next slide. This image outlines what I just talked about, showing the shallower lots, if you look at the little arrows at the bottom, in comparison to the lots south of 2nd, which are often referenced in comparison, but they're different, as well as the multiple crosswalks and the Dairy Lane walkway. Next slide. The main concerns that I have with allowing this plan to go forward as is that a 4-story, low-modified mixed-use building would require an underground parkade to address the minimum parking. There is no back lane, as I've mentioned. All the residential and commercial vehicles, including deliveries, Amazon, FedEx, Canada Post, NMAX, emergency vehicles, garbage pickup, would need to access the building directly from 19th Street. And this would either cross over or stop and block the sidewalk and the bike lane. This puts pedestrians and cyclists at high risk. Without a back lane, shadowing, massing, and privacy concerns would significantly impact the neighbors on 18A, and this would only be made worse by the shallow lots. It would also significantly impact the neighbors on 18A's ability to use and to benefit from their solar panels, which many of us have invested in. Next slide. My 2 requested amendments are very small. I would like to ask to reclassify the urban form for this small stretch to neighborhood local, which would match all the other areas of the LAP that do not have a back lane, and to change the building scale for this stretch to limit it up to 3 stories. These amendments would allow for housing densification while recognizing the unique characteristics of this stretch of street, valuing the requests of residents, and upholding the priorities of the Riley Park LAP, such as the safety of pedestrians and cyclists, as well as climate resilience. Next slide. I know it can be challenging to appreciate the nuances of these maps when they just look like a bunch of colored squares. So I'd like to conclude by showing you what this actually looks like for your constituents on the ground. This is the view from my window of my backyard looking into my neighbors. And you can see this. There is no separation between us. I know that development and densification will happen, but imagine if this was your backyard and a 4-story building was built directly against your back fence, looking down into your backyard while your children played and directly into the back windows of your home. A 4-story building is completely inappropriate for this location. Next slide. Again, this is my neighbors looking down along the fence line, and you can see the rear garages of the 19th Street neighbors on the right where a 4-story building would be. Please consider my requests and make these much needed amendments so that we can support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Anila Samji. Do we have Indila Samji? How about Jim Sterling?
Good afternoon. My name's Jim Sterling. I'm a resident in Hillhurst and I'm part of the community-based group opposed to the Riley LAP. I'm a professional engineer registered with APEGA. As a professional engineer, I have an ethical duty to raise matters that may impact public safety. There is creosote contamination in the Hillhurst area. There is hydrocarbon contamination in the North Hill Mall area. Both have been known for several years. Both are ignored in the Riley LAP. Despite our group's concern expressed during open houses and formal submissions, citizens' comments were not recorded in the public reporting. At the request of my neighbours, I addressed 2 letters on the subject to you, Mayor, and others. First was a summary of concerns arising from my technical review of the risk management plan associated with a proposed development in Hillhurst. In the second, I questioned ownership and cleanup at the Canada Creosote site, which is the source driving creosote into Hillhurst. The creosote issue in Hillhurst has several parallels with the Linwood Ridge contamination saga that cost the city, the province, and taxpayers tens of millions of dollars to resolve. Gaps in the province's Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act mean that there is a lack of regulation for risk management at contaminated sites in Alberta. Liabilities in Linwood Ridge were driven by gaps in the Act. Liabilities in Hillhurst are being driven by gaps in the Act. Administration, council, and the province continue to ignore community requests for engagement on contamination in Hillhurst. In conclusion, Mayor and Council, your Treaty 7 land acknowledgement this morning is your commitment to address past failures in meeting promises to protect the people. By that measure, the Riley LAP is also a land acknowledgement. If Council approves this plan, then 1. Council are acknowledging it's acceptable for administration to ignore well-researched work by well-qualified members of the public. 2. Council are acknowledging that the LAP can ignore environmental contamination risk and public health exposure. 3. Council are acknowledging that gaps in the province's Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act can be ignored by the Riley Area Plan. The Riley Area Plan does not recognise the people's input. The Riley Area Plan fails to acknowledge the land on which the people live. The Riley Community's LA Plan fails the Treaty 7 test. Please send this LAP back to administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That concludes this panel, so let me go to questions. We have Councillor Wong in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. If it has Mr. Grove, please. Mr. Grove, before I ask you a question, I'd like to ask the administration a clarification question, if that's okay, Mayor. Mr. Grove made reference to a zoning or change that would upzone a particular aspect of the LAP. If we upzone that particular aspect, does that have to go through re-advertising again?
Councillor, you're getting into a question of administration when we're in the middle of public hearing.
I appreciate it. The question I have for him, though, is dependent on that answer, though.
There's not much I can do about that. Administration is not part of the public presenting at public hearing.
Okay,
You're welcome to ask that question afterwards to administration.
Okay, I'll ask the question in lieu of that. Thank you. Ms. Groh, you indicated that this property, by changing it to, I believe, building scale modifier low, which allows you to go to 4 or 6 stories, right, would be an upzoning. Is that your professional opinion, or is that an opinion that you've heard?
Well, I think this has never really come up. In my view, in my career, as you know, I've been in this business dealing with development permit and land use in different capacities. And typically, if you request upzoning of a land use district, it would require re-advertisement. You can downzone as a result of a public hearing, and you many times you dealt with that. But now we're in a situation where we have very prescriptive local area plans. The previous ARPs don't have that prescription of modifiers, what limit basically the number of stories. You don't have much of those ARP in existence. The only thing is the current ARP in Sunnyside, for example, sets for certain areas a maximum height. You cannot vary that, even under through a development permit application. So because the local area plans are specifically tied to the maps of the heritage guidelines, it creates a conundrum for my client that has a property that is in the TOD area, who they wanted to redevelop. They bought a property under the expectation, under MCG zoning, that it could go up to 4 stories. That is now taken away from them because of arbitrary including it in the heritage guidelines and by a modifier building scale low. And that is I believe, unfair. Plus, the heritage criteria that have been used in this case are very arbitrary. So this is a unique situation that I don't think has happened yet. As a result of the very prescriptive designations and building form and modifiers included in a local area plan. And I don't think my client will be the first one that have discovered this. Others will follow. And we all know what happened a few weeks ago when council turned down the amendments to the Westgate local area plan and the heritage community, because basically all those permits need to be refused. And I feel very unfortunate for my client because they don't have a remedy if you would come to the conclusion that it needs to be re-advertised. But if that's the case, my client, as a result of a fair hearing getting today, should be then requesting that this matter be tabled for re-advertisement for the reasons that you were questioning me. And I'm looking forward to what the opinion of the city administration's legal side is on this.
Okay.
But that is my opinion.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. In lieu of, again, a legal opinion from the city, I'm going to ask a question, and you can say yes or no. In your former role as the chair of the subdivision appeal board, are you comfortable asking a question directed that way?
What do you mean by that question?
In your former role as a subdivision appeal board, if I ask you a question related to SDAB decisions, would you be able to answer?
I feel uncomfortable doing that.
I'm going to stop you for a minute.
I feel uncomfortable.
Mr. Grohl is here in a specific capacity. Please don't ask him to take on another capacity. That's not fair.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay. I guess in your professional role that you're saying you represent your client, have you ever seen an ARP policy upzone and requiring advertising?
I have not seen that. Okay. I have not seen that. But it depends on the wording of the ARP. I do know that it would be required for the Sunnyside Hillhurst ARP if you would, because it has a maximum, only for the TOD areas, it contains maximum height. And heights in an area structure or an area redevelopment plan cannot be relaxed. So that would require a policy amendment. And that has been done regularly, but then tied to a special policy amendment.
Okay, thank you.
But may I ask to follow up on this question? It is my understanding that the administration takes the position that when all these local area plans have been approved, that they would not allow any policy amendments to the local area plans in the next 3 years. And we've already seen that because my clients have already requested a policy amendment for the Westgate, and the pre-apps that came back and saying we will not support it.
Right. Okay. My last question to you is, you asked for removal of this property from the Heritage Guideline area. The other is the building scale modifier. If we changed the building scale modifier only and left it within the Heritage Guideline area, would that work or not?
Unfortunately, not for my client, because to be able to redevelop this property, they would need to go to the maximum as allowed under the land use bylaw, and that would be taken away from them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Atkinson, please.
Just before you do your question, Councillor Wong, Council, I just need general consent that we can at least finish with this panel, please. Anyone opposed to that? All right, great. Let's keep going.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Atkinson, you made reference to the work leading up to the October version of that. You participated in that whole process?
Yes, I did. I was even on the working group, yeah.
On the working group, okay. And I think I heard you say that the October version is acceptable to the Hounslow Heights Briar Hill community?
Yes.
Okay.
That'd be the short answer. We always had concerns that 6 stories was too much contrast, but that's a compromise with people who felt like it wasn't too much. I can respect that as a balanced answer.
Okay. So when the referral motion came forward by Councillor Winus to ask for additional density, in that time frame that administration went away, in that November time frame, were you or anybody in the working group consulted as to what that could look like?
I can't specifically speak to everyone in the working group, but the board of the Hounslow Heights Briar Hill Community Association was not consulted.
Okay. During the December informed portion of it, where the presentation was brought forward, was it brought forward seeking advice or just an information?
No, it was strictly informed level.
And so,
strictly.
Did you provide feedback of the implications of that change?
Yes, we did.
And do you believe it was heard in this report?
No, we didn't feel that our concerns, particularly the session I was in, spent a lot of time on the 12 stories between 14th and 15th Street at the top of the hill, which is a very topographically dramatic area with very poor egress and also has the gas plume under it. And we just kept getting, it's within 600 meters of the 2 train stations, so it must be wonderful, rather than considering the specifics of that site.
Okay. Now, whether it be for the working group or more specifically with the Hounslow Heights Briar Hill Community Association, I believe you've held a number of sessions with the community since January, is that right?
Yes, I as in my volunteer role as Director of Land Use, wrote several articles and called a community meeting, and you'll hear from some other residents, and there's been many submissions based from that. Okay.
With the referral recommendations that are in here, have they expressed confidence with the recommendations?
Have our residents expressed confidence with the current proposal?
Yes.
No, there's a very strong majority of the community that is opposed to this proposal.
Okay, and the principal reason being?
That it's too much contrast with the existing character and context of the community. Okay. And it's been spread too far, bearing in mind that there's wonderful potential to put an awful lot of density on North Hill, and we very much support that, which is why I kept harping on how that should be designed and how we need to maintain the practicalities of the residences there.
Okay. There's a spot that was referred to by Ms. Fraser McLeod about west of 19th Street, changing that neighborhood connector, adding up to 6 or maybe 12 stories in that area. Mm-hmm. In that area, that's specifically between 19th Street and 21A Street. Are we seeing development right now happening, infill development happening there?
So far, we do have some maximized RCG type developments already, yes.
So three-story 11 meters.
3-story 11 meters. One of them is on a 75-foot lot and has 12 units.
Right.
And one of the biggest concerns really is that, and the front setback is completely maximized, so it's completely, it's like 21 feet in front of the adjacent house.
Okay. And focusing specifically on that area there, 3-story neighborhood, RCG type property, having a 6-story beside that, what does that look like?
Well, even in contrast with the one that's just proposed, never mind the existing bungalows, that would be quite a contrast to then go to 6 stories, would also have a much smaller front setback, and it'd be there'd be issues with all kinds of parking, shadowing, massing. It doesn't fit in that context at all. We've been trying to maintain mostly grade-oriented options in the community, and trying to keep the height to something that respects the tree canopy and that sort of thing, and put the emphasis on the mall, and it keeps getting more and more and more, and not incorporating some balance somewhere in between, which is what we're trying to get to.
Okay. Staying in this geographic location, 16th Avenue is a Trans-Canada highway, 6
Yes.
lanes either way. And between these streets that we talk about, there's a road between that. Is that not right?
Between a good portion of the area that they added the 6 stories and 4 stories on their map, and the 16th Avenue, there's a major sound barrier. So that there's a little 1-lane service road at the north end that unfortunately is also called 16th Ave, but it's got nothing to do with the true 16th Avenue. There's no connection.
So technically it's not a connector then?
No, then it's one of the first things we showed on our very first walking tour with the team, is how that part of northern Briar Hill doesn't connect to 16th Avenue.
Okay. Last question for you is over on 14th Street and about 15th Avenue there.
Mm-hmm.
There's a proposal of 12 stories along 14th Street.
Mm-hmm.
Right. What's the grade, the slope grade in that area?
Significant. I couldn't tell you in %, but it drops very significantly. That's what I was talking about before when at the engagement session addressed the one I was in. The gas plume is underneath it. The northern block of it is on a very distinct knob of a hill, and way back in the 60s, the 14th Street was dropped, so that it drops something like, to put it in stories, like 3 or more stories from these people's houses down a precipitous. Like, they don't use their front steps. They for years they had their mail delivered to the back. And the only way in there was to go up 15th and down a paved lane, and yet they're considering that's a good place to put a major apartment building. It doesn't make a lot of sense to us. And then you've got that grade as the 14th Street comes down the hill, similarly with very steep lane. And so you have to consider, how would you get into this thing? So a little bit more along 14th made some sense, but to put it up that much more doesn't make sense to the community at all.
So to access 12 stories through a residential neighborhood, through back lane ways to get into an apartment building?
Yes, because it won't be practical to turn off 14th Street to any of those.
Okay, so that particular improvement is not practical?
That's how we feel, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sterling, in my last 48 seconds. Mr. Sterling, thank you for coming forward and bringing forward your PAGA professional standards on there. When you made reference to the creosote that's in both Canadian creosote that goes under the Bull River to West Hillhurst, as well as the plume that's on the Sears site coming down, do you know whether that creosote moves regularly, or is it generally stable because of the soil, the clay that's around there?
It's actually quite difficult to tell, in my opinion. There's a limited ability to get access to measuring creosote because the area is quite densely developed to this point. You can't go drilling wells in people's backyards, right? So you have to make some reasonable guesses as to what's going on. And I can tell you that when I look at the environmental reports on creosote, they don't consider a wide enough range of uncertainty in their assessments, and that uncertainty feeds into risk. And as you start to densify areas, you start to densify risk, and that's where public health may become an issue. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that risk, failure to address risk, and the densification, which is going to drive risk, is going to raise a potential public health issue if we're not careful.
Okay. And as you're aware that through a development process, we do environmental assessment and we look for Alberta Environment to give us advice on that, correct?
Yeah, but you've done that before, right? Linwood Ridge was all about the province giving you environmental advice, but you had to take them to court before you got anywhere close to the truth. By that point, it was too late.
Okay.
So this is the history by which I am asking you to consider what's going on here.
Right. Okay, thank you. Last one from Ms. Smart. Thank you.
Councillor, your time is actually up. I'm going to be kind, but make it a quick question.
Yeah, very quick question. Thank you. So thank you for being here. And you're on 18A Street.
Yes.
You're back into the laneway there. No laneway there.
Yeah.
The general concern you have is expressed by everybody up and down 18A Street?
Everyone I've talked to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Scroll. Quick question for you. So your submission in regards to the requirement to re-advertise is based on the fact that it's a local area plan as opposed to the fact that it's only for 5 properties?
Well, because it is the local area plan, because of the modifiers, the building scale, and the urban form maps, because of they're so precise. That is the reason that my understanding is that the administration is of the understanding that this would potentially require a re-advertisement, because as you know, the principle is if you upzone as a result of a public hearing, it would require re-advertisement. You can downzone as a result of a public hearing. But why I'm raising this is I'm saying is it would effectively mean that my client, as a result of my representations here, would not have a remedy for legal reasons because of the local area plan has been so specific it has almost become part of the intertwinement between the land use bylaw maps, the land use designations, and the local area modifiers and the maps. And this is going to happen far more in the future.
But this, in effect, is not a land use redesignation.
No, but ineffectively.
It's a potentially limiting.
Yes. And that is the issue for my client. He's limiting their ability to build in accordance with the land use bylaw, land use district, to do, currently under MCG, they can do 4 stories. Yes. But no longer, if this local area pass, they can no longer do that.
So my understanding previously, it was that we could make modifications even to land use, like outline plan, even potentially upzoning as long as it was not significant. And so that's why I asked you the question. We're only talking about 5 properties here. Would that constitute something that's significant, or how would that, from your interpretation, be?
Well, it's, in my view, you have to look at the intent of the Municipal Government Act. Section 617 says that you can pass land use bylaws without infringing on the rights of individual property owners to develop their property. But in effect, this is what's happening as a result of this local area plan. It affects my client's ability to redevelop their property in accordance with even the current land use bylaw.
Okay, I will have some follow-up questions with our legal department once the public hearing is concluded. Thank you for being here. No further questions.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thanks very much for making the time to be with us here today. Let me tell you, when we come back, it'll be panel 3, which is Chris Bell and Calvin French. Following that is panel 4, which will be Kaylee Biesiegel, Murray DeRosier, Laura Marie Berg, Rob Keith, and Kelly Pollock. And then there's one more panel after that. So we are going to take a 30-minute break. We'll be back here at 3:57. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Let's do a roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wainess. Councillor Carra.
Councillor Carra is here.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong. Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal.
I'm here as well.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you. We do have quorum.
Thank you. All right, we are picking up where we left off. We are carrying on with panel 3. We've got Chris Bell and Calvin French. And then, just so everyone's ready, it's going to be Kaylee Bicycle, Murray DeRosier, Laura Marie Berg, Rob Keith, and Kelly Pollock. So let's start with Chris Bell.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and members of council. I am here today on behalf of Norfolk Housing Association. We at Norfolk are pleased to support the proposed Riley local area plan, both as a provider of and as an advocate for community housing. As you may know, all of our properties are located in Hillhurst Sunnyside within the Riley LAP area. And for almost 45 years, we have been really fortunate enough to be stewards of community assets in those communities, really working to support and preserve naturally occurring affordable housing. And here I'm referring to, of course, older purpose-built rental buildings. We are now actively exploring opportunities to redevelop one of our mixed income properties located within the Sunnyside Station area. And we'd like to do our part to provide greater housing choice and accessibility for Calgarians. The proposed LAP will help organizations like us really achieve these goals as it provides the policies to support both sensitive intensification writ large across these neighborhoods, as well as expansion of both mixed and non-market housing near LRT stations, and again, across these very desirable neighborhoods. The proposed plan also includes policies specific to activating the laneway between 10th Street and 9A Street north of Sunnyside Station. This is a really important piece for us, as bringing additional activity to that area will help address the safety and security issues that our residents in that area have consistently raised with us over the years. We also specifically support administration's revisions to the plan made in response to council's referral, because increasing density near transit stations, especially in the Riley LAP, it really just makes sense. Hillhurst Sunnyside, just like the rest of the plan area, is fortunate to include many amenities like grocery stores, pharmacies, convenient access to transit, and nature, just to name a few. And these are exactly the kinds of neighborhoods where greater housing density and diversity can and should go. And finally, like most of you, I woke up today thinking about what really can be done and what should be done to support our economy given U.S. tariffs. According to most of the experts that I follow, improving productivity seems to be the answer. But what can we really do locally to support that and to support improvements to productivity? Now, this might sound a bit odd, but scaling up community housing would actually go a really long way. About a year ago, the Canadian Housing and Renewal Association, in partnership with Deloitte, released a study on the surprisingly strong relationship between productivity and community housing here in Canada. Supportive policies like those included in the proposed Riley LAP will help to clear the way in achieving the productivity gains that we so desperately need at this time. But as always, when it comes to housing, supportive policy is a necessary but not at all sufficient step. It's important and it does help, but of course, a lot of other investments are required. And so with that, those are my comments. On behalf of Norfolk Housing, I urge Council to approve this plan. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let's go to Calvin French.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Calvin French. I'm a resident, I'm a parent, and I'm here representing West Hillhurst Community Association Transportation Committee, which I'm a member of. To the extent I'm representing them, I sent my notes to the team last night and checked my email this morning and nobody said stop. So I'm also here speaking for myself. I want to weigh in only on the mobility part. That's the part I formed an opinion of. That's the part we're tasked with looking at. as far as that goes, I am in, and I think we are in for the Riley plan. We want to encourage you to approve it. Riley communities are a gold mine for mobility possibility. If you sitting on council are sometimes a little tired and are looking just once to be dealt like a really good hand, here it is. People live here because they know that it's a privilege to walk or wheel to amenities. Families flock here, and there are 1,400 or so kids ride or walk to school when they can. We have more and better options for coffee than anywhere in Calgary. There's a reason for that. And yeah, I'll debate anybody on that in another setting. So the vision I think that we need as far as mobility goes is Utrecht comes to Cowtown. I've never been to Utrecht, but I've seen the videos. The possibility is there in Riley communities. It really isn't everywhere in Calgary, but it is here. I spoke in October. I was lukewarm in favor. But since then, if I'm reading things right, there are some amendments that do, for me, jazz it up quite a bit. So here are the parts that I really like that were changed. First, core values, which state focused growth and investment around Sunnyside, Lions Park, SAIT, Alberta University Arts, Jubilee 19th, 14th, 10th, Kensington Road, and the always available for all ages and abilities, which is the 5A network. Further enhancing people's walking, wheeling, and transit experiences as they move to and through the Riley communities. That's first thing there. That's front and center, and I think that is wonderful. So you nailed it. Slam dunk. Absolutely on board. A few more specifics. 2242, the Riley Park Village section, just makes it crystal clear that those connections around SAIT and the new development will be absolutely first rate. Make it that. It'll be fantastic. 254, transit station areas. I think this just shows that the opportunity is there. We're transit rich. People can live here and take transit elsewhere. They can also access the amenities that are here, obviously, through transit. 2543, the part about sort of gateway sites, good lighting, higher density, 5A around SAIT. Yep, yes, and yeah. And lastly, part 332, moving to and through says, prioritize pedestrian and cycling connections and complete missing links to amenities and points of interest across the plan area, especially transit, main streets, community association sites, schools, parks, natural areas. Those are the amenities. That's why people live here. Make it easy to get to them, please. Make it safe for kids to get to them, please. I think the plan has enough wording to support that. Also, to enable and improve, support improved transit service, obviously, yes, absolutely, throughout the plan area. I'd love it to say 5A specifically here, but it's okay. It's in the core values. So let's approve this. Let it be our guiding light. We need it to matter. People who live here care a bunch about where they live, and they don't always agree, so this was a long time coming. If members of the public, council, and city administration can keep the mobility part in mind and remember to work to find solutions to the incredibly important details like crosswalk timings, sidewalk maintenance, curb cuts, bike lane safety, missing links, construction detours, snow removal, and all those other myriad accessibility concerns that kids, seniors, or people with disabilities are especially impacted with. Not just the big development stuff, right? Like the plan has to be about the little stuff, the day-to-day stuff, the repaving, all the maintenance stuff too. I think then it'll be great. You just have to play the cards that you've been dealt if you want to win here. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for either of you in the queue, so thank you very much for taking the time to be here with us today. Let's go on to panel number 4, and when I call your name, you can come on up to the front. So let's have Kylie Beisigel, Murray DeRosier, Laura Marie Berg, Rob Keith, and Kelly Pollock.
I'm Kylie or Kaylee. I don't know. Oh, my timer is going. So I'm one of those people that Allison talked to. In addition to, I walked around with about 45 letters to my neighbors. And the interesting thing is this is really concurrent with the timing of a land application that came up where we really got to dig into what would the application of this look like. And the answer is administration, my ward office, my neighbors, the developer, all are interpreting this differently. And so it's a really unique opportunity to look at the specifics of this one stretch along 19th Street Northwest. So again, and I wanted to say, we had 23 people respond to my letter with the same concern. So as far as engagement goes, that's an awesome response rate. So I know, Terry, you asked how many people she talked to. Most of the neighbors within a 1-block radius have the same concerns we do. So we moved in a little over a year and a half ago. And to be clear, I am in support of redevelopment and densification in the area. However, it needs to be done in alignment with all the goals of the Riley Park LAP. I know my neighborhood is great. I want more people to enjoy it, but there's a strategic way to balance the goal of densification with the other goals of the Riley Park LAP. Next slide. So why am I here? The recent land use redesignation application has come in tandem with the timing of this. So through that land redesignation app, I talk about how I met with our ward office reps, administration, Fraser, good work, Becky, they're all going to be sick of me, Brian as well. And there's no consensus about what this actually looks like, especially on this specific stretch with no laneway. So I walked those streets and got the neighbors behind these potential amendments. So I am speaking for myself, but there are 25 people on a mailing list that share these concerns. Next slide. Current dilemma, the Riley Park plan fails to provide specific development directions or guidelines for future development along the unique stretch on the east side of 19th Street Northwest, specifically between 2nd and 6th Ave that borders 18A Street. Currently in the proposed plan, this stretch is defined as community connector corridor and the height for low modified scale mixed buildings that can go up to 4 stories in height. From all the other areas in the Riley Park plan that would allow for mixed use buildings up to this height, this stretch of land has the following distinctive characteristics that have yet to be addressed by the Riley Park plan. Next slide. So you saw this map earlier, but this is the only area under the designation where there's no back lane, limited scale neighborhood local residential developments along 18A that would border potential new developments that the plan proposes that can stretch over 4 stories. So there's no back lane. I've got a 1.5 story. All the houses around the current application are 1 story with an exception of a few 1.5. The lots are shallower. The stretch is home to Dairy Lane, which Allison talked about. There's 3 highly frequented crosswalks between 19th and 2nd Ave as well. And there's less visible traffic to road blockades created by garbage dumpsters that would be waiting for collection and temporarily parked delivery vehicles along the east side of 19th Street. So next slide. Here's some of the issues that we have pinpointed. Commercial vehicles and parking access must access from the street driving across the bike lane and sidewalk to make deliveries. Compounding high density residential with commercial mixed use in the area means exponentially multiplying the number of vehicles that will have to cut across the bike lane and sidewalk, decreasing pedestrian and cyclist safety, as I've heard many people reference today. Garbage and pickup disposals access would have to be from the street. That also causes visibility concerns for both pedestrians and for cyclists. Shadowing, massing, and setback challenges impacting neighbors' residents. Access to sunlight. We're directly to the east and north of the proposed application. We would literally, if you see, there's a image on the right, that one's actually 5 stories, but there is the separation of a laneway and a street, and you can see that was taken at 2:30 in the afternoon just about a week and a half ago. It's in complete darkness. So the solar panels that me and my husband just invested in at $25,000 at the encouragement of the city to be part of the energy transition would literally be impacted greatly, and we would not see the same return on investment. So negative results, I think I've talked about them. There's many objectives of the Riley Park LAP, and we just have to make sure that we've got a balanced approach. So recommendation for solution, review the characteristics of this stretch, provide clear policy and direction for developers and for residents as well as administration, consider reclassifying this area as neighborhood local or provide specific and clear instructions for this parcel to allow limited scale up to 3 stories. And I think my time is up, but what Allison said.
You're right on time. Thank you. Is it Kaylee or Kylie?
It's Kaylee.
It's Kaylee. Thank you very much. Let's go to Marie DeRosier. If you need a hand with that, we'll just get someone up there for it. Or there it is.
Okay, thank you. My name's Murray DeRosier. I'm a resident of Briar Hill, where I've owned a home since 2011. I am concerned about the changes that will occur in both Briar Hill and Hounsfield Heights as a result of the, if we should approve this plan today in its current form. As you've heard, a working group has been working on this plan for over 2 years, and that resulted in the presentation of the proposed plan to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee in October. At that time, neither the community nor the interested developers were fully satisfied with the draft plan. And based on my experience with planning matters, that tells me that the plan was probably in the right place at that time. Unfortunately, the planning committee asked administration to prioritize greater density around the transit stations. And I would note that that referral motion narrowly passed 4 votes to 3. Now we find ourselves in a situation where significant density has been added. The community is strongly opposed to the plan and the developers are strongly in favor. The pendulum has swung too far. My ask today is that we revert to the October version of the plan. I'll now discuss some specific concerns I have around the proposed plan. Up on the screen are the building scale maps that were published by administration. The smaller map is the building scale map from the October version, and the larger map is the version before us today. And I've circled the changes, circled the areas where the changes have occurred. But the first thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that North Hill Mall site, where it is 27 plus story development is permitted. I feel this is a good site for transit-oriented development given its proximity to both the Lions Park and SAIT LRT stations. The significant density increase at North Hill needs to be balanced with what is proposed for the rest of the community. Unfortunately, the changes that were made following the direction from the Planning Committee have gone too far. Administration appears to have taken a mechanical approach to adding significantly more density around the Lions Park LRT station. If a property was within a distance of the LRT station, it had its density increased. There was no recognition that infill development should complement the established character of the area. The addition of 4- and 6-story developments south of 16th Avenue and west of 19th Street is not appropriate. There are major egress issues for these properties as they are not accessible from 16th Avenue. The higher density permitted by the blanket rezoning is more than adequate here. We currently have 4 small commercial buildings located adjacent to our community park that range in size from 1 to 3 stories. Spot rezoning this property to permit 6 stories adjacent to single-family homes is not appropriate. On 19th Street, the increase to 6 stories from 4 stories on the west side is not appropriate, as these properties will share a back lane with single detached homes. In Hounsfield Heights, the proposed building scale increases will result in only a very small portion of the community remaining in its current form. The increase to 12 stories from 4 stories along 14th Street will create shading issues for the entire community. The proposed changes to increase the building scale should be rejected as they are not based on good planning principles. Just make a quick comment about the urban form map. Neighborhood Connector now covers about half of our community. I understand that Neighborhood Connector allows HGO zoning, which is a further densification from that permitted under the blanket rezoning. Other than 19th Street and the portion of 14th Avenue west of 19th Street, the areas now designated as Neighborhood Connector are quiet residential streets and most certainly are not the higher activity streets contemplated by this designation. For the reasons discussed, the expansion of Neighborhood Connector west of 19th Street and the additional density that its associated HGO zoning permits is not appropriate. In conclusion, the communities of Briar Hill and Hounsfield Heights were well established before the LRT was built. We understand that changes are coming to our communities as a result of the local area plan and that blanket rezoning, which has already resulted in applications for several higher density developments. We are prepared to do our part and take on a reasonable amount of additional density to support the city's housing strategy. I respectfully request that the version of the local area plan presented to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee on October 16, 2024, be the version that is approved.
Thank you, sir. You're just at time.
I have one sentence left. May I finish
Thank
it?
you very much. I've already given you a couple of extra seconds. Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Laura Marie Berg, please.
If they could pull back a bit so that I can see the labeling. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Council. My name's Laura Marie Berg, and I want to raise concerns today about the current Riley plan that is before you. I submitted a letter on behalf of my husband and I on February 27th, 2025. In that letter, we requested that the city revert to the plan that was presented to the public in May of 2024 and to City Council in mid-October. My husband and I have been following the consultation regarding the Riley LAP since it started over 2 years ago. We live in, as you can see, a bungalow on 21A Street, north of 14th Avenue in Briar Hill. While there's been some redevelopment in our street, you can see that most of the homes consist of small, well-kept bungalows. In recent years, some of the bungalows on our street have been purchased by young couples with young families, including our neighbors. It was our intention to live in our home for another 20 to 30 years through our retirement. In May, following the fourth phase of the Riley LAP, and Kelly, if I could just get you to change the map, you can see the Riley map for May and then the December 2024 map. And the location of our home on those maps is denoted by a star. In May, we had understood that there would be 3-story developments gradually coming in around us. We understood they'd consist of duplexes, secondary suites, row housing, and we are and were and are in favor of this increased density in our immediate area. But after 2 years of consultation, in mid-October, Council asked administration to add more density. While administration had until the end of March to present the plans to IPC, it was rushed through, with notification sessions scheduled for the community between December 10th and December 18th. I wasn't able to make one of those sessions, but I wasn't concerned because I had been following the Riley consultation, and I expected that changes at this very late stage would be small. But as you can see from the December map, the changes were not small. The changes with no consultation with community were massive. We went from most of our area north of 14th being up to 3 stories to having a large swath of our side of the neighborhood zoned for 4 to 6-story apartment buildings. And you can see again from the map that my neighbors and I now face the prospect of looking at a 6-story building right across the street. And no one in my local area was aware of this. I knocked on about 60 doors in the community in early January and spoke to over 20 people, and I only found one other person who was very recently made aware of these changes. The people I spoke to were genuinely shocked at what has been proposed. So the 2 key issues with the recent Riley plan are this: 6-story buildings across the street from bungalows is a massive contrast, and it goes against the principles outlined in the municipal MDP, the TOD guidelines, and the Guide for Local Area Planning. There seems to be an assumption that the bungalows that my neighbors and I live in are ready to be torn down and replaced with large 3-story developments, but that's not the case. many of us have done significant renovations in our homes with the intent of staying there for decades. That is something the city administration would have learned had it taken any steps to consult on these changes. And that takes me to consultation. And if I could get you to change this. In our letter, I provided a quote from our Court of Appeal on why consultation matters. And in the interest of time, I'm just putting it up for people to read while I continue. I can say that I have zero confidence following these recent changes. They were quickly pushed through as quickly as possible with no community consultation, minimal notification during the Christmas period. We know that developers were consulted and were happy about them, while residents didn't even know they were happening. And my time is up. So thank you for
your
hearing my
presentation.
submissions.
Appreciate that. Let's go to Rob Keith, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Have been a community resident in Hillhurst since 1992, and my wife and I love the community so much that we bought a house and stayed in Calgary. And we've owned our current home in Hillhurst since 1993. In this current process, we attended as many of the LAP engagement sessions as possible. I think I heard the number 38 mentioned. I think we were probably at about 30 of them, including the small group sessions. And our hope was that the local residents' voices would truly be considered when it came to preventing insensitive development. That was our primary question. And that was my theme when I spoke at the Planning Committee in January regarding the Riley Communities Plan. I was disappointed in the committee's response to some of the continuing concerns about the proposed plan, but at least at that meeting I learned a few things. I learned that people who do not reside in the area and have no real connection were given significant voice in the process. I learned that developers had been given significant one-on-one time with administration to press their demands without any opportunity for local community rebuttal. I learned that the results of a very significant number of time-consuming and costly engagement sessions could be easily thwarted by council's direction to administration to simply create more density, and then to do so without having any communication plan with those who would be effective. In the final draft of the plan, which you're considering improving today, there are still some significant missing pieces. As of 2021, Riley Park itself is legally designated as a heritage asset. It's listed by the city as a city-wide historic resource. Yet, in the proposed plan named for the park and its donors, it's not protected from insensitive development along its southern edge. The plan shows that the north side of 5th Avenue Northwest could have 12 stories built. Now, there's no definition for how high a story is anywhere in this plan, but it could mean a building of over 150 feet. This doesn't reflect the context of the site. The bylaw defending Riley Park as a heritage asset refers to the need to preserve the character-defining elements of the park, which include things like sunlight. Page 27 of the plan suggests that development should consider shadowing impacts on neighboring properties, but there's no demand that shadow studies be mandatory for the proposed developments, and no suggestion of what shadowing would ever be considered acceptable or unacceptable. Massive development on the south side of Riley Park would result in significant shadowing of the entire park year-round and diminish its heritage value. One other specific note, page 60 of the plan states that development at the northwest intersection of 10th Street and Kensington Road Northwest should be 16 stories or less, but the plan map 4 that is included shows that property as being high up to 26 stories. It's confusing, it's an ongoing irritant, and at its core, it's also just wrong. 26 stories is ridiculous for that site. 16 stories is still far too high. It could be 180 to 200 feet tall, depending on the design, and again, whatever winds up being the definition of a story. At the planning meeting, community members were characterized by some members of council as being opposed to all development that increases density. This was never stated by any of the presenters, and it's frankly not true. We understand that the community changes, and we understand that the need for increased density, not just close to the downtown core, but across the entire city, particularly where there are good transit corridors and LRT lines to support commuters, this is needed. What those of us who bother to participate in this process are opposed to is insensitive and illogical development that can't be undone once it's gone ahead. We show up because we care. The Riley Community's LAP generally has some good things in it. A lot of excellent work has gone into it, but it needs a few final tweaks before being approved. Shadow studies must be mandatory for all development proposals. Otherwise, how can any decision-making body ever truly understand the impact? Specific areas need another look to see if they actually make contextual sense. And definitions, including the definition of what constitutes a story, needs to be clearly stated. Once a development plan is set and a bylaw is set, no developer should ever be able to ask for any easement or adjustment. These rules need to be strictly enforced by the city to ensure that developers are adhering to them. It should not continue to be the job of local citizens to have to show up continuously to police the process. It's the job of the Planning Committee, of Council, and of city inspectors. I urge you to please make sure that this plan is exactly right before you approve it. Thank you for my time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Kelly Pollock.
I did submit a presentation. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, my name is Kelly Pollock, and I'm a 25-year resident of Briar Hill. In the year 2000, I was searching for a home in Briar Hill. Despite my simple wish list, a 3-bedroom bungalow with a dining room, I struggled as homes were quickly snatched up by builders. I took matters into my own hands, dropping flyers in mailboxes, looking for potential sellers. Eventually, someone reached out, and I purchased my 1,100 square foot fixer-upper. Over the years, I've completed small renovations and updates as my budget allowed. Now I live here with my husband, Paul, and our dog, Fergus, hoping one day to age in place with a laneway home. Next slide, please. This is my neighbor, Carol, who lives in a renovated bungalow to the north. At 75 years old, she still changes her own winter tires and is often the first to clear snow from her sidewalk. She's a force and fiercely independent. Carol maintains one of the most beautifully landscaped yards in the neighborhood. As you can see, we still have our original 1952 chain link fence. Not once have we considered putting up a typical 6-foot privacy fence because we actually enjoy seeing and chatting with our neighbors. Next slide, please. This is my neighbor, Sue, from across the street. Sue keeps an eye on our block and takes deliveries in while I work. She's active in the community and volunteers for our annual community cleanup, driving around with her pickup truck to help neighbors clear out large items. Sue knows everyone in Briar Hill. Sue and Carol have become close friends. They have a special system. Each morning, they open their blinds to signal they're okay. If the blinds stay closed, they know to check on each other. Next slide, please. This is my dog, Fergus. He prefers to hang out in the front yard on a long leash. Our street connects to the 16th Avenue pedestrian overpass, so you see a lot of school kids and cyclists going by. Fergus is very social and loves interacting with daily commuters. During Stampeders games, fans park and pack our streets. Sometimes it can be an inconvenience, but we're okay with that. It's a handful of days each year, and we enjoy the energy it brings to Briar Hill. On game days, we often leave items we no longer leave on the front lawn with a free stuff sign. I've found new homes for several of my art school paintings this way. We lost a willow tree in our front yard due to its natural life cycle. I contacted someone in the city's horticultural department to discuss a replacement that would look beautiful year-round. She suggested a spicy pear tree. I had no idea we could grow pears in Calgary. We love it so much, we planted a second one. I think our fall harvest is impressive. We're fortunate that we have space and sunlight for a vegetable garden in our backyard. We took advantage of the city rain barrel program for irrigation. Sorry, I'm behind a slide. You can go to the next one. Thank you. I don't love the slope of our backyard. Cutting the lawn is a pain. That small hill served us well during COVID. We created a backyard movie theater where friends could gather at a safe distance. After COVID restrictions were lifted, we hosted a summer party with a DJ and danced till 1 a.m. It was very, very loud, but not one neighbor complained. Some even joined in. They knew this was a rare celebration of being able to gather again. Next slide, please. It's not lost on me how lucky I am to have such a home in a wonderful neighborhood. I'm deeply grateful for this. Everyone deserves a home in a great neighborhood. The stories I've shared today aren't just anecdotes. They're threads in the fabric of Briar Hill that strengthen our community and support us all. I'm here today to ask you to take a more thoughtful approach to adding density to our neighborhood. Next slide, please. The latest Riley local area plan means a concentrated upzoning to half our neighborhood. I believe this threatens the social connections that define Briar Hill and Helensfield Heights. When established homeowners are gradually displaced through redevelopment, we lose informal support networks developed over the decades, like neighbors who look out for each other, organize community events, and maintain our collective history. These social connections take generations to rebuild and may never be replicated with rapid new development. The revised plan also, next slide please. The revised plan also disproportionately targets our more affordable housing stock, the original bungalows. These 1950s homes represent naturally occurring attainable housing where lower purchase prices allow middle-income families like mine to purchase and renovate over time. We all know the replacement housing is almost always substantially more expensive. Next slide, please. So I ask you return to the plan that was presented in October 2024, which our community was consulted on and engaged with. Please think about neighborhoods, not just the numbers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There is one person in the queue for questions. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Kaylee, please. Thank you. Just one question for you. During the November timeframe, when they went away and did the Councilwoman's motion, bottom line was, were you consulted at that time?
I was not personally.
No. Okay, thank you. That was it for you. Laura Marie. Same question, but I think you answered that already, that you were not consulted as well during that November timeframe.
Not aware at all. The invite for these sessions on December 10th through 18th didn't have any indication at all, or a link to the maps, nothing to indicate the extreme changes. I only learned because I was on an email list that was discussing it in early January.
Okay, and when it was announced to go on IPC in January, were you aware of the advertising?
The IPC meeting was January 8th, and I had to learn that from my community association because it was advertised on the city website for January 10th, Wednesday, January 10th, when January 10th was in fact a Friday. So with no agenda attached either. So we only knew about the IPC meeting because the community association advised us.
Okay, and do you think you were prepared to come to IPC at the time?
It was a bit of a rush, to put it mildly. I learned about this on January 4th and threw together a submission on January 7th.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Murray, Mr. Dorsey, thank you. Same sort of questions. Were you informed in November or participated in November during the review?
No, I found out about this through the substantial amendments that were made following the October Infrastructure and Planning Committee. I found out about them from the Community Association in right around Christmas time.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. White, Rob, sorry. I don't want to ask you the same question, but I presume same answer. Is that?
Yeah, I was through a community member approached me and said that there were a number of concerns needed to be shared, and she understood that she would only have 5 minutes time, and she asked if I would help her by taking another 5 minutes of time to present some of those concerns. But I also shared many of my own concerns. But no, there was no notification other than word of mouth in the community.
Okay. You made a number of comments. The reason I picked you last, you made a number of comments that was characteristics of the other speakers that came there, right? And in other words, people who weren't necessarily living in the area, people who were given different sort of weighting to that. Who you were referring to when you made that statement?
There were a couple of speakers. Sorry, am I on? There were a couple of speakers who were online who were speaking from the Sinalta community, and it was in relation to the impact of higher density housing, and they were speaking in favor of the LIP and higher density based on their experience in another community. I found that odd. Okay. And I wondered why they were being given that opportunity, considering they didn't live in the community. They weren't necessarily themselves developers working on a project in the community. I didn't understand why they were given time.
Okay, well, we give everybody time. I think my question was, you felt you weren't engaged or informed and had to rush to it, but yet at the same time you felt others were engaged and informed.
It was certainly evident that there were others who were better prepared and better engaged, including developers who presented. They seemed to have a lot of inside information, and they seem to have had an awful lot of contact with administration.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue with questions for this panel, so thanks very much for being with us today. We appreciate your time. I'm going to go to the next panel. This is panel 5. So we've got Angeles Mendoza Samet, Alexandra Robertson, Andrew Newson, Denny Robinson, and Sterling Carlson. So if I've read out your name, please feel free to go up to the front and grab a seat. We're going to start with Angeles Mendoza Samet.
I am here on the phone.
Hi, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor and councilors. Good afternoon. I am Angeles Mendoza. I have worked as consultant on planning and management, and I was a member of the working group for this plan. I live in Briar Hill, and it was disappointing to have the working group terminated before the process ended. As before, I was not consulted for this new version and got only the information about the information sessions. In response to a previous speaker, no community can accommodate all people that would like to live on it, especially the older Riley communities. I found the plan inconsistent, if not misleading. It is a draft that needs clear improvement and the input of the residents. For example, Section 2 Neighborhood Local Map in 3 Urban Form shows in yellow almost half of Briar Hill. But this neighborhood local is replaced by the other scale that, if you remember, was kind of orange there. Well, what happens that this new low-scale development allows multi-residential farms, including commercial and industrial use, in areas that are now single family houses. And there is no definition also on what is multi-residential. In this plan, the transition zone for Lions Park LRT, figure 11, in the plan, extends further into Briar Hill and overlaps with what indicated before for low modified and low up to 6 stories, but other parts of the plan indicate up to 12 stories. Section 2.2.1.6 indicates that multi-residential building is limited to what should consider access to sunlight and shade on adjacent parcels, but Section 2.5.4 for transition zones only indicates pedestrian wind comfort and safety studies for buildings over 12 stories. And even more, Section 2.4.2.2 indicates that rooftop amenities, spaces, and associated structures might exceed the maximum height outlined in May 4. So this is not going to help create peaceful living, but will result in more conflict and more problems for residents. For parks and open space, the plan is not assessing how the proposed transit changes will affect green areas. And it even gives a grown image of how green the community is. For example, trying to connect 13th Avenue to 14th Street will isolate the existing green area with the Lions Park playground and likely will not improve safety, equality, or functionality of this area, which is one of the objectives, and will increase localized traffic, worsen exposure to vehicle emissions and noise for residents and for children and other people using that green space. Also, the location or potential location of a green corridor in West Hill Roads should have been already put in the map and not leave for later. because once development is there, it will be very difficult. So moving through the community also needs clear improvement because there should be a mobility plan consulted truly with communities before this plan would have put for your consideration. The cumulative effects of increasing development and transit, considering that there will be a high-speed rail corridor along 16th Avenue, plus the LRT, plus the effects of narrowing the intersections and narrowing 19th Street will create a chaos here because we receive the traffic from all the communities north of us. Flooding is still considering for areas that have high density on the map. I think we all in the community are open to reasonable compromises, but this plan is trying to squeeze more development in all communities where that is not happening in the newer communities where no 12 to 26 stories are considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to Alexandra Robertson. Do we have Alexandra?
I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes we can.
Great, sorry, I'll press on. Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and thank you for allowing me this time to address you. My name is Alex Robertson. I'm a local resident of Hillhurst and part of a group of neighbours opposed to the Riley Local Area Plan. I have four main concerns to speak to you on, all specifically relating to contamination and development of contaminated sites. Firstly, on contamination, there is known contamination in the Riley Local Area region. There's existing contamination at the North Hill Mall area and north of the Bow River from Crowchild east to 14th Street. In the North Bow River area, unabated contamination comes from a site south of the Bow River, and there is no plan for site cleanup by the originator. Secondly, on policy, a plan or policy for development of contaminated sites is not available. This is a gap. Having a standard or policy to deal with management of contaminated sites sets expectations for developers, provides transparency for residents, and provides a risk mitigation tool and a control mechanism should contamination become exacerbated, thereby providing a level of protection for residents. The Riley Local Area Plan itself, the LOP does not consider contamination or management of contaminated sites at all. It's not addressed. The known contaminated sites are not even mentioned. There is no base expectation for developers, nor communication avenues for awareness or engagement with residents. This is also a gap. Finally, and as importantly, accountability. Research from our group of local residents indicates the city isn't clear on the legal nor health, safety and environmental implications of any contamination. Who owns the management and oversight? Who's responsible for the mitigation controls? Who's liable for the consequence of adverse events? Clear lines of accountability need to be identified, whether it's the city, the developer, or with Alberta Environment and Protected Areas. Without lines of responsibility, should contamination issues arise, there'll be a massive financial burden on the city, as the previously cited community of Linview example, where in 2001, high levels of lead and hydrocarbon vapours were discovered in the soil beneath the southeast Calgary residential suburb of Linview, a site of a decommissioned oil refinery. In summary, specifically for the Riley area, we'd like to see a plan developed to address how contaminated sites are managed, where the responsibility lies, and how engagement with residents can occur through the project lifecycle of any impacted development. Without a plan to manage contaminated sites, contamination issues present a current health problem that it feels like is being hidden or at minimum being ignored. This is a huge risk and there's no plan in place should the risk materialise. So thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you to all the other residents that have participated in panels today. I'm proud to be a member of an engaged and vocal community looking to protect our neighbourhood.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you can hang on the line in case there's any questions, that'd be great. Let's go to Andrew Newson, please.
I just gather I meant to ask for the chair to distribute my submission to the council, but maybe that's already happened. It's a 2-sheet piece of paper, which I handed in earlier.
Let me confirm for you, just one second. It is getting distributed.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we'll start the clock again for you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Gondo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time today. I'm here not in support of the Riley Part local area plan. My name is Andrew Newsom, and I've been a member of the Hounsfield Heights Briar Hill Community Association since I moved to the area about 45 years ago. And I do remember then going through the ARP process, and now we're going through the LAP process. This time round, my community has been engaged with the process in good faith for well over 2 years now, headed by a very well-organized local community. We are quite happy adding density while maintaining our community characteristic and cohesion. I do support, as do many people in our community, well-planned densification following the municipal development plan and the transit-oriented development principles. For example, the MDP says, ensure infill development complements the established character of the area and does not create dramatic contrast in the physical development pattern. And the TOD says, each station exists in a particular community context. Development should complement the existing development and help to enhance the local character. I support the community presentation at the October IPC hearing that areas of 6 stories besides the core areas of our community was too much contrast. I was actually shocked to hear from Councillor Wong recently that we're now heading for 12-story development. And a lot of this appears to be based on proposals from people outside the community. In addition, I was even more shocked to hear that City Hall was proposing an additional, greatly expanded 6 to 4-story apartments and HGO areas over half of our communities. These dramatic changes were drawn up without further engagement by City Hall with our community. I also supported the Briar Hill Hounsfield Heights Community Association suggestion that common cases of development wanting to put 2 narrow buildings where there's now 1, we would prefer to see well-designed semi-detached built forms. The resultant Riley Area Local Redevelopment Plan proposed does not follow the MDP and TOD status. At January's IPC, developers gave speeches on how they were now pleased with the plan and admitted that the city had consulted with them. Yet we in the Community Association were not consulted. I do support change and densification within the city, but not at all costs. Hounsfield Heights and Briar Hill is a stable family neighborhood with good schools and a strong community association because of the many residents who have lived in the neighborhood and brought up their families there. There must be a better compromise available to our community, rather than the present take it or leave it attitude of City Hall towards tower block densification. I'm going to add a comment here because I've got another minute based on experience elsewhere in the world. Back in the 60s and 70s, I lived in London and they were busy building tower blocks for people to live in as a reason to sort of solve the densification problem. It was interesting that by the 1990s, they were blowing them up and taking them down. I think that sort of tower block densification we're talking about here needs to be carefully considered, and I'm not sure we're getting it. I also support Elizabeth Atkinson, as the Hounsfield Heights Briar Hill Director of Land Use. She has been a strong and tireless advocate for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Denny Robinson, please.
Hi, my name is Denny Robinson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. So Calgary's population is growing, and we know that those people are going to have to live somewhere. If we're going to plan where housing goes, housing should go near transit, jobs, and amenities. The C-train stations in the Riley Local Area Plan, Sunnyside and Lions Park, are in many ways, especially Lions Park, underdeveloped compared to other C-train stations in the city. Despite the fact that these areas are quite close to not only high-quality transit with the C-train, but also to one of the largest job areas in the city with the hospital and university complex, as well as extensive amenities, McMahon Stadium and the associated recreational facilities on the University and State campuses, North Hill Mall, etc. If we're not going to permit additional density here in an incredibly appropriate area, it will go elsewhere. It will get pushed into perhaps the northeast or the northwest in areas near the Ring Road with lower levels of amenity, poor access to transit, and areas that already actually have higher levels of density than these inner city neighborhoods in many cases. I think the right decision is to continue with the path that Councillor Wyness identified of increasing TOD in these areas when the plan was amended last year at IPC. A little bit of time left, so I'll just add a previous speaker, Chris Bell, made a very valuable point on economic productivity in the face of tariffs. We've experienced a long period of declines or stagnation in economic productivity in Canada. It's a complex problem. One of the important contributors to economic productivity is the ability of young people and young families to move to job and educational opportunities. And that's an option that is often blocked by housing costs in our current society. It's particularly notable that a large number of the undergraduate and college spots in the entire province are clustered within the two institutions right within and beside this local area plan, SAIT and the U of C. If another generation of Albertan workers are going to be able to increase productivity and provide, another 30 years of economic success, they're going to have to be able to actually afford rent along with tuition in order to train and build up their skill sets to drive the economy in the future. So, encourage folks to vote in favor of the transit-oriented development, which has often been suggested at this council as the solution instead of RCG. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Sterling Carlson, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondik and councillors. My name is Sterling Carlson, and I'd like to speak about 19th Street, and particularly the properties of 306 and 310 19th Street. I grew up a block away from the properties and attended school from kindergarten all the way through to senior high. My family has lived and owned in the community for over 7 decades. I'm here to speak to the challenges I faced in dealing with the city and the community and trying to develop my properties. I brought forth many ideas to the city through different file managers and pre-applications and with discussions with the CA over a 10-year span. Can I ask the clerk to please pull up slide 1 of my submission? All right, do you have that?
Do we have a submission, clerks?
Mayor Gondik, no, we do not.
When did you send it, sir?
Just recently, an hour ago or so.
Which email did you use?
No, which one?
My apologies. I sent the submissions on Sterling's behalf and sent it to the clerk using the public submissions email.
We're just looking for it.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, that's great. So as you can see, my properties sit on the east side of 19th Street. While I do not have a back alley, my properties do sit directly beside what the community has affectionately renamed Dairy Lane. It is, however, not a public pedestrian pathway. It is a 20-foot wide public road right-of-way, and it is officially called 3rd Avenue. It was closed off through to the traffic on the 19th Street side for as long as I can remember. However, it has always remained open on the 18th Street side from where it is used by vehicles. These homes use this road right away, and that they cannot access. They need to continue to use it for the access for their vehicles. There's 6 vehicles that access that regularly. There's a policy that is proposed in 2.5.6.1 sub M that reads, no additional vehicle access should be added to the lane north of 2nd Avenue and between 19th Street and 18A Street Northwest, known as Dairy Lane, to ensure it is retained and improved for pedestrian movement. And with this new ARP, the city is now trying to force owners and developers along the east side of 19th Street to amalgamate lots and create their own single roads in and out for future sites, as they do not want garages that will allow cars to front onto 19th Street. I, however, shouldn't have that problem because my properties sit directly beside an active road. The new ARP is now trying to put policy into place that both restricts my properties from accessing 3rd Avenue Road right away, directly beside my properties, and is restricting garages that face onto 19th Street. Instead, I'm to build my own road directly beside the existing road for vehicle access. My properties combine to only 90 feet of frontage between the two and are a little more shallow at 112 feet, making any potential projects that I'm left with extremely challenging to make viable. Another road within my site also removes a couple of much-needed street parking.
Hang on, we've lost your mic. Okay, try it again.
That good?
That's good.
Okay. Another road within my site also removes a couple of much-needed street parking spaces, which is a loss to the community and the businesses directly across the street from my properties. How are any developments facilitated with these restrictions in place supposed to work? No front drive garages and no real alternative for redevelopment. Now, with the widening of the street that I completely support and will beautify the street and make it more accessible, our already small lots will need to push developments to abut the property lines for a hope to become viable. I ask you not to put policy in place that continues to allow access to 3rd Avenue for the 2 properties behind mine, but blocks my access to that road and the single home on the other side of the lane from me at 402 19th Street, and wording that essentially forces owners to build their own roads from within their properties by not allowing garages on 19th Street either. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We've had one last person join, and I'm going to put them on this panel. Do we have Robert Tremblay? Robert Tremblay, are you on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Tremblay, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Robert Tremblay, and I'm a resident of Sonoma, just across the river from many of the communities covered for the Riley LEP. And before anyone asks, my favorite Riley area business is Dairy Lane. Nowhere better to grab brunch to the city. I was listening to some of the conversation this afternoon, as one does, and felt compelled to speak up on a couple points. Some of the opponents of the plan have brought up concerns around increased density and how it interfaces with parking and traffic. Many of the areas where higher density is envisioned is located very close to either the primary transit network or some of the best infrastructure in the 5A network, or both. like the CBC sites or the areas around Higgs Park LAT. As a Snalton, I can tell you that increased density does not equal traffic and pandemonium. Snalton has all forms of housing, from single detached all the way up to a shiny new high-rise, with many multi-unit residential forms in between. In large part, because of the great transit and cycling access in the community, we do not have a problem with lack of parking. My household used to have 2 cars, and although we now have 0 due to the rising cost of car ownership, we've never had problems finding parking, often able to find parking right across the street from our house. Concerns around too many vehicles isn't an excuse for less density than the parking will deliver. It's an excuse for better transit and cycling infrastructure, as well as less parking being required in developments in the first place. The solution is less homes, is more efficient transportation. Again, my neighborhood of Salta shows what is possible. The exact same potential exists in the communities in Riley LAP. That being said, I would like to express a bit of disappointment with the vision for cycling infrastructure strictly inside the LAP. The infrastructure that is in the plan is great. I love the 19th Street cycling infrastructure will let me bike right up to Dairy Lane for Sunday brunch or get ice cream at Made by Markets. That being said, it's really disappointing to see that neither end connects to either the Bow River or goes up the hill to connect to the more northern communities of the LAP. 19th Ave ought to be a cycling corridor, 19th Street. But the plan needs work on that to be finished later. In contrast, the infrastructure of my community in Sonalta on 12th Ave connects well to both the Beltline and the Bow River. I would also like to explicitly support the cycling infrastructure that's to be built on 14th Ave Northwest. It's great to see that infrastructure is being planned to connect right into state. But again, it's a shame that it isn't connected to infrastructure that could be going up 19th that will connect down back to where the infrastructure is envisioned in the LAP. Let's get that done too. This is in no reason a way to hold up approving the plan, as we'll get that infrastructure built over time as intensification proceeds. Cycling infrastructure in Sonalta needs to rest on our parking, but the parking wasn't really an issue before it was there anyways. This should be seen as a point of improvement for future LAPs. We need to make sure that our cycling infrastructure is built well and connected right from the start, and not to continue to be built piecemeal. I'd also like to explicitly support the addition of more density being planned around Lions Park LFT. This is exactly the kind of development we need to be legalizing to make the best use of infrastructure investments we made over 4 decades ago. I've sometimes thought that it seems like the dream of some Calgarians is to live on an acreage right next to a C train station. The bungalows of Briar Hill aren't so far. This is an expensive dream for taxpayers. It's irresponsible in the extreme that the development around some of the best access to high-capacity transit in Calgary has been artificially restricted for so long. So this is it. Our city needs to change in response to changing times, as cities have done for thousands of years. Opponents seem to want their aesthetic to change as minimally as possible, with the overall needs of our city treated second. Keeping this LAP in process purgatory will delay the needed housing that will address both the housing and climate crises. We need to remind ourselves that inaction and delay is itself an action with consequences. More red tape inside the city means that we put pressure to grow in unsustainable ways, like at the edge of the city, consuming both farmland and forests. I would also like to caution councillors who may have an urge to send conflicting policy signals with the previously passed rezoning. Few of us have ever lived in times of more economic uncertainty than right now, and the last thing we need is our council sending conflicting signals to our housing market. That would be simply foolish economic stewardship. Is this plan perfect? Of course not. But I would still like to see more density in neighborhoods that are so core to our city. But the call from some for a perfect plan is just a call for forever delay. This plan is good and it's worth approving. Just approve this plan. And please make sure that we also continue to build the infrastructure needed to support higher density, like more frequent and better cycling infrastructure as it comes. Thanks for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Wong has questions for this panel.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Newsom, Andrew.
Yes, Councillor Wong.
Thank you. In Hounsfield Heights, Briar Hill, again, we know the community was built during the 1950s and that. Most of the property at that time were bungalows, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And most of the people that you know, and I think we know, are people who have been in their properties for at least 10, 20 years. Is that fair?
Did you say in the province?
The residents in and around your area?
Yeah.
Have been in their homes for about 10, 20 years. Is that fair?
Yes, that is correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would I be appropriate to say that most of them are around your age?
Well, they're probably younger than me.
Younger than you?
I'm quite old.
Fair enough. Thank you. I guess my question is simply this. I'll say for myself, for example, when we talked to former councillor Alderman Dale Hodges, had a situation where he was in a house, went to a condo, and then eventually had to move into a bungalow because of his accessibility issue, wheelchair, walkers, everything else as such. Are you finding that people in your generation need single-story type housing as opposed to multi-level housing where walking up and down stairs?
That's certainly true. Some of the new houses built on our road would not be suitable for people my age because they're 4 stories and, they are very narrow, so you'll be going up and down the stairs a lot. So some of the so-called new housing, which may be being built here, is certainly unique in its high, very narrow, very tall, with lots of stairs in it. They would not be suitable for me.
And if I quoted that 1 in 7 Calgarians or 1 in 7 Canadians are over the age of 65, but in 10 years' time will be 1 in 5, would you be surprised by that number?
No.
So we're an aging population that has accessibility challenges.
That is correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that one.
Okay, thanks, Terry.
No, I'm going to leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right, last call for speakers. Is there anyone on the line? Oh, you have someone? Okay, come on up, please. And then I think clerks will have to get his name. How many more hands are there? 2? Okay, 2 more speakers. This panel is done. We're going to switch out to the next round of speakers. I need clerks. Can you grab their names? They're not on our list. Okay. Anyone else? Are these our last 2 speakers? All right. Gentleman in blue, you put your hand up first, so you get to come up first. And then say your name, please, for the corporate record.
Good afternoon. Let's get the glasses off so I can read. My name is Jeff Marsh, and I'm here in my capacity as the president of the Hounsfield Heights Briar Hill Community Association. Am I good to start? Okay. So the way this referral of the Riley LAP back to the administration is played out, at least for our community, is making a complete mockery of the entire engagement process that was undertaken over the previous 2+ years. As a community association representative who's been directly involved with the Riley LAP team from day one and was thus privy to many of the initial perspectives, administration has basically taken this referral and used it to give us almost exactly the same local area plan that they would have bestowed upon us 2 years ago had there been no engagement done at all. Significant and not inconsequential changes which are not reflective of the discussion undertaken during the previous engagement have been made to the plan, but its communities and residents have not been consulted or engaged about them in any way. And it's not the case the administration was not given sufficient time to do so. They didn't need to report back until the end of this quarter, but instead took only a month to redraft the plan and finalize it into the document that's before us here today. To do this, especially after having gone through the lengthy and involved engagement, is an affront to and shows complete disregard for everyone who was involved in the original engagement. If we want citizens to retain trust in our municipal processes, this is not how we go about it. I'd suggest to you that even today we're seeing the result of this breach of Calgarians' trust. There's not nearly as many panels of speakers here today as there was for previous council and IPC hearings. There's definitely not as many of my community's residents. And I can tell you as someone who's out in my community speaking to residents on a daily basis, this isn't because they're satisfied with the outcome. In fact, I'd say overall our residents are probably less happy with this current draft of the local area plan than they have been for any previous version or draft that was produced during the process. The reason they're not here is they've pretty clearly received the message loud and clear that the city has no interest or intent to listen to what they have to say. In conclusion, my suggestion to council today would be, because of this complete lack of community and resident consultation on these changes, the most appropriate course of action would be to revert back to the Riley plan as presented back in October, at least for Hounsfield Heights, Briar Hill. Alternatively, you could open up the whole can of worms and try to get a better plan and a more perfect plan. The one from October definitely wasn't perfect. We still had concerns, but it did represent the culmination of the engagement that was undertaken. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today.
Thank you, and just have a seat while we go for the next speaker. Thank you. And please state your name for the corporate record.
My name is Leslie Pendon. Okay, my name is Leslie Pendon, and I am here to raise concerns about the recent changes to the Riley LAP. Our family moved to 21 A Street in Briar Hill in early 2023. When we were looking for our home, the hope was a forever home, somewhere where our daughter could grow and make a lifetime of memories. When we walked into this house, it hit every mark. A large backyard where our daughter could play with her friends and where our dog can run around, a close-knit neighborhood that looks out for and helps each other, a beautiful windowed living room with a ton of natural light where my plants can flourish and our dog can lay in the sunlight, a beautiful neighborhood with mature trees, including a giant American elm in our backyard, a central location that would be great for commuting for both of us, close proximity to all levels of Spanish bilingual schools as our daughter progresses through the program, and close proximity to family support. We couldn't be more excited to plant roots in this home and in this community. Our home is a renovated original bungalow that has seen a number of updates and upgrades throughout the years. Over the summer, we did a small renovation to the kitchen to bring it to where we want this home to be. We love our home. When we first moved, we received a number of letters and information pieces about the Riley local area plan. We recognize and fully support that density is required, and we're fully on board with what that original plan looked like. To us, it made complete sense, adding density to all the right places. In early January, our neighbor, Laura, who spoke here today, came to our door to inform us of the changes of the Riley LAP, which included the addition of up to 6-story buildings to a number of additional streets, including ours. This was the very first that we heard about these changes. Our concern is the addition of 6-story dwellings on the streets surrounding us would be a major safety and privacy concern for the enjoyment of our home. Again, we are in an original bungalow. 6-story buildings would look directly into our home, especially into our living room, which is mostly windows. They would peer directly into our yard, and we would not feel safe letting our child play in our yard. We would lose a lot of the beautiful mature trees in our neighborhood as these dwellings are built, and we would lose the close community feel that we have in our neighborhood. What we ask is to revert back to the October version of the Riley LAP. Again, we understand the changes are coming and we feel, and the need for density exists, but we do feel that that original plan does take into account the needs of the local residents already in the area and feel that there was not sufficient opportunity to consult with the residents. While I'm here speaking for myself and for my family, we've heard from a number of my neighbors who share my same sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wong has questions. I'm just not sure for who.
Yeah, Ms. Pendon, please. Thank you.
I just sat down.
Sorry. First off, thank you for coming to the Memorial Drive construction meeting yesterday. I believe you mentioned to me it's yourself, your husband, and how many kids?
One child.
One child, okay. So 3 people,
Mm-hmm.
you know, okay. Did 3 people move into Hounsfield Heights, Briar Hill, or did a family move in?
A family.
Thank you. Did you buy a house or did you buy a home?
We bought a home.
Did you move into a city as a community or your neighborhood, or just anywhere?
Harry, that's the point. You can't ask questions like that. I'm sorry.
Okay. So my question then, to put it the other way around, do you feel that the changes that have been proposed here is conducive to what you thought you bought into?
No, absolutely not. Given the changes that are upcoming, we've already started to look for a new home, which makes us very upset because we do love where we currently live.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you to this panel. Last call. Any speakers? All right. I'm going to close the public hearing, and we are going to move on to questions of admin. So, Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. So I have a couple questions of administration because engagement often gets brought up and preferential treatment or insinuations about it. So it's my understanding that all the local area plans have a mailing list that any resident can sign up for. Is that correct for Riley as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And I see on the Engage website, if you would have had engagements around this, those would have been posted on the Riley website when people could get that information.
Yes, that's correct.
And that same information would have been circulated to the local area councillor's office that they could have also shared out with constituents, residents, and across their networks.
Yes, and with the referral, we provided that same information for all councillors, knowing the scope of the referral.
Okay, sounds good. I want to get into the technical questions around the plan, how it is versus how it was, and the recommendations that are before us today, because I think we're all facing a bit of a conundrum where we have people asking us to revert back to what it was. We have people asking us for other changes and keeping it as it is. I think there's probably some amendments that are going to try to bridge the gap on that. I guess my concern is we're going to find ourselves in a place where we're kind of in a bit of a no man's land, and then we have no plan to approve because amendments don't pass, and then the plan doesn't passes. And so I'm wondering, like, what is the fallback that administration needs? What are the considerations that council needs to be aware of as we move through trying to get something? Because I'm really worried that we're going to end up with nothing.
Hi, Councillor Penner. Teresa Goldstein, I'm the Director of Community Planning. Sorry, I was down at the end and I know you were looking that way. Administration brought forward and recommended the October plan, and we brought forward and recommended the plan that's before you today. Both plans have the bones, have all of the elements that make up the 30-year plan that we would be looking at when we're working through a local area plan. The amendments that were before you today were directed by council to go and undertake the work, but the work itself is supported by administration. So as the team explained during the beginning part of the presentation, they went back and mined the information from engagements from the very beginning to begin to inform the changes that they see before, but with the principles that council had directed us through the IPC meeting. And so the plan and some of the amendments that might come forward today, administration has reviewed many. We are supportive of many of them. We've provided our feedback. But we support the plan as is presented today.
Okay, and so I just want clarity so that everybody knows. So let's say there's some amendments to the current plan that's proposed today. Some may pass and some may not. And let's say we get to the final plan as amended, and it doesn't pass. It fails. What happens?
Well, there would be the current conditions for the plans that are on the ground today. So, for example, West Hillhurst continues to not have local area policy to help inform those local applications that are coming in. We would default to the municipal development plan, and then the current area redevelopment plans that are in place today continue to exist. What we know is that there is an incredible amount of other things included in this local area plan that the community has come out and supported today, which are the investments, which are the improvements, which are the incremental pieces of growth and change, the investments that go with that. This doesn't happen all at once, right? That's the parts that are included in this plan that are not included in the other two plans.
Okay. So specifically speaking to some of the concerns, so some of the challenges on 14th Street and the slope and the grade on 14th Street, and we're identifying it up to 12. That's kind of a box on a map, not necessarily, anything that would come forward from a development permit perspective. It would have considerations on the geotechnical and the access. And so it's a theoretical 30 look forward. And I know part of the reason we're doing 12 is such a weird number right now in planning is because potential changes to building code and changing conditions, but those actual details get hammered out at the development permit.
Exactly, at the development permit as well as the land use stage. So a policy plan is a guiding, enabling policy plan, but there's still that touch point of the land use where council can decide based on the discussion had at a public hearing, is this appropriate? Are there pieces maybe that we need another land use or direct control for that are unique to this site? And really that 12-story site that you're speaking of, 12 is something we spoke at length with our urban design team about. If you want slope adaptive design, if you want innovative design, and if you want to build something between two transit station areas, this is the location for it, given those parcels specifically in that location.
Okay, and so same idea when we are talking about up to 6, probably an individual, like typical lot wouldn't build up to 6, and it would take years of parcel assembly in order to start realizing some of that development and redevelopment. And again, land use change and development permit to create those checks and balances for the relationship to the neighboring properties.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I just have one question about, Mr. Roll talked about the heritage guideline areas and removing that section. Where does administration stand on that?
So the part about heritage guideline areas, they don't prevent development. They're really guidelines. They're really ensuring that that aspect of Sunnyside, that as redevelopment occurs in that area, that it draws for some of those character defining elements that define those heritage assets in that area. So for me, a heritage guideline area as a professional planner just makes for a more contextual development permit that will really suit the area, allow for additional units, allow for additional height, but draw some elements from some of those defining pieces that people love about Sunnyside. So it's only going to enhance the Sunnyside we see over the next 30 years.
Okay, thanks. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First question is on 19th Street. There's a lot of feedback from the community around that portion from 2nd to 6th Ave without the back lane. Curious if that is at all an outlier amongst other LAPs. The pieces that led me to ask the question was the bike lane, and then so you have all the increased traffic off the frontage of that street with the increased street activation. Just curious if it's an outlier and how the plan contemplates that.
Sure, I can begin on this one. Let me just pull up the specific pages related to this policy. So the key with this, and sorry, which page, Fazil?
Page 77 of 141, attachment 2.
141 on attachment 2. Go ahead, sorry, Fazil.
Sorry, that's page 77 of 141 on attachment 2.
Perfect. So this was looked at extensively. This specific block, knowing that there isn't a lane, throughout 4 phases of the plan development, we were working in step with our urban design team, as well as other specialists at the city to talk about this and talk about what can the actual LAP have in it and what parts do we need to leave for the land use. Specifically, we looked at really discouraging between Kensington Road and 5th Avenue, new singles, semis, and duplexes, because we want to avoid these mono driveways that will cross the block. We walked that street specifically with Janice Paskey and the rest, and Byron and the rest of the West Hillhurst Community Association, and they said, this type of development, this infill doesn't work here. Is there something else? And that's why we really look towards having 4 stories there and multi-residential development. So you can consolidate driveways. It gives you flexibility where you're going to locate the parking and limit the driveway crossing. So kids biking up that street trying to get to school to the east or crossing over to walk through Dairy Lane aren't going to be compromised by vehicle traffic. So there's a lot of thought there.
Yeah, so if I hear you saying, like, you envision a future state that's safer than it currently is with people driving into their backyards to access back garages.
And it would be exactly, and largely residential development.
Yeah.
There's specific policies in the plan regarding neighborhood connector that limit where commercial development can go. So this site would largely be residential. And we know the issue with bins there, and that's, again, matters that we'll explore at a development permit and a land use stage.
Okay. And is it an outlier? Like, is this a pretty unique case amongst LAPs?
It's definitely the lack of lane, the inner city context, the busyness of this street in terms of busyness, the vibrancy of this. We call it a community corridor. I like to call it a mini Main Street. It's got all those pieces that people desire. They want to live close to this street, and it has all those elements. In this case, it doesn't have a lane, and that's why we looked at 4 stories. We didn't look at 6 stories. We didn't look at providing mixed use through the use of red. We used yellow. So there was many back and forths that we had internally before we came forward with this concept. And what's shown there, we feel provides all the belts and braces from a policy perspective that you need. And the fact that that Kaylee and residents now have an active land use to work from, that's a great starting point to start seeing some of these policies enacted.
That's helpful because I know one of the amendments is on that street, so helps me understand the due diligence that's gone into that. Much appreciated. One more question on the contamination that came up a lot as well. What's the process when the city goes to redevelop one of those parcels, and how do we mitigate the concerns that were raised today?
Perfect. So local area plans provide broad direction on development, community improvements over the long term. It really sets that long-term vision for an area. And then we start to see subsequent development proposals that are reviewed on an application-by-application basis. There's many considerations with land use and development permit applications that follow, including site-specific environmental matters. Potential contamination issues, environmental consideration requirements are governed by provincial regulation and are managed under Alberta environments and protected areas. The city's role is to request submissions of required environmental information, such as risk management plans, which is the case with this active land use that I believe Jim was talking to, through land use redesignations and or development permit reviews. The city is not directly involved in the approval of the risk management plan. That goes to another jurisdiction, the province, to approve that. But we do our best to make sure everything's provided that meets the provincial regulation. In this particular instance, the city required a risk management plan to be approved by AEPA prior to land use being granted. No decisions have been made on that land use, my understanding, and that risk management plan is still under review. So related to the former CBC site, AEPA has been engaged in reviewing a risk management plan to support the development of the former CBC site and managing the investigation and the ongoing assessment work. What this points to is really that an LAP can't be everything to everyone, and there are requirements by provincial jurisdictions or other city policies that guide other professionals' work that we can't actually duplicate in an LAP, because those jurisdictions and those policies may be updated a lot faster than an LAP would. So in no way do we want to duplicate other policies and process from other jurisdictions in a local area plan.
Makes a lot of sense. Like ultimately, the city doesn't want to hold all of the liability on that, and doesn't. We're not the legislators for that specifically, so that's helpful. So yeah, for the community. Actually, I'm getting into debate. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And Councillor Wong?
Thank you. Just picking up where Councillor Spencer was with regards to the creosote, are there other provincial sort of regulations, guidelines, statutes that do inform an LAP?
Councillor Wong, for example, like flood management is something that we would closely work with our provincial partners in doing the implementation, and that it's very closely worked at through the land use bylaw, but also through the province as well. So there are many different types of these situations where we have something at a provincial level, like I can think of landfills as an example. If there's a landfill there, we rely on the landfill to go through the provincial process, and we look at the land use issues. Their process helps inform the land use, but we depend on that provincial process.
Yeah. Pardon me. I appreciate it informs the land use, but the question is, does it inform the LAPs?
We wouldn't typically inform it in the same way as we would put land use policies. For example, what Fraser said, which Mitchell McLeod said about the policies themselves, if they are updated somewhere else, what do we default to? So we do not put a process in the LAPs. At other times in planning life, maybe we defaulted to that, but the process that we have today is that we really rely on that provincial piece, and it is at the land use stage that we receive that, or the development permit if they already have the land use.
Okay. Second question I've got is with regards to the area west of 19th Street, where it's been redesignated as neighborhood connector. And I guess my question, again, when we asked the question about 16th Avenue being Trans-Canada Highway, 6 lanes, and then there's a noise attenuation wall, and then there's a service lane, and then there's finally streets. Can you explain why that was designated neighborhood connector, given the different sort of attributes in between all that?
Yeah, I can definitely start us off with why that was designated neighborhood connector. As part of the referral motion, Council asked 15-0 for a technical review of all transit station areas. We had technical workshops where we looked at the boundaries of the transition zone, the core zone, and thought about, do they stay the same? Do they expand? This became part of a transition zone because it really became an aha moment in our technical workshops where one of the participants articulated, this area is actually pretty walkable when it comes to getting over to Banff Trail. There's also the existing BRT. There's also the Lions Park Station LRT. There's multiple pieces that overlap this area. The community connector just allows for additional forms. So when I think of a plan and I think of conversations around equity, I think of, does this outcome allow for additional ranges of housing choices in an area? And this change allows for it. Just because we put the entire areas of a connector, does that mean that area will change completely? No, some lots may change, and this provides additional guidance for an area in close proximity to 2 train stations, an LRT, and a main street. Concerns around the slip lane or the access onto 16th Avenue, the great thing is at the land use stage, when an application comes in that's perhaps more intense than what's on the land today, there are requirements, transportation impact assessments, additional studies where we look at circulation of the network as well too, and we'll determine if there's an upgrade needed, if there is a redevelopment of a scope and scale that changes the block within that area. So I think there's a bunch of checks and balances on the development continuum that will help these specific changes play out further and determine if it is appropriate, depending on the area as well too, and the form.
Okay. Now, I guess the question I have then is, why in the October version was it not designated connector then, if you believe it is today?
I think what the referral motion allowed us to do is bring that discussion back, look over 2.5 years of engagement data, get urban design in the room, get mobility engineers in the room, and start having really critical conversations about these transit station areas. So what council asked us to do is come back with a recommendation, but to really focus on TOD development and to really turn over every TOD rock and think about these sites and these spaces creatively. So in that discussion, we realized Banff Trail, BRT, 16th Avenue, there's all these pieces here that make this an excellent area, and we've heard from residents how important this area is. These changes allow for some additional forms to happen in the area, but that change may not happen. It's up to individual landowners to make that choice. This just provides that housing choice and that flexibility in form by going to connector.
I fully realize the property owners have the choice. We're talking about policy at this stage, though. And that policy at this stage, if you poured through all the, what we heard report from the previous, I'd rather guess that 90% of the people in that area said they didn't want that type of housing and that type of, urban form category. So I find it difficult to believe, that. But the other question is, again, when you take a look at the neighborhood connector policy, right, that, when, I guess the challenge I've gotten, and maybe Ms. Goldstein, you can answer this one for me, what defines the LAP? Is it city policy, or is that the voices of the people who expressed themselves for 24 months and said, this is what's appropriate, recognizing policy as well as, other things that they consider important?
Yeah, I can start from the aspect of being a practicing professional planner. It is our role not only to work for current communities, but also future residents as well too. And it's that future piece that is really the heart of the discussion that we have in local area plans when it comes to change. So yes, we're guided by the municipal development plan. That's why a lot of the intensity and change in these areas for a 30-year plan is looked at around transit station areas, main streets, community corridors, activity centers. There's major employers to the north, there's downtown to the south. This is a central area with so many employers. I think Denise brought it up earlier about the proximity to significant employers in this area. So it's really unique. So we look at local context when applying urban forms. We look at city structure and direction as well too. And we also talk with residents. I think there's some intricacies in the policies specific to neighborhood connector. This notion that commercial uses within neighborhood connectors should locate either on collector roads or higher or on corners came specifically from Frank from our working group. So the community members do provide a lot of great content that ends up in very specific policies as well too. So the plan before you is a balance. But it's a big discussion about change at the heart of these LAPs. And that can be quite difficult to think 30 years. I think of where I'll be in 30 years, and I might be, into my 60s at that point. I won't give you my specific age, but I'm just saying there's a lot of change that we're looking at, and it's a long horizon as well. So these are really difficult discussions, but we meet people where they're at, and we have extensive conversations throughout the process with them. And sometimes when we can't address a specific concern, like Beth had mentioned, the concern around skinny lots becoming a duplex, I said, that's a really interesting idea. The LAP is probably not the place for it because that's more a regulation, and I directed her to our land use bylaw team. So when there's conversations had that we can't address, we do our best to connect that person with another individual who may be working on a project of interest to them as well too. And that's where the LAP, again, it can't be everything when it comes to policy, but I think the plan before you strikes that balance.
There's a statement made that the MDP and the MDP itself, when we've talked about TODs, that the TODs are not to distort existing communities. In other words, it's trying to preserve the existing communities as best as possible. Is that not true?
I'll start this one off. The MDP does have a lot of policies, and there are some policies around how a TOD locates. And I think if you look at how we've approached all three TODs, you can see how we've approached them differently. So with Lions Park, you've got 6 stories south of the station area. You've got definitely some higher heights on the mall site. I mean, with that size of parcel, that makes sense. Whereas if you look at Sunnyside, you've got a main street beside a station area. So you've got higher heights directly beside the transition, or that transition down as you move down the block. And then if you look at Lions Park, if you look at St. Jubilee, the highest heights are just on the former Grace Hospital site. So each LRT station area is looked at within its context. But you're also asking us to look at these stations with the 30-year horizon as well, too. We don't plan for just what's on the ground today. We plan for what's on the ground over the next 30 years as well, too. And I think even the range of scales we've looked at for Hounsfield Heights, those came about through mining 2.5 years of engagement data. If we looked at it blankly, we could have looked at much higher heights, but we really wanted to ground it in that idea around heights and appropriate transitions. And I completely understand that some of those heights are still a lot for folks, but again, it's that 30-year horizon and looking at the context of each station.
Okay, I'm going to ask the same question over again. In the MDP, when we talk about TODs, does it not say that TODs should not be distorting an existing community?
Between myself and maybe GM Hamilton, we could chime in on this. I don't believe it says the word distort existing. So I just want to clarify that. What the premise of TOD in our municipal development plan is to leverage existing infrastructure, especially when it's already in place. So it talks about appropriate setbacks and step backs. It talks about decreasing density from the nucleus being that LRT station. It talks about different scales of TOD areas. Think about the West LRT line. Westbrook and Shaganappi are 2 very good examples of 2 exactly different scales. And in this one in particular, 3 different scales that we're seeing. And so I wouldn't say it says it must not distort. It says that there are policies that help when we're looking at policy implementation to balance what is there today, what will be there tomorrow, and how to look at ensuring that those principles of leveling from the nucleus out is happening.
Okay. I hate to say this, I'm still not getting the answer I'm looking for. There was a statement made by one of the public presenters to the effect that, again, that TODs, for the MDP, isn't there to really dramatically change a community. Okay? And I guess that's the question I'm asking you. Does it say that in the MDP, yes or no?
Councillor Wong, if you can maybe provide us a reference. I'm trying to look things up right now, but it's on the fly. So if you have a reference, please provide it to us. That'd be great.
If I could pause the clock, I'd do that, but I can't pause the clock. So I'm just asking the people who know the MDP better than anybody else here, what's the precise statement?
So in the MDP, transit-oriented development is a strategy that promotes higher density mixed-use development within walking distance of public transit stations. It then goes on to speak about density, design, diversity, distance, and the objective of establishing a land use framework that optimizes population and growth, job growth within walking distance of transit. And so if we think about TOD as being something that is already existing in these 3 neighborhoods and the policies in place fulfilling those objectives, the answer is yes. It does satisfy that. The policies in this specific plan say that when TOD happens, it will be stepped down. It will be looking at the area in context of main streets, neighborhood connectors, local neighborhood, etc. And it does not apply a carte blanche, meaning one size fits all between the 3 stations.
Yes. So my final 8 seconds, I guess my question is this. The statement that was made in the public about preserving, conserving the community based on TODs is not right then?
Conserving, the word conserving.
I can't remember the words precisely used there, but there's an attitude out there that TODs are not there to whether be dramatically changed, distort, whatever. There should be a recognition of the existing fabric, existing characteristics of that area. Is that in place or not?
I do not agree with that statement. The fabric of a transit-oriented development is to do exactly that. It is to orient development to the transit. Now, these transit-oriented developments have been in existence for a long time, as for many that are along this line. And the policies in place were either created before the LRT was there or very shortly after. And the evolution of the community has either fulfilled the vision of the TOD or, as council directed administration to look at, is to optimize those existing resources in those areas.
Okay. Time's up. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor Sharp?
Yeah, I have a procedural ask. I would like to finish, if we can, will of council, to finish this item before dinner break so that everybody can go home that is here for this item. And I have a motion ready to go to shorten the dinner break to 60 minutes so we can finish South Shaganappi this evening. So we're not asking anyone to come back. So clerks has that ready. If I get a seconder on the motion to shorten dinner break.
To second.
Councillor Penner, and then just the will of council and chair, if it's okay with you to finish this item.
Yeah, anyone object to finishing this item? No? Okay, that one passes. And now to the motion. And to e-scribe to vote.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
And Councillor Chabot?
Sure. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. All votes are in.
Thank you, and that passes unanimously, 12-0. Now, I'm not sure if Councillor Wong's amendments come before or after first reading. So, okay, you got him after. Okay, I was sent him a text. Okay, can we get the motion before council, please, on 7.3.2? Okay, and Councillor Wong to move it. Who is to second? Councillor Penner to second.
Okay, this has been a long, drawn-out process. This is a process that's not just the 24 months of public engagement. This is a process that's extended another 6 months because of a referral motion that allowed us to consider more densification around TOD sites. Today, we've heard, in IPC, and again today, we've heard a number of communities come out speak about the impacts of the additional recommendations, but also the impacts of the LAP recommendations are there. Clearly, the public are not fully on board with this as yet, particularly the residents that spoke from Hounslow Heights, Briar Hill, as well as the ones down on 19th Street, and as well as the one talking about creosote, as well as the ones on everywhere. There's a lot to be said about this LAP, and I think to the question that Councillor Penner put forward, what do we do if this doesn't pass? I don't want this to fail, trust me. I want this to pass. But I also believe, as I said before, that we need to not only do the right thing, which is pass an LAP, but make sure we do it the right way. And in doing so, there's a series of amendments that I'd like to be putting forward that brings us closer to being where it should be. These amendments, when I have an opportunity to bring them forward, will reflect some of the comments we heard today and some of the comments we heard before. And unfortunately, I don't think I have time to write all the amendments to cover everything that you want to get to. But there will be amendments coming forward, and hopefully with council that you'll support the amendments that brings us that much closer to an LAP that the people in Riley and Riley communities will accept. So with that, I'm open.
Sorry, we're just working something out with clerks.
Okay. So with that, I'm open. I'm not sure if you wanted to take further debate or amendments first.
I'm going to go to Councillor Spencer.
So administration has been working hard with councillors on a battery of amendments to kind of set the stage. Anything you wanted to, I know this is my, but maybe over to you, Ms. Hamilton, if that's okay, Chair, just to give some context.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. So we've been working on an amendment with a specific area to change the urban form and building scale maps. And the discussion that we've had is that this would be an amendment to the administration's recommendation as number one, directing administration to prepare certain amendments and come back direct to council with a new bylaw on those amendments. So that is what Councillor Spencer is putting forward.
So do you want to do first reading first before we bring the amendments? Does that come before? Thank you. Okay. Are we ready to present them, or who's presenting?
I believe clerks has it. Yes, that's it.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, I'm just going to debate the whole thing and then I'll be done. Local area plans aren't easy, and they're not easy on the community and they're not easy on administration. But I have to say, it couldn't have been easy for Ward 7. He has 2 coming tonight. And that's really hard for an office to take. So I have to give kudos to Councillor Wong and his office for, regardless if these pass or not, the amount of work his team has had to do to keep up with the amount of community feedback and requests that have come to him in the last 24 hours, and for him to be able to try to get administration up to speed on what they need. So thank you, all of you. And I know Councillor Wong will say what he needs to say, but they're not always perfect and they are always evolving. But do understand that you had a councillor here that worked his butt off to make sure that he could address all the needs of both LAPs, this one and the one coming, and administration for working diligently up to right now getting the amendments we need. Sometimes we don't like to do this at public hearing, but I think we had no choice. So thanks for everyone to be so patient in administration for your hard work. And Councillor Wong, to you and your office, I know all the emails that came through. I saw them all, and make sure you give your team credit for that because it was a lot of work. So with that, happy to support what's going in front of us and looking forward to seeing the amendments that are coming.
Thanks. And Councillor Walcott is the second on this one, and we will vote on the amendment.
Can I debate this? Can I debate this one?
Get in the queue.
Yes, sorry. Forget the RTS. So I just want to address this one for the public. Can we leave that back on the screen again? This particular amendment, thank you, Councillor Spencer, and thank you, administration, for putting it forward. It addresses the consideration that Mr. Groh had put forward about a property that's within a heritage guideline area in Sunnyside. And what this allows us to do is to make the appropriate change, but through a separate process. In other words, this allows us to direct administration to go forward and take this back out to the public through a re-advertised process, and then bring this back later on so we can amend the LAP accordingly. So with that, thank you, Mr. Groh, and thank you for your client. And the only thing I will say, though, is that my understanding is that item 1B, which talks about low modified up to 4 stories, I believe the Mr. Groh's client prefers that to be 6 stories. And I understand the reason why the administration is putting it forward, and that is to be contextual to the area. But there are properties in that area that are 5 stories already, and consequently a 6-story building scale is more appropriate. So I would suggest, I'd like to put forward an amendment that to 1B, that to be changed from low modified to low, which represents 6 stories.
As long as admin is, if we're not nuking anything, I'll accept that friendly. But over to you, admin.
The land use is for 12 meters. It's MCG at 12 meters. So that would allow for a maximum of 4. There could be some that were 5 that were built before 1P 2007, but the current land use in effect in that area would allow up to 12 meters.
But that doesn't change, that doesn't restrict them from applying for a change of land use, though.
It doesn't. There is policy in the specific area that talks about the alignment to the land use on the ground anyways. This just further enshrines it in policy that they would, if there was any conflict, they could do up to 4-story.
Okay. Rather than debate with administration, I'd like to put that to a vote to change this 1B to a low as opposed to low modified up to 6 stories, and have a vote on that, please.
You need a seconder if it's an amendment to the amendment.
So we'll call it the amendment to the amendment. Anyone want a second? Councillor Chu to second. All right. Anyone on the amendment to the amendment? Oh, I got it. Councillor Walcott.
Just a quick question. Looking at the map, the move to slow, is it possible to pull up the map? Because I would assume that, just for clarity's sake, low would actually just make it a unified area, all one color. Whereas moving it up to 4 would make it hashed. I'm trying to understand. I'm thinking of the future of the map, so.
Answer's yes. Pink.
So slide deck 2, and then slide 10 will speak to the height. It should be building form, building scale map, sorry.
Mr. Fraser, are you able to speak to any policies?
While we wait, I can speak to it. So what we heard as part of this heritage guideline area is the way we look at this, the heart of Sunnyside. You've got a heritage guideline area on this side. You've got the Sunnyside School, and you've got a heritage guideline to the north. The reason we looked at 3 and then why 4 is still appropriate is really shadowing of that park. That is a central park space for children in the area. That's a central just amenity for people in Sunnyside. We're looking to have additional heights in this area. There's already significant heights proposed with this LAP. There's lots of 6 stories in and around this area. So coming off Memorial Drive, the transition to 4 we feel is an appropriate scale. And then also there's some policies on shadowing of larger park spaces, which this would entail as a school site and a key destination for families in the area.
My follow-up to that question is looking at the directional aspect of it. The park is north of the site. Okay. Traditionally, if I'm being just absolutely honest, like traditionally the conversations that we have here, especially with between 4 and 6 stories, is meters on the ground with regard to shadowing, outside of winter, of course, when the sun is deeply low. Okay, that's all. You covered it.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we'll vote on the amendment to the amendment. Oh, you got it on the amendment. Okay, yeah, close, Councillor Wong.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, the change to go from what was originally a limited 3-story, then up to the 4-story, which is proposed by administration, and going to a 6-story, again, it supports 2 things. Number one, the aspiration of the property owner who bought the property with the intention to go 6. Secondly, though, more importantly, it satisfies what we said before around TODs, and which is adding more density, more housing, more units in the area. And this allows us to get to more housing units in the area as well, which is, again, the aspiration of the owners. The taking it also to low makes it consistent with pretty much everything around that school site as well, that everything is low anyway. So therefore, I'm not sure why we keep it down to 4 when everything's already 6 around that school. Thank you.
Okay, he's grabbed to vote.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. And the vote passes 11-1 with Councillor Sharp opposed. Thank you. All right, and now for the amended main. Oh, amended, you're right, we're on the amendment to the amendment. So the amended amendment, please. Good catch.
I'm closed.
Thanks. Okay, and all right, East grab to vote, please.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Thank you. Display the vote, please. And the motion is carried 12-0. All right, the new amended motion, please. We're going back to the amended motion, the full new amended motion. Or new recommendation, sorry. Yeah, so we'll do a vote, and then we'll go to first reading amendments after the vote. Okay. And I see no one in the queue, so we will vote on the resolution.
Sorry, can we get clarification here? We're voting on 2, 3, 4, 5 right now?
Yeah, no one's asked it to be separated, so this is the full resolution that we will be voting on.
Including 1?
Yes.
Again? Okay.
Yeah, you guys are. And then we'll start going into the amendments.
Councillor Corral, your vote, please. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. And the resolution passes 12-0. I will read the first reading of the bylaw. So first reading of bylaw 25P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, this motion is carried. Now, Councillor Wong, you are RTS for amendment.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues. we've got a series of amendments that can come forward to, as I promised to the community, to make the Riley plan closer to what they expect. And first motion, again, clerks, if you can bring that one up. First amendment, sorry. The first amendment I have is with respect to attachment 2 of the bylaw. There's 4 points to it.
Sorry, Councillor Wong, if I may, this is the first amendment just to remove references to CMRB. If we can start with that.
Oh, you want to start with that one? That's fine then.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Sharp to second.
Okay, sorry. So this one goes back to amending the recommendations whereby we're removing references to CMRB. Is that correct, clerks? Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I see no questions in the queue. Oh, Councillor Croft, please go.
I'm just looking at what's on my screen here. Is that? And I'm not seeing where it. I'm not seeing removal. Is what we're being told we're voting on and what's before us on the screen the same thing? Oh, I see. Regional growth plan is there.
Yes, Councillor Craw, we're asking to delete the references to the CMRB. And
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other questions, e-scribe to vote.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. Motion is carried 12-0. Next, you're the next one.
Okay, next motion, yeah, so.
So Wong, please.
Yep, to the amendment I'd propose, if that can be put on the screen. Okay, so what this amendment does is allows us to revert back what was neighborhood connector west of 19th Street, revert that back to neighborhood local. Also at the same time, modify map number 4, which is the building scale map, which changes it from low down to limited, which is 3 stories. And similarly, number 3, amend map number 4, changing low modified down to 3 stories limited. And this is the area west of the Lions Park LRT transit station again. And then amendment number 4 is to change the building scale modifier from low to, again, low modified. And this is the, again, similar area west of 19th Street. There should be an attachment that has a map that highlights the change. Was that over there? Pretty much that's, yeah. So those 2 maps there, maps 3 and 4, highlight changes on both the urban form category and the builder scale, the affected areas. Thank you. Open.
No questions. All right, we will go to e-scribe to vote on the amendment. Okay, Councillor Chabot.
Recommendation number 3, it says amend map 4, but I didn't see that in the map. Is that included?
Yeah.
I didn't see it on the map that was up on the screen.
You had 3 and 4 up there. That's 3. That's 4.
Where's 3?
That's 4. That's map 4.
Yeah, I know, but where's recommendation number 3 on there?
So we're just looking at motion number 1 right now. It's just one map for all his subsequent motions.
Okay, recommendation 3 says amend map number 4.
You can leave that screen back up there, please, clerks. That top corner where it says motion 1 includes the 4 amendments in motion 1. So it's all in that little square box on the top left corner there.
Okay. It's hard to follow the bouncing ball here. Like if we had dealt with these amendments one at a time, it'd be a lot easier. Doing all 4 at once is a little more challenging.
Great. And Councillor Chu is the second on this? Okay, sorry. And then e-scribe when it's set.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. Motion is defeated 5-7 with Councillor Carra, Councillor Walcott, myself, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, Councillor Meehan, and Councillor Sarp voting against. Okay. And then, do you have another amendment?
Yes.
Okay, please display the next. And could I get a second for?
Go to motion number 2. Is that on the screen there? Thank you. Okay.
Just a quick second. Who's going to second? Okay. Councillor Chu to second.
I'm not sure this is the one, because the amendment I have is there's 3 amendments. Change our uniform category. This is, sorry, close, yes, no?
Sorry, Councillor Wong, this is the only version that we have. Do you mind emailing it to us then?
I believe 2 of, in your original copy, Councillor Wong, were separated into 2.
Oh, sorry, say that again?
I believe on the copy where you only had 3,
Yes.
the last one was actually separated into 2 from your office.
Oh.
On the copy that I have received, it has this as well.
Okay, fair enough. The one I have is 3 points there, so okay. So basic motion number 2 takes the area that is west of 14th Street and north of 10th Avenue, I believe it is, right up to the LRT station. Reverting that back to a neighborhood limited again, which is basically getting it back from that 12 stories down to 3 stories in that area. And that's modified for both each of these four sections here. Thank you.
Councillor Penner, please.
Yeah, so I'm not going to support this. So I understand. So this is the area that's talking about the slope on 14th Street. And so I understand right now it is challenging. When I think of comparables, so I think about 14th Street South between 17th Avenue and about 26th Avenue Southwest, similar kind of slope and grade, and yet we have multi-story apartment buildings there. Again, when we are thinking about future state, 30-year planning, building code, improvements, and all of these things can change. And so while something may not be technically feasible now, I think we have to be thinking about the future state and how this could change and evolve, and limiting this now is not, in my opinion, good planning and good future thinking forward around what could happen here potentially.
Then we will go to close
on that one.
Okay. All right. You script a vote?
No, may I close on that one?
I just said to close, and you said you closed. So
sorry.
Go.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Penner, for what you said. Again, when you take a look at that slope in that area, and it's in addition to the slope in the area, it is also traversing through a low-density residential area through laneways to get to a 12-story parkade. And for that reason, that's the reason why this area is not appropriate to have a 12-story situation. So, again, it's not the same as the other district you were referring to. Thank you. Close.
Thank you. You scribed to vote.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. Motion is defeated on a 6-6 tie with Councillor Carra, Councillor Walcott, myself, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, and Councillor Meehan voting against. Do you have another amendment, Councillor Wong? Okay.
Turn my microphone on. Okay, the next amendment is on 19th Street. We heard about the laneway. If clerks can bring that one up, thank you.
And then Councillor Chu to second.
So basically what this is saying is that given that we got laneless parcels on 19th Street on the east side of the equation, this is asking that again, leave the land use and building scale as is, but any future applications that has to be submitted through a development permit, a direct control land use, and direct control land use will allow the city, the applicant, and adjacent neighbors to work out the right conditions for what can be done in that area.
Councillor Walcott.
Sorry, Councillor Wong, that's not what's on screen.
Sorry?
There's no direct control in this motion that's in front of us.
Sorry, clerks, it's the one with subpoint N, not D. In motion number 3, there was 2 paragraphs. One was section D and one was section N. And I thought my staff had told you to drop off the D one and leave the N. Yes, no?
Sorry, Councillor Wong, this is all that we have.
Okay. In the draft you got this morning, did you not have one that had point D and point N?
I'm sorry, I'm going to rise on a point of privilege. I don't think that Councillor Wong can debate with the clerks on what they have or what they do not have. If they don't have it, that is for him and his office to work out, so he could maybe move on to another one, message his team, but I'm sorry, this is not the debate. I don't know if you want to roll on that, Chair.
Yeah, no, it's not, there's no DC figure out on the side here. So what you're debating and saying it is versus what's written are not aligned. So do you want to remove it or do you want to leave it?
I can submit the proper one if you like.
Okay, yeah, submit it quickly.
Okay, thank you. Let me just, give me a second here. Yes. Just give me a second. I've got it.
I think you did just receive it and we'll put it up on the screen right away.
Thank you.
Does this look like what you're going for?
Thank you. Yes, the only thing is only thing is there you go. Thank you, where it says end. So this one again addresses the laneless lots on 19th Street and basically reaffirms the urban form category and building scale, except that we're adding item N, which suggests that future developments be done through a direct control, thereby allowing greater consultation and flexibility between the applicant, property owners, and the administration. Thank you.
Right, seeing no questions from council. Oh.
Sorry. My question for administration is this typical of putting in a DC in a LAP?
The short answer is no. As outlined in Section 20 of the Land Use Bylaw, there are certain merits or criteria required for use of a direct control district, and that needs to be determined at the land use stage when we talk about what those unique constraints are.
I mean, I understand the intent. I'm just not sure that this is the right way to address that. Could you not put in just this policy to include maybe a step back or limiting height or something like that?
Exactly, and there are policies in the plan that speak to that transition of adjacent or shared property lines with singles, semis, and duplexes specifically for this section.
Location.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, this is already covered?
Between the policies in place and then the land use process that follows, I think it will be covered for sure.
Anyways, I'll leave it to Councillor Wong to, I guess, address it in his close, but I just find it unusual to include something like that in an LAP. It sounds like we don't.
Okay, Councillor Wong to close.
Yeah, a question to administration, because again, there's other sections on the LAP.
No questions, you're closing.
Oh, sorry?
It's close time.
I'm making a statement. Yeah. My point is that my staff have dealt with your staff, and my understanding is that there are other elements within the LAP bylaw that allows us to use the direct control process, which is why this has been put forward. So, again, I don't understand the difference between what was in other parts of the LAP. So, again, I ask you to support it because, again, when you take a look at what's the challenge on 19th Street, laneless lots, okay, this is a solution that allows everybody to find the right solution, but at the land use stage. Thank you.
You described to vote.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. Motion is defeated 4-8 with Councillor Carraw, Councillor Walcott, myself, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, Councillor Meehan, Councillor Sharp, and Councillor Chabot voting against. Do you have another motion? Or
Okay, motion number 5. Okay, motion number 5 is on 10th Street. Is this the one? Yes. So on 10th Street right now, if you take a look at the building scale map number 4, it makes references to heights on both the east side and the west side being equal. What this does is it reduces the height on the west side of 10th Street down to the 10 stories as opposed to what's there, which was 25, I believe it was. Thank you.
And this is seconded by Councillor Chu. Any questions from council? Councillor Chabot.
We talk about limiting something to 10 stories. How does that translate into meters? Or do we typically just go with stories, or do we associate both stories and meters as a maximum height? Because 10 stories could be significantly different depending on what the ceiling height is on each of those stories.
So in local area plans, we typically deal in stories. When we get into the height of a floor for example, whether it's the commercial main floor or the residential above, we leave that up to the land use bylaw.
Okay, so we can limit something to 10 stories as a guiding principle.
This limiting to 10 stories, that's what we had in the previous, I guess, the October plan. We do limit a site to the north and south of the Safeway site on 10th Street to up to 15 stories. So this is a tool that we have in the LAPs to limit height scales when we need to have a bit more discretion, or maybe we say going up to 26 doesn't make sense here. Let's get something in between, like 15. In this case, it sounds like 12 doesn't feel appropriate, so limit it by 2 stories, so 8 meters to 10 stories, for example.
And this is only on the west side?
Yes, yeah, it would be a transition to adjacent residential, for example.
Thanks. No further questions.
Councillor, on to close.
Yeah, thank you. Again, the reason for limiting to 10 is, again, there are other developments that we recently approved at that 10-story side, so therefore just making it consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. The motion is defeated 5-7 with Councillor Carra, Councillor Walcott, myself, Councillor Dollywall, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, Councillor Meehan voting against. All right, Councillor Wong, do you have another amendment? Last one.
Thank you. And this is to amend section 2216 of the policy section, neighborhood local, and basically to insert into items 1A, 1B, and 1C, which is consistent with what's in the Westbrook and the Heritage LAP document today. And again, the reason for putting that is to ensure that there's consistency between Westbrook and Heritage together with Riley, and later on we'll talk about South Shaganappy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walcott to debate.
Thank you. I just wanted to note this is not consistent with Westbrook or Heritage. It's actually even more restrictive. If we were to approve this, it would create 5 different policy frameworks across the LAPs. For Westbrook, Heritage would have one, North Hill would have another, East Calgary would have another, and then Riley would then have one more different set of policies. A lot of the language is similar, but then there are sections that are included in the other policies that have been removed and not included here. If we continue to go this route, we're just creating more and more gaps between all of our policy documents, let alone LAPs, strategic documents, housing strategy, land use bylaw, and so on.
Thank you. And Councillor Chu is a second, and Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Walcott said much of what I wanted to say. One of the challenges when we passed RCG was that we made row housing discretionary. And so as we continue to restrict where row housing can go, we've actually gone backwards in housing policy and how housing can move forward expeditiously. So even on a corner lot, when we have discretionary uses where we used to have permitted, we continue to slow things down. So I can't support this because in my mind, this is actually us moving backwards in housing policy when we have a document that is fundamentally looking forward 30 years. So for that, they're just incongruous and I can't support it.
Thank you. Councillor, on to close.
Thank you. When I said same, it actually should have been similar. But one of the things I think in consideration right now, approving this will allow, certainly more development in different parts of the Riley communities, which is different than what's allowed in Westbrook and Heritage. Consequently, you're going to see a lot more, applications in the area which communities feel that's inappropriate, largely because, again, the other communities don't take on the type of development in their communities. So thank you.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. The motion is defeated 5-7 with Councillor Carra, Councillor Walcott, myself, Councillor Dollywall, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, and Councillor Meehan voting against. All right. Okay, so is that the final? Okay. All right, let's go on to next reading of the bylaw. So second reading of bylaw 25P 2025 as amended. Does anyone oppose? Oh.
Sorry, there
It was
was an
amended.
amendment.
It was, yeah. Yeah. Okay, and then can you please re-vote? Who was opposing? Councillor Chabot, Councillor Wong are opposed. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 25P 2025 as amended. Does anyone oppose? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw as amended. Anyone? Bylaw 25P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillor Chabot and Wong opposed. Motion is carried. Okay, now we're going on to. No, we still have more. we have to do bylaw 26P 2025. Clerks, do I have to? Heritage, yeah. Okay. I don't see any RTS, but okay, Councillor Wong.
On the screen, please.
So, Chair, just to confirm, we have to do the first reading for 26P 2025 first.
Okay, first reading of bylaw 26P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried.
Now the amendment.
Yeah, you should put your RTS in.
Councillor Wong.
There's an amendment and put on the screen.
Yes, it's ready now.
Okay. So basically, it's an amendment to delete Heritage Guideline Areas section map 17C entirely and replace it with the revised map 17C. Thank you.
Councillor Walcott.
Sorry, just for clarity, I didn't know this one was coming. Do we want to do this? Because the development that could have gone there, it would no longer be required to feature heritage aesthetics.
So this specific amendment that Councillor Wong is bringing forward is because we recently approved the Westbrook Heritage Guideline Areas, and our previous, the way the worded amendment was to delete a map and then bring in a new map, and that map would miss the overlap between the Westbrook Heritage Guideline Area and the Riley Heritage Guideline Area. So this is just to delete it and give us a map that shows both.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it wasn't include. I don't have it on Terry's list, so I didn't know what it was.
Councillor Chu is a second, and seeing no other RTSs, Councillor Wong to close.
Close.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote.
Deputy Mayor, all votes are in.
Please display the vote. Motion is carried 10-2 with Councillor Carra and Councillor Spencer voting against. Now we go to the readings. Second reading of bylaw 26P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 26P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? 26, yeah. 26P 2025. There's a 5 in there. Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 26P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We will now break for an hour and return to finish 7.3.3.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. On the roll, Councillor Wong, Councillor Wyness, Councillor Carra, Councillor Chabot,
Present.
Councillor Chu, Councillor Demong,
I'm here.
Councillor Dhaliwal,
Here.
Councillor McLean, Councillor Meehan,
Here.
Councillor Penner, Councillor Sharp, Councillor Spencer,
Here.
Councillor Walcott,
I'm here.
Councillor McLean. Thank you. Mayor Gondek.
Here.
Thank you, Chair. We do have quorum.
And Councillor Carra is here.
Thank you, Councillor Carra. Noted.
All right, we are on to our last item of the day. It's 7.3.3. Is it Mr. Chan that's presenting?
That's correct.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, members of council. Before we begin today's presentation, there has been a revision to the recommendation. We ask that City Council allows this recommendation to be submitted for clarification. Approval for the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board is no longer required as the ministerial order of the Growth Plan and Regional Evaluation Framework has been rescinded. The recommendation has been updated to remove references to CMRB.
That's great. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, that's correct.
This is the recommendation to give 3 readings to adopt the proposed South Shaganappi Communities Local Area Plan. Also included are recommendations to repeal by bylaw or rescind by resolution a number of policy documents that will be replaced by the new local area plan, and to amend the Brentwood Station Area Redevelopment Plan to remove a portion of the lands that will be located within the South Shaganappi communities. Next slide, please. The South Shaganappi Communities is located in the northwest quadrant of Calgary, bordered by the Bow River to the south and Crowchild Trail to the north. This area is home to several institutions and notable destinations and landmarks. As the plan has been developed, we have looked at and discussed the past, present, and future of this area. The proposed local area plan provides direction to guide future proposals for new development, investment, and community improvements as the area changes over time. Next slide, please. The South Shaganappi communities have developed over a number of decades following the 1910 Greater Calgary annexation. Since then, this area has seen the development of the University of Calgary campus, Foothills Medical Centre, the Trans-Canada Highway, the Alberta Children's Hospital, the Cancer Centre, and University District. Next slide, please. The plan area includes 9 communities: Banff Trail, Montgomery, Parkdale, Point McKay, St. Andrews Heights, University District, University of Calgary, and Varsity. The plan area is serviced by 4 LRT stations and 3 Max Orange BRT stops. The area includes 3 main streets, 2 along 16th Avenue and 1 along Bowness Road, and a number of parks and green spaces such as Dale Hodges Park and the Bow River Pathway System. With a high concentration of education and health-based institutions in the area, there is a greater demand for both short and long-term housing for students and healthcare workers specifically. Next slide, please. Over the past 2 years, we have connected with many people to discuss the history of the area as it functions today, and future opportunities for new development, investment, and improvements. The proposed South Shaganappi Communities Local Area Plan was created and refined over 4 phases of meaningful public participation. We hosted 70 public engagement events, including 34 targeted sessions, 19 public sessions, 9 walking tours, and 8 working group sessions. We heard from a range of people, each with diverse views, priorities, ideas, and perspectives. Some who embrace change and want to see new and bold development across the plan, and others who want to see no or limited change. We worked closely with our working group, community associations, development industry, institutional representatives, students, seniors, and the public at large to understand ideas and concerns and discuss and refine the plan in a way that aims to balance all perspectives, inputs, and considerations, including council direction on future growth. Next slide, please. Through our engagement, we listened, discussed ideas and concerns, and made refinements. We discussed where different uses such as residential, commercial, or mixed use could fit best, and made changes based on feedback provided during each phase of engagement. For example, in Area 1, we heard that the Dalhousie LRT station needed a distinct approach to development compared to other LRT stations in the plan area. So we updated the urban form map to reflect the context of the station area. In Area 2, we heard that there was a desire for increased flexibility to provide better connectivity between the main streets in Montgomery and revise the urban form map to provide that additional flexibility for future development. These are just a few key areas where changes were made. Several other changes throughout the entire plan area were made throughout each phase. Next slide, please. In addition to making changes to the urban form map, we also made changes to the building scale map and potential maximum building heights across the plan area based on feedback. For example, in Area 6, we heard that growth should be located in higher activity locations. We revised the map to focus on a nodal approach, where growth is concentrated along nodes and key corridors. Another example is Area 1, where we heard varying feedback, including little to no change, as well as the need for additional growth. We balanced this feedback by applying a variety of building scales to allow for greater housing choices that fit different needs. Like the urban form map, the building scale map here shows a highlight of key changes, but is not an exhaustive list. The proposed maps reflect the various sources of feedback we have received as the plan was developed, as well as other key inputs such as context and trends, equity, professional expertise, and technical reviews, and council-approved policies. These maps provide direction for additional growth in strategic areas, including transit station areas, activity centers, main streets, and key corridors. Next slide, please. On January 30th, 2025, the proposed South Shaganappi Community's local area plan was presented to the Infrastructure and Planning Committee. The plan was recommended for approval with amendments. These amendments primarily included revisions to the urban form and building scale maps, including blocks in the Dalhousie LRT transit station area to reduce intensities from neighborhood connector to neighborhood local, and lowering building scales to limited scale up to 3 stories. The addition of policy to support specific development considerations along Varmore Road Northwest, and developing map figures for area-specific policy sections such as main streets, activity centers, and community corridors. Next slide, please.
We will now walk through the 5 key moves for the South Shaganappi communities. These key moves are linked to the plan's core values and are intended to support growth and change that could happen in the communities. The first key move is diversity of housing. We received a wide range of comments about housing, including participants commenting on student-facing housing challenges and seniors looking to downsize. The plan takes a balanced approach and enables a range of small-scale homes throughout the plan and focuses moderate to large-scale growth along key corridors, transit station areas, main streets, and activity centers, allowing for diverse housing types and housing choices for current and future residents of different age groups, abilities, and lifestyles. Next slide, please. Through our engagement, we heard feedback from various participants who use different modes of transportation, including driving, cycling, walking, and public transit. They emphasized the importance of safe, accessible, and well-connected mobility options. The plan outlines potential future mobility improvements that link transit stations, institutions, recreational areas, and key destinations within and beyond the South Shaganappi communities. These improvements include traffic calming measures, pedestrian-friendly design, and wildlife crossings. The enhancements aim to improve safety, functionality, accessibility, and comfort for all users. Next slide, please. The South Shaganappi community is well served by LRT and BRT. We heard that people value accessible public transit that connects them to services and amenities. The plan identifies transit station areas as vibrant community hubs that integrate services, amenities, and public transit. The plan allows for a mixture of building heights in transit station areas with higher building height next to stations and transition to lower building heights away from stations, providing flexibility in housing types and additional housing choices for people who choose to live near public transportation, connecting them to key destinations such as schools, workplace, and recreational spaces and shops. Next slide, please. The South Shaganappi community's recreation and community facilities are significant places for residents and visitors to recreate, gather, learn, and socialize. The plan builds upon the strong foundation of existing recreational opportunities by identifying future community improvements, including upgrades to Sodai's Athletic Park and investments to community facilities and spaces. As the area evolves, the plan supports additional recreational assets that people of all ages, abilities, and cultural backgrounds can use. Next slide, please. Participants highly value the abundance of parks, open spaces, natural areas, and urban tree canopy within the South Shaganappi communities. These spaces provide active and passive recreation and contribute to residents' and visitors' mental and physical health and wellness. The plan identifies improvements in the safety, functionality, and protection of existing parks and open spaces and natural areas, enhancing the user experience. Next slide, please. Together, all of the key moves for the plan align with the feedback received and the diverse needs of residents in the South Shaganappi communities. Growth areas have been strategically located around the LRT stations, BRT stops, the main streets, activity centers, and at key corridors. The plan provides direction to help guide development and community investment decisions. The plan was developed with the local area planning program key considerations of participant input, context and trends, equity, professional expertise, and council-approved policies. Our 2-year process has resulted in a local area plan that builds upon the existing foundation that can adapt to the evolving needs of residents of various age group, lifestyles, and circumstances, not only for today, but for the next 10, 20, and 30 years. Next slide, please. And this is our recommendation. Administration is available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's open the public hearing on this item. It is 7.3.3. We've got 2.5 panels that I've assembled. And I'll just let everybody know who's on panel 1. If you are here in the audience and on panel 1, you can grab a seat just behind the presentation podium. We have Bon Young Gu, Patty Auger, Andrew Reynolds, Joanne Atkins, and Patricia Moyer. The second panel will be Al Rasmussen, David Richardson, Lauren Robertson, Denny Robinson, and Flora Gillespie. So let's start with the first panel. Do we have Bon Young Gu?
Dear Mayor, could you please give me a permission to distribute copies of my material to committee? Yes.
I'll just confirm that they are part of the distribution they're getting added in. Are they clerks? Yeah, we've got them. You can go ahead, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we're good. We've got them. They're being handed out. So you can go ahead.
Yes. Dear Mayor and Councilor, my name is Bon Young-gu. I have lived in Calgary for 23 years. Could you please keep our beautiful Santa Village made by our beautiful grandfathers and mothers of Calgary for our future children, and especially the 6-story condominium which are from 49th Street to 53rd Street in Body Avenue, destroyed terribly our Santa Village. Therefore, could you please hold and cancel this plan to evaluate exactly on art value of this Santa Village made by grand proud parents of Calgary. As you know, the people of a great country live in the beautiful designed village, community, and city. To get more beautiful compassion, passion, inspire, motivation, creative idea, pleasure, happiness, proud, the strongest speech power, and to make strongest and great country for all people. Please see below photo. If we delete the 6th story of condominium on the map and photo, we could see much more the beautiful map and the beautiful village. Please see next page. I think our village have a great art value, and below photos of Bendel Place. Please see next page. Please see below photo. Bendel Place is so beautiful. So a beautiful couple got so very nice wedding ceremony here. Please see next page. I cannot enjoy beautiful sunlight many hours every day, like below picture, and we cannot see permanently beautiful sky of south side. If huge 6-story condominium will be built at the south side of our backyard, in our house and across of our backland. Below photos are sample to show the shadow of a 6-story condominium. And as you can see, this 6-story condominium is so terrible for the house behind. Sunlight problem, privacy problem, noise problem, parking problem in the backland, traffic problem in the backland, safety problem of pedestrian in the backland. Many residents use our backland to go park. Please see next page. Please see top photos. When we will see south sky at the front of house, we will see huge belt of a 6-story building. Please see below photos. This rainbow is so beautiful. We can see sometimes this rainbow at our backyard. Could you please give this beautiful rainbow in the sky of our backyard to our future children of Calgary? Rainbow, sun, blue sky, in our sky, in our backyard, we never show, and we will see permanently the huge 6-story condominium. If this plan will not be cancelled, please see next page. I think our village is one of the most beautiful villages in Calgary. I think it's a Santa village of art. Calgary's grandparents had put their heart and soul into to show splendid beauty of their grandparents to the future children of Calgary. If possible, I suggest you experience living in our little Santa village. A heartfelt thank you to the Calgary grandma and grandpa for creating such a beautiful Santa village. And I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the city people who have maintained this Santa village so beautiful over the year. I hope dear mayor and councilor are making the beautiful and great decision for our future children of Calgary. So, future Calgarian will have thankful mind for your great job today. Please see next page. My neighbor would like to submit her opinion to this meeting. Please, next page. If you are okay, I would like to give you. If you are okay, I would like to give you a simple idea of complex of apartment and condominium to solve the house shortage problem. I would like to thank you very much for your effort to make a beautiful Calgary city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you. Thank you. Let's go to Patty Auger, please.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, go ahead.
Dear members of council, my name is Patty Auger. I have been a resident of University Heights since 2004, and I'm a born and raised Calgarian. Our community is nestled amongst Foothills Hospital, Children's Hospital, U of C, and McMahon Stadium and Future Fieldhouse. Over the duration of the LAP process, I have been able to attend sessions throughout each phase. I spoke at IPC and have submitted a written letter for this meeting. I have read the submissions from all those who spent the time to submit, whether they were in favor, opposed, or neutral. I struggle with what to say today that will make any difference. Those who speak in opposition to anything in the plan are labeled NIMBYs, entitled, elitist, out of touch with reality. Those in favor are praised as visionaries, able to see the future, in touch with reality. Whether for or against, I see people passionate about the city I've called home for my entire life. For me, my own property is not directly impacted by the proposed LAP. It's not slated for a 4- or 6-story building like those on the north end of our community. Yet I am impacted by changes that are currently taking place, just as everyone in my community is impacted. and would be impacted by the LAP changes. There are limited access points in and out of the community. We are already seeing the impacts at one access point as a result of the increased density at the Uxborough site, with only 2 of 5 proposed buildings being built and just starting to become operational. University District is beginning to build out the Southlands, which will see increased traffic flowing through University Heights, whether to our schools or cutting through to the Foothills Hospital. As someone who does numbers for a living, for me, the biggest challenge I've had with the process is there was never anything quantifiable. It was always just, we need more density, without showing the data. For example, over the next 10, 20, 30 years, it is forecasted that the City of Calgary population is going to increase by X, and in order to accommodate X, we need Y number of new housing units. So without that information, how can anyone look at any LAP and say, yes, we've identified enough density, or no, we haven't, or somewhere in the middle? I also struggle with the continued rhetoric that density equals affordable housing. A submission referred to the fact that even University District, which should be providing housing for students, is not affordable. This is a brand new community with some of the highest planned density, yet it has not resulted in affordable housing. Why? It has all forms of building types, except single-family homes, so why not affordable? Because density by itself doesn't create affordable housing. The cost to build with all the various inputs, including substantial development cost charges applied by the city, result in expensive housing. I'm aware of a property owner that has a large plot of land close to a C train station that wants to develop housing, yet has to build 20 plus stories to make it even close to financially viable. Yet that still doesn't mean the units are going to be affordable in the current market. Affordability doesn't come overnight with density. Truly affordable accommodations for people of all ages and abilities require city contribution. At the end of the day, I am just one voice, one opinion, and yes, at a stage in my life where I have the pleasure of being a longtime homeowner, but I'm also a business owner and engaged community volunteer. Like so many Calgarians, I sometimes wonder, what's the point? Why do I bother to give, trying to make a difference in the community where I live, trying to bring people together across our community? Why? Because I care about my community and all those who call it home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line in case there's any questions for you. Let's go to Andrew Reynolds, please.
Okay, hi, I'm calling in. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. So I have a little presentation that I want to walk through. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. We just had a baby daughter a few days ago, so I'm a little busy, but I put together some thoughts on the proposed redevelopment plan that I want to walk through. So my name's Andrew. My family and I live in Varsity, and we're opposed to the land use change for development up to 6-story buildings. Our community advocates for a maximum building height of 4 stories, citing significant concerns about urban design, neighborhood character, and quality of life. I have a few key opposition points I want to talk through really quickly. So let me start with number 1, building height limitations. The proposed 6-story mixed-use development substantially exceeds the neighborhood's preferred urban scale. A 4-story maximum height is more consistent with existing neighborhood architecture character, proportional street-level urban design, and maintaining a human-scale community environment. Point number 2 is traffic impact concerns. Increasing building density from 4 to 6 stories will generate substantial additional traffic, creating an increased congestion on local streets, higher risk of pedestrian and vehicular conflicts, reduced neighborhood livability, and potential safety concerns for existing residents. Point number 3 is about shadowing and microclimate disruptions. 6-story buildings will create significant shading impact that will reduce natural light for adjacent properties, alter local wind patterns, negatively impact existing landscaping and green spaces, and decrease property values and outdoor living quality. Point number 4 of 5 points is public transit inadequacies. The proposed development fails to address critical public transportation limitations in the area. This specific section of 40th Avenue behind Market Mall is underserved by public transit. It's not immediately close to an LRT station specifically, and the increased density without corresponding transit infrastructure will exacerbate existing transportation challenges. Residents will be forced to rely heavily on personal vehicles in these cases. And then point number 5 is existing successful high-density development being done in the nearby University Heights district stands as a prime example of appropriate high-density development in our neighborhood. I would consider University Heights very close to and adjacent to Varsity, and it does handle that development really well. But in our stretch of 40th, 6-story buildings just don't seem to fit with the rest of the nature of the neighborhood. So our recommended mitigation is to limit maximum building heights up to 4 stories and to better define what we mean when we say 4 stories, whether it's a maximum height in meters or just a more clear definition. So not saying no to development, but just recommending a slightly more in-line height for buildings. So thank you so much for listening, and looking forward to hearing the rest of the panel.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Congratulations on the new addition, and please hang on the line in case we have questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Joanne Atkins, please.
First of all, I just wanted to make sure that you received my presentation that I emailed mid-afternoon.
Clerks, can we confirm that?
I just don't have a backup speaker, so I'll really talk quickly here.
If you hang on a second, I'm just
Okay.
confirming that we got your presentation.
Thanks.
What we have on the screen is what we received from the speaker.
So what you have on the screen is the same thing you submitted, right?
I did have a written submission, and then my presentation is different again. I can't quite see it.
Did you email it to us?
Yes, I emailed it about 2 p.m. this afternoon.
2 p.m. this afternoon. Okay.
That's just when I got it finished.
We're just going to look for it.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I think it's been resent to you. Was it sent to Ms. Cario?
I had submitted it to public submission, so I had sent it to our counselor as well as public submission.
That's perfect. We're just trying to find it so we
All
can
right,
get it on the
sorry
screen
about
for
that.
you. No worries.
It does have March 4th at the top to council, and just says re 7.3.3 South Shaganappi Local Area Plan. So yeah, sorry, I've submitted a lot of words to read, I'm afraid.
Don't worry. Don't worry. We're just trying to find it for you right now.
Councillor Sharp is the same one.
I think that'll be it. Yep, that should be the one. And I do have some overheads that I can put on here. They're also attached to this, but
Okay, well, let's go with what we have then.
okay, thanks
Okay.
very much.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. My name's Joanne Atkins, and I'm the Civic Affairs Director for the Varsity Community Association. I have lived in Varsity for 40 years and was directly involved with the creation of the Varsity Land Use Study. We became aware yesterday of a proposal to add a comprehensive planning site for Varsity Estates Village and the Bow Valley Church, so I would like to focus my presentation today on the unique characteristics of the area south of the Dalhousie LRT station. We support the designation in the SSLAP of a comprehensive planning site for these two properties, and I would like to explain our rationale. We believe that these sites would benefit from more thoughtful and detailed treatment in the local area plan. The Varsity Land Use Study was approved in 2007. It was initiated by an application to build several apartment buildings on the site of the former Crowchild Inn. There are 5 parcels in the study, including Crowchild Square, Crowchild Inn, Bow Valley Church, Varsity Estates Village, and the NMAX Station. The NMAX Station was not a developable site, but was included due to its proximity to the other sites and its connection to the internal and external access roads. The reason for the study was to examine how much density could be accommodated by the existing road infrastructure and what roadway improvements would be necessary to maximize the redevelopment potential. By doing a comprehensive study spanning these 4 properties, it ensured an equitable distribution of density. In other words, first person in doesn't get all the density. I've just put up the study purpose and just wanted to point out that two of the points were the existing infrastructure, including roads and amenities, are adequate for future development, and also that future land uses are compatible with surrounding land uses. DA Watt was hired to do the transportation study, and they concluded that the roadway improvements, including widening Varsity Estates Drive to 4 lanes with a median, signalizing and improving the T intersection at 53rd and Varsity Estates Drive, the maximum density that could be supported was an FAR of 2.7 for Varsity Estates Village, up to an FAR of 3.2 for the Groves of Varsity site, as shown in Table 5.1. This roughly translates to no development on the NMAX site, 12 stories Crowchild Square, which was rezoned for that in 2018. Groves of Varsity, which has 5 buildings, 2 times 12 stories, 1 times 8 stories, 1 times 6 stories, and 1 times 4 stories, which is a commercial building. Church site was maximum 12 stories. Varsity Estates Village townhouses, which were recently acquired by Silvera, maximum 3 stories. DA Watt concluded that traffic generated by redevelopment to its maximum potential can be supported by the surrounding road network with improvements. These were significant improvements. As select intersection movements are at capacity, no additional land use over and above the maximum FAR can be supported by the surrounding road network. As you can see by the building scale map, the LAP defines the church site as high up to 26 stories. While height is not a problem in terms of overshadowing, the density clearly cannot be supported by the road infrastructure even after major roadway improvements. The Varsity Estates Village site was originally shown as mid up to 12 stories, but this was reduced at IPC to low up to 6 stories in order to prevent overshadowing of the adjacent Varsity Ravine Park and regional pathway, which connects with the pedestrian overpass to the LRT station. The massing of a 12-story building abutting the park would create an inhospitable environment in the park and increase icing on a heavily used pathway, which has a significant slope. We have a photo in our written submission of that. This increase in density from what was identified in the Varsity Land Use Study clearly cannot be supported by the road infrastructure. Note that a significant increase in density is proposed for several other sites extending into the low-density residential neighborhood, which will also increase pressure on the roadway system. One of the problems with the SSLAP is that it only considers half of the transit-oriented development area. This is an unbalanced view of the density that is possible around the Dalhousie LRT station. You will see that there is a much larger amount of developable land north of Crowchild Trail in Dalhousie. Further, this area is served by a right-in, right-out access off Crowchild Trail, as well as 4 major 4-lane divided roadways to the west and north of the site. It seems unfair to try to cram excessive density on the Varsity side of the LRT station, where our road infrastructure is very limited, when a much larger amount can be accommodated on the Dalhousie side. This needs to be taken into account. Future local area plans should always try to include all communities within an LRT TOD area. The LRT station was built in 2004. This just illustrates the area. There's 760 parking stalls there. I'd like to just address Varsity Estates Village.
Ms. Atkins,
am I at time? Sorry
Yeah.
about that.
That's
Just
all right.
Don't have a backup speaker today, so.
Thank you very much
All
for your
right, thank you.
presentation. If you have a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you.
All right, thanks very much.
You're welcome. Let's go to Patricia Moyer, please.
Hello, and I have 3 images just for your projector here, and they thankfully copied them for me, and I would ask that they be put in the public record, I guess. They're just images, mostly from the LAP, but...
That's perfect. Do you need a hand for the projector?
Well, yeah, it could be nice just if somebody else could put the image on, but I can...
You know what?
I think
what we had up was the same thing.
Similar? Oh, you put it up. Oh, okay, so I don't have to worry. Oh, thank you. Okay, all right. Sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek and City Councilors, my name is Patricia Muir, and I'm speaking on behalf of the University Heights Community Association as a member and also as a member of the Development Committee. We wish to register our strong objection to the proposed repealing of the statutory Stadium Shopping Centre Area Redevelopment Plan, or SSC ARP, and the absence of any meaningful description of the plan itself or the details of the ARP in the proposed local area plan, including the revised map on page 86, which I have for later, which was requested at the January 30th IPC committee meeting and released to us on February 11th. The former Stadium Shopping Centre, now rebranded as Uxborough, was defined as a neighbourhood activity centre in the SSC ARP, which was originally approved in 2013. The process leading to the creation of this ARP included major input from community residents, and over 200 people attended the lengthy council hearing in July 2013. The SSC ARP has been revised twice, in addition to the creation and amendment of the Direct Control District in 2016 and 2023, respectively. Despite reassurances from our LAP planning team, the policies in the LAP, in concert with the DC, do not adequately include, protect, and respect the many community-involved policy decisions that were included in the ARP and the assurances given to our community over many years. We view the existing SSARP as representing the equivalent information to that required for a comprehensive planning site. We see no clear reason why it should be repealed now, given that the Uxborough development has only one of 3 proposed major phases completed. Repeal of the statutory ARP without adequate site-specific policy with respect to the Uxborough site in the proposed LAP gives no certainty to our community. We also note that the Stadium Shopping Centre in Uxborough are only mentioned 3 total times in the whole plan. So the top photo there shows in the May draft of the LAP, without consultation or any change in designation with us as members of the working group, we were surprised by the renaming of the Uxborough development as the University Heights Neighborhood Activity Center. The location description you can see from the dot on the map is consistent with the site and the spirit of the ARP. We requested further discussion with the planners but didn't receive a reply. In the October draft, which is shown on the bottom, the location description of the Uxborough area was removed and nothing was put in its place. The NAC was shown by a filled pink circle overlaid by the BRT station symbol at the intersection of 16th Avenue, Uxbridge Drive and 29th Street. In November, I submitted extensive comments to the planners, including concerns about this NAC description and the policies. At the end of our final working group meeting on January 21st, the NAC area was described to me, and you can put the next one up. Actually, it's okay. That one can stay. But anyway, it was described to me as encompassing the Uxborough site, Tim Hortons and the Shell gas station area, the area of the Foothills Professional Building in the corner next to the Cancer Center. The newest revision, which is showing there, of the NAC map, following the motion requesting delineation of the boundaries at the January 30th meeting, shows a large area extending into the eastern multifamily area of University Heights to University Drive, which is entirely residential, including duplexes, townhouses, small and large apartments. This is not a small area and is not mixed use, nor does it need to be if housing is a priority. On the St. Andrews corner of the intersection on the southeast side, the map encompasses the Foothills Professional Building and parking areas, as I was told, and the southwest corner at the Cancer Center, which overlaps with the Foothills Medical Center, Major Activity Center, is in the other corner, and I really have a hard time figuring this one out. Because the new multi-use pathway connecting to the pedestrian bridge is also in that area, and I fail to see what you would put there. This is far beyond the role and size of the original NAC. We request that it be significantly revised back to the more commercial areas at the very least. And if you could show the final one, just so people can see what the area looks like from the air, except the bridge isn't there, sorry. We contend that the major Uxborough development, still years from completion, is currently one of the most significant projects in the the LAP area, aside from University District, with built form representing 84% of the size of Market Mall on a very small site. The intersection is the busiest one outside of downtown, the second busiest, and we believe that our request to not repeal the SSARP
SSCARP is the most reasonable planning policy given what we consider is an incomplete LAP process. We stress the need for the major policies and requirements in Chapters 5 and 6 of the ARP to remain statutory. Thank you to the team for all your work with us, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Muir, and apologies for mispronouncing your name earlier. I don't see any questions for anybody on this panel, so thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. We'll go to the next panel. Do we have Al Rasmussen, David Richardson, Lauren Robertson, Denny Robinson, and Flora Gillespie? And we'll kick things off with Al Rasmussen, please.
I just want to let you know, Mayor, this is Flora Gillespie. I'm calling in. Sorry, I just wanted to let you know.
Perfect, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Gondek and councillors. I am Al Rasmussen. I am with the St. Andrews Heights Community Association executive, and I have over 25 years of experience in strategic planning in the South Shaganappi area. St. Andrews has issues with two sites. Next slide, please. The first one is on the block near University. Oh, there should have been one before that. Yep, whoops, you went by it. Oh, go to slide 3, they're misdone. Oh, it's really upset. I've got it here if okay, the first site is near University Drive, and as you can see that the residences there are on a cul-de-sac, and the cul-de-sac would not handle the kind of density that is proposed. Also, the area is going to be severely impacted by the proposed Crowchow Trail expansion, including at least three houses being demolished for the Crowchow Trail expansion. The next slide shows the urban form map, which properly shows these properties as neighborhood local, while the building scale map incorrectly identifies them as low instead of limited. This should be corrected. The next area is the blocks near 29th Street. We tried for several times to get the drawing to show the actual configuration of what's happening in that on those properties, and we weren't successful. The properties do not border on 29th Street. The majority of the properties are on this service road with a median between it and 29th Street. As they're on a service road, they should not be classified as neighborhood connector. The service road has very limited capacity, parking on only one side, two-way traffic, and a shared bike lane. The neighborhood connector status should be only for north should be only for north of 14th Avenue. The residences south of 14th Avenue should be changed to limited. The properties on the west side of Toronto Crescent and St. Andrews Place that were shown as low modified as a gradation in density should also be changed to limited. So in summary, the requested changes we have are for the block near University Drive should be changed from low to limited. The blocks near 29th Street, the south of 14th Avenue should change the neighborhood connector to status to neighborhood local. South of 14th Avenue, change the residences from low to limited, and change the properties on the west side of Toronto Crescent and St. Andrews Place from low modified to limited. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to David Richardson, please.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Hello, my name is David Richardson. I'm the chair of the University Heights Development Committee. I appreciate the mayor and council allowing me to speak briefly on this local area plan. While I can't cover the entire plan, I wanted to focus on impacts on our community. I commend the planning staff for their efforts, but my main concern is that the LEP, from our perspective, is incomplete. It fails to adequately address the design intentions, limitations of the existing area redevelopment plan within its framework. According to the city's guideline for local area planning, the LAP should set clear expectations for understanding and interpreting planning policy. The main concern is that the present plan is too general for ARP sites. It primarily takes a broad, high-level view, focusing almost exclusively on residential densities. Unlike the detailed approach seen in the Stadium Shopping Centre redevelopment plan, this plan lacks specific site planning intentions. Important planning elements such as height restrictions, allowed uses, FAR, floor area ratios, and development visions like mixed use with retail on ground floor and the concept of complete streets. These are not in the plan and are not made mandatory in the local area plan. As a result, the guidelines and the directions of ongoing redevelopment of the Stadium Shopping Centre, now rebranded Uxborough, could easily be discarded. Examples of our concern are height, use, and active frontage. Height on map 4 of the LEP allows 26 floors on the entire Uxborough site. The ARP, the maximum height is limited to 46 meters, which is approximately 15 floors. The ARP map 5, which is up there, further identifies height limits are strategically placed. The heights in the northeast corner limited to 25 meters is to respect the massing of the sculptural church, Mary, Queen of Peace Church. This limitation is done for good urban design reasons and should be retained in the LAP. Another example is the use definitions. The IRP was to replace existing retail infrastructures with equivalent or better. The ARP vision states the Stadium Shopping Centre is envisioned as an attractive, vibrant, mixed-use centre. A network of walkable open spaces, streets, sidewalks, and pathways fronted by high-quality mixed-use developments will replace large surface parking areas. The LAP Urban Forum Map 3 designates the Uxbridge site as neighborhood flex, but this does not require retail. You can have retail, but it doesn't require it. Using the urban forum categories, it would appear that the ARP intent is a combination of neighborhood commercial and neighborhood flex, as the neighborhood commercial better captures the intent of the ARP with regard to streets. The ARP states Uxbridge Drive Northwest should be reconstructed in accordance with the city's complete streets guides. We note that the urban forum active frontage is not applied to the site. This should be at a minimum along Uxbridge Drive and the extension of Unwin Road. It also best describes the design intent for the planning of the central open space, none of which are captured in the broad brush of the LAP. If the LAP is passed without further development or amendment, the developer is less encumbered and may largely change the development's use, heights, density, and character. This gives no assurance to our community. The the ARP represents significant effort by both the city and the community and should be retained. We find no grounds in the MGA for repealing the ARP. And this is based on the MGA 63-2B. There is no clear prohibition against including ARPs within a LAP. If this integration isn't feasible, we suggest that the LAP be extended to better incorporate the ARP provisions. Additionally, an extension would help with other comprehensive developments such as Foothills Athletic Park, which could be better flushed out so the community has a better...
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. If you grab a seat, I'll let you know if there's any questions for you. Let's go to Lauren Robertson.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Robertson. I'm the Chief Development Officer with Silvera for Seniors. I'm here today to address the committee council in regards to changes that have been made to the local area plan submission for South Shaganappi. Specifically, Silvera is interested as we have two properties that are within the local area plan, one being in Shoaldice in Montgomery and the other one being Varsity Estates Village, just adjacent to Crowchild Trail, immediately adjacent to the Dalhousie Station LRT. Throughout the community consultation process, the site in question, Varsity Estates Village, along with Bow Valley Christian Church, were identified as being a transit-oriented development. These have a combination of both built form and building heights that would support significant densification of the site, but also being very respectful to immediately neighbors and the park, etc., that are adjacent to the site. Silvera acquired this site a number of years ago, recognizing that it was a potential future development site. But we currently have no immediate desire to change or develop the site, and that's been evidenced by continued investment that we are making in the existing townhouses. What we are looking for today is what happened throughout the community consultation process. The site was always presented as being respectful of that increased density, but also respecting the immediate neighbors. What happened to change was at the Infrastructure and Planning Committee meeting, where an amendment was made to the plan without consultation that changed our site, and specifically our site, and not the adjacent sites, to reduce the building height form dramatically. We feel that this needs to be looked at again and looked at in regards of consultation and in context to the neighbors and the rest of the site. Silvera always recognized that the site would require rezoning, and through any rezoning process, we would have significant community consultation and look at a number of built forms that would respect the area and respect the changes. We are here today to ask Council to reconsider first the amendment, go back to the previously looked at proposed densities and building heights for the site, but to also set it aside along with the church and to look at what that future may be as that neighborhood continues to change and evolve over time. This is a long-range planning document, and we really feel that the current amendment restricts what would be strong future development. Thank you for your consideration. We look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please hang on the line in case there are questions. Let's go to Denny Robinson, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Denny Robinson. I live in the South Shaganappi local plan area, and I participated extensively in the consultations as the plan was being developed. I'll very briefly reiterate some comments from earlier about the Riley local area plan. This area of the city is amenity dense, near excellent job and educational opportunities, and right along highly important and convenient transit corridor. Considering more density in this area is completely appropriate and allows for density to be built in these amenity dense areas limits the amount of density that will be required in farther out suburbs in the city without comparable amenities or transit access. I'd also like to, I sit on my local community association, I'd also like to point out some sort of concerns and perspectives from there. If, as this plan contemplates, there is an increase in density in Banff Trail and other areas in the plan, part of the payoff or the trade-off for the folks having to deal with the frustration of construction or blocked views is that the increased density will align with increased commercial amenities or opportunities. And there's a lot of concern in that in that neighborhood that you will only get 6-story apartment buildings and not get the kind of associated increased local commercial opportunities. And so I think that that's not really a comment on whether or not you should vote for this plan, but it's a comment on how this plan gets implemented and how future proposals within the plan area are addressed going forward. There's also a point, given that this council just passed the Riley LAP, which substantially increases, although not substantially enough in my view, substantially increases density near Lions Park and other C-train stations, were this council to now go and reduce density or limit density near Dalhousie or Banff Trail or University C-train station, there would be very serious inconsistency in the, essentially the same neighborhood with very similar case. And, if I were a person in Lions Park seeing that, I would probably be, pretty annoyed about unequal treatment. So I'll leave it there, and I encourage you to, support and not try to claw back the density in this proposed LAP.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Let's go to Flora Gillespie, please.
Hi, I'm here, Mayor.
Hi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I would hope to be with you this evening, but I'm sorry I couldn't stay as late as all of you. So I just wanted to make a point tonight. So here's my presentation. Recently, the LAP reconnects were voted down by council because they were extremely harmful to our communities. Now that we can see the city's documents for the South Shaganapie local area plan, we see that the city has removed those same essential policies that allow residents to ask for context with new built forms. It takes away anything to hang your hat on, like privacy, shadowing, etc. I'm appalled that the city is trying to sneak this through again. As I stated previously on the Reconnect, we had to hire a planning consultant to interpret it for us because the city never reviewed this with us during engagement sessions. They're essentially getting rid of any kind of policy to restrict building. I'm alarmed and dismayed that the city planning administration is removing policies which provide restrictions on shadowing, privacy, community context, and tree canopy. This overly permissive change may remove the ability to appeal developments of this nature. I urge you to make the following amendment to the South Shaganapie LAP 2.216 as the same amendments that are still in the Reconnect LAPs. B, building forms that contain 1 or 2 residential units are supported in neighborhood local. C, building forms that contain 3 or more residential units should be supported on parcels with 3 lanes within transition zones, on corner parcels, and adjacent to or separated by a road or lane from a school, park, or open space. D, building forms that contain 3 or more residential units in neighborhood local limited scale should be designed to complement the surrounding context and consider the impacts of massing, lot coverage, and setbacks on the following. 1, access to sunlight and shade on adjacent parcels, and 2, protection of existing healthy trees or landscaping on the parcels where appropriate. Why? Number 1, communities want to ensure we have measures respected, and if a development permit contradicts this framework, there's still the ability for an appeal at the SDAB. I'm really concerned that this is being trying to take away. Number two, the current language says multi-residential, but because there's no definition of multi-residential development, nor is there a definition of grade-oriented form, this would allow for HGOs to go anywhere. Why? Again, A, because it's vague and doesn't specify, leaving it open to interpretation at the SDAB, and B, it can be interpreted as allowing HGO forms anywhere. This entire amendment is vague and overly permissive with no purpose. The removal of the allowance of HGO anywhere, including mid-block, rather than restricting them to transportation corridor, is not in spirit of the MDP. Further, in Alberta, the law protects the right to use and enjoyment of property rights from unwanted disturbances. This right is protected by common law, the Alberta Bill of Rights, and other provincial and federal laws. Unlike with blanket rezoning bylaw, where the engagement was perfunctory, City Planning Administration had limited engagement with citizens on these sweeping changes. Calgarians have a right to a democratic process regarding the development of their city. I just want to add another comment, if I have another minute. And sorry, I've just got to bring up comment. Yes, I just wanted to thank, or I wanted to acknowledge tonight that Councillor Spencer, Evan Spencer, and Councillor Walcott will be receiving the Uncommonly Good Leadership Award from the Alliance for the Common Good. And for anyone who's interested, I won't be able to be attending this, that there is a donation to attend that gala award. So congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have one person in the queue with questions. Councillor Wong, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Robinson, please. So, no, I'm sorry, David.
Sorry, Robinson or Robertson? Robertson.
No.
All right.
David, sorry. My apologies. You were citing the changes on the Stadium Shopping Center, right? And you were talking about limited to specific heights of 15 meters, I think that was right?
That's what the ARP presently has, is 15, well, no, it has 15 stories.
15 stories?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the same as the development that's there today?
The residential building, I believe, is 14 stories.
Okay.
The 45 meters, that depends on what your floor height is, so that could be 14 stories, yes.
Okay, so based upon the LAP that you've seen today, you don't think that 15 stories is already documented in the LAP? For the entire site, the shopping center site?
In the LAP, there's
yes.
As I pointed out, it allows up to, the whole site allows up to 26 stories, which in the ARP, we have a maximum FAR of 3. If you stack buildings up that high, it's going to exceed that amount. That's certainly one of my concerns. The other concern is that I don't think there's anything in the LAP that creates the vision that the ARP did. It's supposed to be a active mixed use right. with retail on the street and providing services for the community. And I'm afraid that the language that in the LAP is so distant from that I'm concerned with this repeal of the ARP, and I'm not sure why it has to be repealed.
Right, right. Okay, thank you. That was all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions in the queue.
No, I'm done. Thank you.
I know, I heard you say you're done. That's why I'm saying there's no other questions in the queue. So
I guess I knocked that off.
Thank you. Thank you very much to this panel. There's no further questions for you, so thanks for taking the time to join us today. Let's go to panel 3. That is Nathan McCarroll and Catherine Davies. Let's start with Nathan McCarroll, please.
Family development and mostly greenfield areas, and I'm a resident of Point McKay. I just wanted to call in and speak in support of the South Shaganappi LAP. I think it was well thought out. I attended some of the sessions, and I found it to be engaging and interesting hearing members of the public and the planners talk about their perspectives. I think that living in Point McKay, it's interesting because it feels like a bit of an amenity desert in some ways, and I look forward to some of the changes that we could see with some increased density and hopefully new commercial offerings nearby. I've seen a marked improvement in Bowness Road with the mobility improvements and with the mixed-use 4-story buildings. It's given me some walkable retail to get to, and I look forward to seeing a little bit more of that. I'm looking forward to the development that's on Parkdale Boulevard that's by Liberty Housing as well. It's interesting to see affordable housing mixed with some new walkable retail. I think in some cases the LAP could have went a little bit further in a couple spots, but I don't need to get into that kind of detail. I look forward to more diverse housing options, building in a lot of greenfield areas in Calgary. There is a lot of diversity in the housing stock that you can see in those new neighborhoods, and would be welcome to see that in this neighborhood. When shopping in this neighborhood, we're seeing $650 to $660 per square foot for things like duplexes in Parkdale. So that's for a 2,000 square foot home, that's a $1.3 million property. So seeing some of the ground-oriented options and newer forms coming in is encouraging to see different people being able to move into the neighborhood. I moved into an older townhome development. I live next to 20-story towers. No issues whatsoever, and it has some retail nearby, which is the closest I have, which is really helpful. I think the engagement was very well thought out on the session I attended, and I look forward to any changes that we're seeing in the neighborhood, and hopefully we can get some new amenities. And this is coming from somebody who's living in a 2-story building, and my height will go to a max of 20, but I understand that that's a 30-year plan, and I think that that's the right approach. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line in case there's questions. Let's go to Catherine Davies.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Davies, and I'm a resident of Banff Trail. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I want to first acknowledge the hard work and the endless patience of the planners and engagement staff who have shepherded the plan this far. I was a member of the working group, and I think that they have done an admirable job with what is really an impossible task to create some sort of a Schrodinger's plan that promises both stability and predictability, but also flexibility and adaptability in response to the needs of the future. One that somehow neatly reconciles input from those who want our city to grow and change, and also those who want to preserve their neighborhoods in amber. So I will try to keep this brief. Calgary needs more housing, and we need way more housing proximate to where people live, work, play, and go to school. And there's no better place for that in Calgary than in the South Shaganappi area, with the Foothills Hospital campus, the Children's Hospital, the USC, Market Mall, and some of the best transit and active transportation connectivity in the city. For a group of neighborhoods so close to these amenities, we are deeply underpopulated, and our land use regulations make it really difficult to live here. This consigns people to living far away from where they work, live, study, and play. It bakes in auto dependency. It exacerbates our traffic woes. It leaves our infrastructure underutilized and blocks the tax uplift we need to fund crucial infrastructure upgrades, et cetera, et cetera. This plan is a start in enabling more and more diverse homes for people in the area. And to the extent that it is a step in the right direction, I hope Council will support the plan. That said, it has been disappointing to watch the plan be iteratively watered down at every stage of the engagement process. And I will note that virtually all of the changes made to the plan resulted in less housing, even though there were good faith efforts made by many of us to advocate for increased housing in areas where appropriate. My own corner of the neighborhood is one of the most walkable and transit-rich areas in the city. It is ideal for higher density, and yet oddly, it is untouched, even though I and others raised its potential a number of times. There are a lot of missed opportunities in the plan. I want to comment briefly on the nature of public engagement. I know that the city has tried hard to reach as many people as possible. I understand there were around 70 engagement sessions, and I think anyone in the area received a very detailed booklet about the plan in the mail. But the reality is that most Calgarians don't have the time or the capacity to really dig into the weeds on these plans. Truly engaging in the plan requires a lot of time and energy, and ultimately the final draft represents the views and opinions of, frankly, a small number of people who have that time and energy, who have had the fortitude to make it to the finish line in this LAP engagement marathon. There are a lot of voices that have been excluded, including large swaths of current residents, but also future residents or would-be residents were it not for the lack of housing options. The plan doesn't come close to allowing for the number of homes that we need to add to accommodate the growth that we are experiencing. We have hardly talked about the benefits that could accrue to the city and to our neighborhoods if we were only to allow more people to live here. As a taxpayer, I wonder if city admin has actually put a dollar value on how much has been spent on engagement, and I'm sure that that number would be jaw-dropping. And yet, here we are with a plan that doesn't really seem to make anyone happy. In closing, I'll echo a previous presenter from earlier today. Please vote in favor of this local area plan, but only because the city lacks the ambition to do better. However, I believe that we can find that ambition to do better, and that I hope that at some point, decision makers in this city will take a look at whether we can find more efficient and inclusive ways to plan for growth, allowing us to meet current and future housing demand as we head toward a population of 2 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It doesn't look like there's any questions for you both in the queue, so thanks very much for making the time to join us tonight. And let me ask, is there anybody else left wishing to speak to item 7.3.3? Right, I'm seeing and hearing no one else, so I'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to questions of administration, starting with Councillor Sharp.
Thanks. I really only have one, and it's mostly around an amendment coming after around the Silvera land and the pathway, and it's probably for mobility more than anybody, but that path has been such a problem when it's snowing now and it gets icy, and we have a lot of complaints that it's not being plowed. So if we're going to move forward with the redevelopment of Silvera in the height that they're requesting, what is the plan for making sure this whole path is part of the 5A network? Because it seems on the map from the city, there's a little piece of it that's not. And that happens to be right when the connection goes over the bridge to Dalhousie Station. So would that be like formal direction to make sure that all of this area is covered, or am I reading the map incorrectly?
So with any redevelopment at scale, we would be doing a full transportation review, and that for this location would definitely include review of the cycling network in and around that area, and especially making sure that the 5A network is connected to the existing LRT station.
Okay, I really do appreciate it, because it is one of those paths that is used more than I think almost any path around that neighborhood. And so, I mean, if we can get out there earlier, that'd be nice. But thank you very much for clarifying that. And that was really my only question to administration. So thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a question about the Stadium Shopping Center, 15 stories, and currently on the property right now, it's a land use, direct control land use restricting at 15 stories. Being it's a 15-story restriction for the entire. So currently the building scale in there takes up to 26, right? 26 meters?
The direct control is up to 46 meters, so that's roughly about approximately 15 stories. So if they want to build higher than 46, they would need to submit a land use amendment, a rezoning application for that site.
Right, but the building scale is currently up to 26 stories,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
So theoretically, they can go higher if they submit a land use redesignation.
Has to go through a land use redesignation review, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions for administration, so I'm going to look for a mover for the main, please. Councillor Wong. Wong seconding over there. Okay, or what? All right, Councillor Chabot, you can second it. Go ahead, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. And again, I want to thank administration as well as the community members as part of the South Saginaw LAP. As we talked earlier, there's a lot of conversations that happen in building the LAP, and there's certainly a lot of conversations that happen during the public submission at IPC as well as at today's council hearing. And as I said with the Riley one, LAPs aren't going to be perfect, but at the end of the day, we try to get there as best we can. And so what you're going to see is a couple of amendments that are going to come forward that brings us closer to that correction. One of the things that we're going to be doing is making corrections associated recommendation for the Severo site that Mr. Robertson spoke to, and a couple other amendments accordingly. So with that open, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, do you want to say anything to second it or just second it?
Well, seconding it because I think there was a lot of great work that's been done, and of course, representatives from the community brought forward a lot of proposals that will be the subject of some future amendments if it gets first reading. I myself will be proposing at least one. There's a few others that were suggested, but one for sure I'm more than happy to support or introduce at the appropriate time, I guess prior to second reading. But for now, happy to support first reading of this to look at how we can tweak it, just to make it a little bit better.
Okay, thank you for that. I will say for any members of council who have amendments, please make sure you know when to bring them. Are they amendments to the main or are they amendments to the bylaw? Because it will make a difference where they go. So please make sure that you have written your amendment and submitted it to the clerk so we can get it onto the screen. There will be no rewriting of amendments by clerks. So just putting that out there for everyone. Councillor Sharp, I know you have your hand up in the queue. I'm going to
reference after first reading to remove policy.
Before second.
Okay. And do the clerks have that? Okay, good. So we're good to go. All right, go ahead, Councillor Sharp.
Yeah, so I'll move that when it's appropriate, but I just wanted to do a quick debate as well on the South Saginaw. I had when this came to our infrastructure planning committee, I gave some great praise to administration, not just for the engagement that you did, but listening to Councillor Wong and I and spending a lot of time with us in making sure we could get this almost as perfect as we could. Nothing's perfect for the community. I know there were some other amendments coming, but again, just to say, like, having you guys do 2 LAPs in pretty much a short period of time to come to this meeting is incredible and is a lot of work. So good job. And Councillor Wong, to your office as well. I only have one community in this whole thing, which has been a lot, so I can only imagine what everybody else had to go through. But great job. Looking forward to seeing the other amendments. And yeah, I think if I have to say anything about moving forward on local area plans, this one here was a good learning, I think, for everybody in how many times we did have to go back and forth. I think this is one of the few local area plans that didn't get bunted back. So congratulations. I think we're getting there. And I hopefully see more and more that just cross in planning or committee to public hearing to success. So good job.
All right, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to go to Councillor Wong to close.
Thank you, Councillor Sharp, for that comment. And again, thank you, administration, for...
Actually, Councillor Wong, if you could stop for just 1 second. The clerk has their light on.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify that we did receive another amendment to this main motion from Councillor Wong's office, and that's related to, I believe, the Silvera item. So it has to be done here as an amendment to add a new recommendation 1 and renumber the rest accordingly.
This is a Silvera one?
No, the Silvera one is not here yet, so that needs to come forward.
Councillor Wong, you need to bring an amendment now before you close.
I put my RTS in for it.
Councillor Walcott, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. As when Councillor Wong moved the motion, it changed the pathway because I thought Councillor Wong was moving the amendment and someone else was moving the main. So now I'm in here on the amendment to adjust number 1. So this is an amendment Councillor Wong was working with Silvera to put forward. All this is it's shifting Silvera's site to a comprehensive planning site. And it's just requesting that administration do the same thing that we did for the heritage area in the previous one, which is just to come back, I believe, April 8th with a report to adjust the Silvera site and turn it into a comprehensive planning site. It doesn't go to 12 stories, but it does add some flexibility so that the site doesn't have to wait the 5-year amendment cycle if they determine that they want to redevelop. So it's just some corrective action that was mentioned earlier.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Wong, thank you. Don't see anybody else in the queue for debate. Over to you to close on the amendment. Councillor Walcott?
I'm closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote on the amendment, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Chu, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
And Councillor Carra, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Back to the main. I don't see anybody with anything else. Just speaking slowly in case there's any amendments that need to come. Why don't you take us to close, Councillor Wong?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Walcott, for making the amendment to include Silvera as a comprehensive planning site and the work for the administration will need to do with them. So with that, again, thank you, administration and colleagues for shaking up the LAP. Thank you to the public for bringing forward the comments and suggestions and amendments that we'll see after first reading. Thank you.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Oh, sorry. Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Whiteness, your vote, please. Thank you. And Councillor, thank you. Mayor Gondak, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 11-2 with Councillors McLean and Chu voting against. First reading of bylaw 29P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. I do believe we have some amendments. Councillor Sharp.
Okay, this is the second part of the one that you saw. So this is the CMRB amendment that administration mentioned at the beginning that needed to be changed for the last local area plan. So this is very similar. Is just allowing this to go all 3 readings, correct, administration? That's correct. Okay, so this is pretty simple. Hope everybody can support it. Need a seconder?
Second.
Sorry, Councillor Sharp. The first one was to go to three readings. This is to remove any reference to the regional CMRB work in the policy itself.
Good job. Thank you for seconding that.
Okay, that was seconded by Councillor Chabot. I don't see anybody wanting to debate this amendment, but I will give it a second. Okay, over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
We are closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Wyness, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondak, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Chabot, do you have an amendment?
I do, and I've given it to the clerks. It's in relations to Valencia Road and Valencia Place. This was something that was previously introduced by the varsity community. When we debated this at committee, it somehow didn't make the cut, and so I'd like the opportunity now to reintroduce what was proposed at committee and try and address the issues in my close. Of course, we heard from the Varsity Community Association as to the rationale as to why it's kind of a dead-end road. It's there's 3 properties, I think, that are potentially encumbered by this. But again, there's a lot of redevelopment that's already occurred on site. Major investments made on that road. Very limited access. Not likely that there's going to be any redevelopment happening within the next 20 to 25 years. Didn't want to set false expectations in regards to what could or could not develop on site as far as any new potential investors into this area. So I'd like to propose this amendment and try and address any issues in my close, if I can find a seconder.
You've got a seconder. It is Councillor Wong. Let's go to Councillor Spencer on the amendment. Or do you have an amendment? It's on this. Okay.
Yeah, I will not be supporting this. Similar to committee, we voted against all the many cuts and changes on this. We're just chipping away at the hard work and the negotiation that happened. So just sticking to the votes from committee. I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on this amendment. Back to you, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, not much more to add other than we didn't really vote this one out, to be honest. So hope you'll consider supporting this one as you did with the other ones that did actually make the cut. Closed.
E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondak, all votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? Motion's defeated 6-7 with Councillors Corral, Walcott, Wyness, Thaliwal, Spencer, Meehan, and myself voting against. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Clerks, we have an amendment up there to attachment 2 of the policy, of the bylaw 29P 2025. If it's up on the screen, thank you. So this is in reference to Mr. Rasmussen from the St. Andrews Community Association with respect to changing from, changing urban form category from neighborhood connected to neighborhood local in a portion of 29th Street north of the green lane, and you don't have a map there, I believe, but north of the green lane to the laneway access near Hospital Drive on 29th Street. Also changing map 4 with regards to building scale by changing the site as identified by low up to 6-story to low modified up to 4-story along 29th Street. Same portion. And also amending map number 4, building scale by changing the site identified as low up to 6-story to limited up to 3-story on the south side of 13th Avenue, west of University Drive and north of 12th Avenue, northwest and east of Hamilton Street. So again, these are basically the changes that Mr. Rasmussen had asked for. Look for your support.
Councillor Chabot is going to second this. I don't see anybody else. Oh, yes, I do. In the queue, Councillor Walcott.
Oh, sorry. Isn't Councillor Spencer? Oh, no, that was from the last one. I just had a question for the gap that was identified. If maybe admin can provide some context as to why that one area was low and then was neighborhood local on a different map, just for understanding. That would be the, I guess, 13th Ave Northwest, west of University Drive one.
Councillor Walker, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, the area that was identified by the resident, it was, I'm trying to look at the map that was provided here. I think it's the 13th Ave Northwest on University Drive. It's low, so up to 6 stories, but that neighborhood local in the other map. And I was curious if you could just provide context for that so that we have a better understanding of what we're voting on.
Yeah, Neighbor Connect, sorry, thank you. So you're talking about 29th Street, the neighbor connector that's facing 29th?
This time I'm talking about the other one, the 13th Ave adjacent to University Drive.
Okay. That location, it's identified as up to 6 stories. We have policies guiding site consolidation for future development if needed, and it's also at the cul-de-sac, so there's a combination of things. It's closer to park, closer to one of the arterial road that goes into the community, so that's why we decided to we think that location is appropriate for up to 6 stories.
And then at the same time, it's neighborhood local.
Yep. So neighborhood local is residential. So that means residential of up to 6 stories could occur there.
Okay. Maybe even I'm slightly confused.
And there will be less opportunity for commercial at that location.
Sorry, the only reason why I bring it up as well to echo some of the concerns is I thought the neighborhood local, it's multi-residential in grade-oriented forms only.
No, so the combination of limited and local support that, but right now we're looking at a bit higher scale, but still a primarily residential form. And so that's where the difference is. You can kind of pick and choose UFC and scale categories to get a different outcome.
Perfect. That's exactly what I needed some clarity on to move through the confusion of it. Just because I have something similar that's happening in West Elbow where it's a question of where retail goes in some of these overlapping locations. Okay. Again, similar to what Councillor Spencer says, I'm not supportive, and I'm hoping that the clarity identifies as to why the maps are the way they are.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on this amendment, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Wong to close.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the disadvantages of putting this amendment up there is you don't see the map. So I'm going to clarify that accessing this particular street here requires you come up on University Drive, go into 13th Avenue, down Hamilton Street, and around before you finally get to it, all through a residential area. So putting 6 stories in there, particularly if there's an opportunity for commercial, is a significant disruption of a residential district to get to that area, which is the reason why this shouldn't be done there. recognizing that it faces University Drive, it is not University Drive. There is a boulevard that separates that. And again, it forces people to drive around just to get to it. So for that reason, that's the reason the community doesn't want it. Thank you.
All right, e-scribe to vote on the amendment, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondekal votes in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That motion is carried 7-6 with Councillors Carra, Walcott, Wyness, Spencer, Meehan, and myself voting against. I don't see anybody else in the queue with any more amendments, but I'm making sure. Who does? Well, then please get in the queue.
Okay, so 2 more amendments. One is on, again, attachment number 2 of the proposed bylaw 29P25. And this is with regards to amending the map number 4, building scale, changing the site identified as low modified up to 4 stories to limited up to 3 stories, south of 4th Avenue and west of 27th Street and northeast of 1st Avenue. The whole point of this change is that, again, when you take a look at that block on the Riley side of the equation, it's low on this side of the equation on the same block. It's indicated as a low modified. We're just asking consistency on that street to make that low. Thank you. Or limited, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, a seconder for this, please. Councillor Chabot. I don't see anybody debating on this amendment. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
Thank you. I realize this might be a chipping away, as Councillor Spencer may have referred to it, but this adds clarity and consistency between South Shaganappi and Riley. Thank you.
All right, e-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondekal votes in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That motion is defeated 6-7 with Councillors Demong, Carra, Walcott, Wyness, Spencer, Meehan, and myself voting against. Councillor Wong, you have one more.
Last one, thank you. Again, amendment to attachment 2 of the proposed bylaw 29P25, and it's with respect to section 3.2.2, safe and well-connected mobility options, with the subheading street and northwest in policy M. Insert after that a new subheading called Uxbridge Drive, introductory paragraph policies N as follows. And N is listed up there without having to read everything to you. Thank you.
Councillor Chabot is seconding this. I don't think there's anybody in the queue. Yep, Councillor Spencer to debate.
Sorry, I'm just, how is this different from administration, from what's already in the plan?
So Chapter 3 includes a variety of different subsections. The focus for Chapter 3 was on key corridors and main streets throughout the plan area. So this would be an addition for Uxbridge Drive.
So it's asking for extra amenity and very specifically to designate Uxbridge Drive as a multimodal communication connector road. Is that what this is accomplishing?
We have policies plan-wide already accommodating many of these items you see on the screen. Right now, it's for plan-wide, but not specific for this. So it's for the entire South Shaganappi Community's local area plan.
Gotcha. So it's like favored. It's giving a nod to a particular street and shining a light on a particular street.
It would have a specific section that include all these. That's what the motion says. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna, Councillor Wong, your amendments often seem to be very swayed by public commentary and like you just up density based on industry feedback on another plan. I just find this deeply frustrating that we are making quid pro quo, it feels like, amendments on the floor of council to scratch who knows who's back. I don't know who you're posturing with. It's just deeply frustrating. I'd encourage you not to do this again. I don't know if there's an opportunity, but it's frustrating.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue for debate. Back over to you, Councillor Wong.
I'm going to waste my time here. This is not scratching somebody's back. This is not trying to, appease anybody. This is reflecting what was in the Stadium Shopping Center ARP and ensuring that the changes in the ARP are reflected in the South Saginaw LAP. This has got nothing else to do but other than ensuring we have a quality LAP to represent what the needs of the community is, what the needs of the development on the site is. And I take offense that you think I'm playing games here, so I'm sorry. In the remaining 2 minutes and 30 seconds I've got here, I take great offense to the fact that the work that I've been trying to do to support the people in South Saginaw as well as Riley make it sound like this is just a trivial thing. This is not a trivial thing. When we have communities who we represent come to you and say, hey, we need you to take a look at this. We need you to discuss this with administration. We need you to find a way to make LAPs better than what it is. And we have an opportunity to debate this amongst members of council. Our job is to listen to the people and represent the people. This is not personal. I didn't join council to be a politician. I joined council to do the right things. I have a great frustration right now with Riley and with this one. Because quite frankly, the things that I was told by administration leading up to the Riley amendments and these amendments, disappointed that I didn't get the consistent answer I got from before. As a result of that, a lot of the votes of amendments I put forward failed. So in the remaining minute, I'm going to pause until it hits 5 seconds and then I'll say I'm done. But I'm highly disappointed. This is not a game for me. I choose to run again because I want to make sure we do the right things the right way. This is not politics. Despite what people may say in the media, it is not politics for me. It's not politics for them. So with that, I'm closed, and I hope this LAP passes. But after this, I don't know if I'm going to run again. This is highly frustrating for me. Thank you.
Councillor Wong, before we go to the vote, I'm going to rise on behalf of administration. You just publicly stated that they did not exercise consistency in their responses to you, at the very same time that you're saying you're frustrated that you're being accused of not being consistent. Administration doesn't have the ability to rise on a question of privilege. I would caution you in the future to not shame members of administration who are actually trying to help you get some work done. With that, let's go to the vote on this amendment.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
No.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondek, votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? This is carried 8-5 with Councillors Demong, Carra, Walcott, Wyness, and myself voting against. We will go back to the main as amended. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Today we went through 2 different LAPs that are in Ward 7, representing 2/3 of the different communities I've got. I've got 21 communities. I did my best to try to represent you. I did my best to try to represent the needs and the wishes of not just the people in Ward 7, but those that express from all of the city. The South Saginaw one, as Councillor Sharp had indicated, is pretty darn good, short of the amendments that we missed. So with that, thank you for to the community for coming forward and bringing them forward. Again, I'll thank administration for the work that's done on this. But again, it could be better. Thank you.
Be scribed to vote, please.
Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondeko votes for.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 11-2 with Councillors McLean and Chu voting against. Second reading of bylaw 29P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 29P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? You're opposed, Councillor McLean? You're not, okay, I'm going to do this again. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 29P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 29P 2025 as amended. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. First reading of bylaw 30P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 30P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 30P 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 30P 2025. Anyone opposed? Councillors Chu and McLean are opposed, and that is carried. That's it for the items today, Council. I will say one thing. When things get heated and we start talking about re-election, and at the same time we start casting aspersions on administration, it's probably not our best work. So I would request that we separate our feelings from the work that we have to do as members of council, demonstrate some decorum and show some respect for the people who cannot stand up and make the same arguments that you do. Who would like to move to adjourn? Councillor Walcott, seconded by Councillor Winus. Anyone opposed to adjourning? We are adjourned.